No.
I don't take pictures. I don't take pictures. You know, I don't take pictures.
What do you wear?
I don't know. A wig. That is something that I've always despised. And when I went through the script, I called those guys up. And I said, listen, I know that's part of the script, me dressing up like a woman. But I'm no Steve McQueen. I can't tell you to change the script or whatever. All I wanted is that we shoot it quick. I don't feel good in a fucking dress. I just never liked it. I don't get the gag. After I walk out, I still got this fucking get-up on. I don't get it. And I gotta sit there with makeup, and I had a pee today, so I walked across the whole wall with a skirt on, with a hooded sweatshirt, some fucking gay gangbanger. And I had to go out another day and see all 8 people. I had mascara. I was like Mimi, some fucking what's her name? I'm the fucking ugliest woman you've ever seen. But I did it, and I gotta tell you something, guys. On the drive home, listen, that's what an actor does, is to go outside his comfort zone. You know, I don't feel comfortable in a dress. Why, Joey? Because you're anti. No, I'm not anti nothing. I got dick. I don't want to wear a fucking dress. I got a dick between my legs. Just something about having that. I don't want to fucking wear a dress. Okay? Oh, Joey, you're saying gay guys wear dresses. What about? No, I'm not saying nothing. I'm just saying in my fucking world, I don't want to fucking wear a dress. So do I want to have mascara on, no makeup? I don't want nobody to get confused. You know, I go for a White Castle burger right now.
Oh yeah, but did they put mascara?
Just one White Castle burger.
How anyway?
Just one White Castle burger right now with a Diet Pepsi. Who's better than you? No, they put mascara on the wig and earrings. That's not the point. The point is, when I got in the fucking car, I was like, wow, I didn't get mad today. I didn't get pissed off. Nothing. I mean, the day went smooth. I played it funny. I did the best job I
Hell
could.
yeah.
You know, I made some notes. You know, when you get to the set, access the set, and you see what you can play with, what limitations you got. And it's like, you know, to me, I do these stupid fucking ABC films. There are kids involved. You know, they have okay food. The people are very nice. I've done 4 movies with 60% of the people. They haven't moved on. This is a crew that they do 2 Disney movies and like 4 Lifetime movies a year. So when they come to do a movie, if it takes somebody else 30 days, it takes these motherfuckers 16.
Damn, half.
They'll shoot fucking 10 pages in 3 hours. We shot that fucking jewelry store scene today. And I know the lyrics. I know my words, 70% of my words going in. Once we start rehearsing and blocking and fucking, I get that shit down, you're done. You know, you're done. So, but I felt good about it.
Just went in there and tore it up?
When I was driving in, I felt shitty. And I bet a lot of people who listen to the podcast or go to work every day, sometimes they feel shitty about driving to work.
Fuck
the
yeah.
boss or something.
Oh, yeah.
But by the 3rd day, even though you didn't get a raise, even though...
You just say, it's not that bad.
It's not that bad. You made your money, but you learned something, and you helped somebody, and you did a good job doing it. Yeah. And at the end of the week, you forget about those things sometimes. We're always caught up in money and why we should make more. But we forget about doing the job right, when maybe we had the opportunity to do it wrong. Maybe Aunt Lee's not watching me. I don't have to lick these envelopes about these bitches.
That's a great job. You know, envelope like a fucking bitch.
What the fuck, you know? The envelopes and lick your dicks and shit. Whatever the fuck you like licking. But I'm very fortunate that, listen, who's working in December? Well, you know, that's on a job for 8 days in December. And tomorrow I got a short day. I go at 12. I'll probably work till 7. Friday, I'm the first shot. But then I had nothing till like the 8th shot. So like today I wrote 2 pages of shit. So I'm never missing a beat, you know.
Is it cool to have a trailer? Those always seem like they'd be fun.
Listen, the size of this trailer is the size of that couch. Really? Yeah, it's garbage. The bathroom, I'm not gonna lie to nobody, I don't even fit. If I pull the bed down, I don't fit in the bathroom. I pull the bed up, and I fit. And I wish I was lying to you people at home. I do not fit in the bathroom. It's a little couch. I don't know if it's a couch, a bed, a ping pong boom. I don't know what the fuck it is. But that's, you know, it's not a trailer. I have a plug from my phone. I have a mirror. I have a thing where I put my knee pads so I can fucking fall on my knees if they throw me down. You know, it's whatever. I don't. And then, for a long shot, I had a great trailer. I had a DVD player. I had air conditioning. I had everything in that fucking room. You know, some movies just boxes. Some movies they sound like pistol trailers. You know, some movies you can't believe you're in this fucking hole. This is it. This is the life you chose. So you look at little things like that. Every once in a while you snap. I almost snapped yesterday because the air conditioner broke in the trailer. And it was just my fucking trailer. They're like, why don't you move your stuff to number 5? Really? Nah. I opened up the back window and I opened up the front door. At least I had circulation. Once you just lay down and make a notes, the air flows through. But wait, how lucky am I whether I have air or not? I'm working on a movie that's going to get released. Not everybody's going to see it, but it's a movie.
That's real shit.
I never thought I'd be in a fucking movie. You know, I never thought I'd do anything. Not that I'm better than anybody. I just never thought in my mind that stand up and lead the fucking do the movie with Superman. I look at that motherfucker. I'm like, this motherfucker was Superman. Yeah. I wonder if he's so super. If he knows how many fucking buds of weed I got in my pocket. He's X-ray vision. Fuck him. He's a nice kid, though. Dean King's a really nice kid. And you know, something like that motherfucker, he knows everything.
This is Bryce Fool
on a set. Well, he went to Princeton.
All right. Really?
One of those, where'd he go? Sit there and leave me hanging.
I don't know. I thought you knew it was Princeton.
You know, one of these chocolate bonbons or what? No. Not even for Uncle Joe. You know, the chocolate bombini. A little chocolate bombini, leave fungalo mundi.
Princeton.
So he went to Princeton.
That's great.
But his father was a director. He directed Young Guns.
Oh, shit.
So he knew his way around the set because he did that. He goes, by the age of 15, I carried wire, I set this up.
Oh, that's cool.
Because he worked at every division. So it's really crazy when you work with a guy like that. He knows exactly where to stand. He doesn't even need to set a marker. Like, you just be walking, Uncle Joey, cut an inch towards my foot. Step on my foot. Like, he'll say shit like that. And he'll go, I'll show you in a second. After you do it, he'll show you why. He'll go, I wanted the camera to get your neck. And you're like, he's even looking out for the actor next to him. That's how good he is. I've learned, you know, again, I've been a buddy move with him. When I got into that buddy move with him, it was 2009. I had no idea how to act. I didn't know nothing, dog.
So you're just in there just being Joey Diaz and shit. Even
I did The Longest Shot in 2005, but it was an ensemble. This is me and somebody else. And you got to give that whole combination flavor. And he's not the funny guy. He's the straight guy. So I learned how to do that. Never in my dream that I learned about being Abbott Costello. You know, I know nothing like that, but unless you get involved. That's all I'm saying. You know, in 2 years, I hope you do become a fucking attorney. And you can still do your comedy game. You can still do your little fucking comedy game. And you can still pick up 100 here, 200 here on the fucking...
Oh, yeah.
As long, you know who to fucking fuck with on the road, and who
Oh, yeah.
give my money up front. I'll do a little contract for you and shit. And you're learning, and they're learning. People say to you, Silent, why are you doing that contract for $250? You get $500. Really? How many did you do last week?
Oh, yeah.
1. I did 3 at $250, so that means I beat you. I did 3 at $250, which made me $750, and you did 1 at $5. So who's ahead of the game? And every one of them was done differently. So I learned experience on how to do each one differently. Lee, I'm ashamed of you tonight. Look at you.
What is that?
How fucked up are you tonight?
I'm super fucked up, like I know it would be. Hello.
We got planned this weekend with your mother.
Going to dinner with
I'm
her.
very proud of you, Lee. I don't have a mother, but if I did, I'd treat mine the way you did, except taking her to Jeopardy. I'd pay the $20. And what about you should have got the mother-in-laws together, made them go to Jeopardy.
Oh,
together.
no. Paula can't. She's studying, so I can't translate.
What about the mother-in-laws? Oh, you can't translate. You don't need to translate. The
Yes, I
mother-in-laws, they hug you. They talk about how much they like to cook for you.
Oh.
How lucky are you that your mother came out to see you? Fuck.
It's great.
What are you taking her tomorrow?
Perch, the place with the French fries that you don't like.
Oh, you're taking the whole family down on the train? That's
Yeah.
right. And then what are you doing Friday with your mom?
I don't know. We'll figure Friday out. Oh, wait, no. We're having Hanukkah Friday night.
At your house?
Yeah.
And what's she cooking?
Hanukkah.
Brisket.
Oh, shit.
And then Saturday, what are we doing?
The schedule.
We can hang out. I don't
I'm taking
know.
her to Felipe's wedding.
No.
I was taking her to Felipe's wedding.
My mom can't go to a vegan Mexican wedding.
Why not?
I have to prepare her for my
Listen, let's
Mexican wedding.
slash the vegans. Let's just hang out with the Mexicans and throw some heat and speak Spanish.
I need to prepare her for my eventual half Mexican
What are
wedding.
you going to do Sunday?
Oh, fuck. What's that museum in Culver City? Museum of Tolerance?
Yeah.
That she
Where
wants
the
to go
Jews
to.
go to suffer?
The Wiesenthal Center.
I don't know.
Is that what it is?
Right there
Museum
off
of Tolerance.
Pico, right?
Yeah.
What is it about?
It's a tolerance museum. They give you the history of like the Holocaust and shit and how it started.
Why do Jews want to go see that? Why do Jews want to go see other Jews suffer? Oh, isn't it sad? Yeah, it's sad. It's done. Leave it alone. You don't see me going to Cuban museums to look at other Cubans crying and shit.
But the thing with that
Kicked in the
dude,
stomach. Who needs that face?
Wiesenthal, he actually chased like those criminals, Nazi war criminals, and brought them to justice and shit.
I love it. I love what he
Jewish
did. But why do you
superhero.
gotta go see the
Yep.
Museum of Tolerance? You
Well,
can't
Mom
go-
wants
what
to
about
go.
like fucking Nagasaki? Can't you go see a Japanese museum or see a bunch of Japanese people getting stepped on by that joke?
It's not as
You gotta go see
exciting.
your own people suffer. Only Jews go see their own people suffer. What the fuck is wrong with you people? Get together. Huh?
We like to
What's wrong
check
with
it out.
museums anyway? There's no action museum. Nobody's slipping. Why are you even there with your mom?
That's where she wants to go. My mom.
Who gives a fuck what mom wants to do? You're the Captain Kirk of the Enterprise.
Tell her it's
Go to the
closed.
fucking Santa Anita. Santa Anita open?
Oh, she would hate that.
Who cares? She wins $20. Was she gonna win 20?
She
at the
wouldn't
museum?
even put up 20 cents.
No, she don't need to. You just say, Mom, I'm gonna put 20 up for your watch, so you're gonna win some money. And you hand her $25. Watch the look on her face. I just won 25. Yes, you did, Mom. How did I do that? You bet a horse. What's the name of the horse? Fancy Green. I like this horse over here. His name is Bahama Mama. Okay, well, pick the fucking Bahama Mama. Next thing you know, they bet $10 and she wins again. Now you got a fucking hook. Then you look her in the face and you listen, you dirty bitch. What would you rather do? Go to the Museum of Tolerance and see a bunch of Jews getting thrown in an oven? Or win $20 fucking dollars? That's what you want to go see, a bunch of Jews looking up screaming as they're getting tossed into some fucking oven. I need that shit in my life. Get the fuck out of here. I don't want to go see nobody suffer no more. You know, I don't want to see nobody suffer. Who wants to, you want to kill a chicken or something? I'm all right with that. You want to step on a fly? Go be it. I'm going to go see pictures of Chinese people getting stabbed by
Fucking heads cut off and shit.
Who needs that shit?
Thank God no one can cancel us.
What are you like, cancel what? We're talking the
We're
truth.
talking about throwing Jews in ovens.
That's what, didn't Hitler do that? Well, I didn't make that up.
This is like a picture of them falling into ovens.
Yes, they do. Somebody had them on one of those dictionaries. I wouldn't look at them. He would put like butter on the sheets and then tip the oven so they slid in. I know, he did creepy shit.
My mom was gonna know you said that.
Who said that? Who?
My mom was gonna know you said
Nobody's
that.
gonna know. Jews don't listen to this. They're at home counting 20s. Fucking listen to this garbage. They're at home fucking making it happen.
Oh my goodness.
Hell yeah.
How do we get on poor Jewish people?
I
Don't
have
bother
no
me.
idea.
The Wiesenthal Center.
Oh yeah, fuck.
Reason
Museum
for every fucking step. I don't want to see that shit. Poor people suffering.
Museum of Tolerance.
I heard what they did to those poor Jews. I just hear it like in conversation with their scalps and shit. That's nothing to even talk about for me. Like, I don't want to talk. I didn't turn that oven joke as a joke. It's the truth. I don't want to see pictures of them suffering with their mouths open. I never saw that movie.
Schindler's List.
No.
It's fucked up.
No. I don't deal with that shit. It's not my bag.
Really?
Yeah, I watched 12 Hours a Slave because I was on a plane. Whatever the fuck. What is it?
12 years a
12
slave.
years a slave.
12 hours.
I was a slave.
12
12 hours.
One man as much. One shift.
Whatever the fuck he is. 12 days a slave. And the first 30 minutes, guys, I was so fucking uncomfortable.
I hate when they get whipped.
And I was on the plane. You can't jump off the window. You can't say, turn this off. And I worked it out and I made peace with myself. When I saw Amistad, I felt weird. When I saw Last Temptation of Christ, I feel weird. When I saw Apocalypto, which is a classic film, they fucked those little Mexicans up. Those new breed Mexicans. They hang out down by Alvarado. You'll see him on the side streets, just running there. Lisa,
He's
bad
funny.
motherfucker.
Hi.
Your mom coming out. My main man, Rodrigo.
Hell yeah, what's happening?
All
Everybody.
This is the time of the year. I hate this time of the
Why, Christmas time? Holidays?
No. I'm not one of those pussies. I just always think about December 12th. You know, I'm trying to write a book. And I write every day now. I try to write a story.
Yeah, what are you writing about? Your life? Or
different segments and the things I learned. But about 4 weeks ago, I was in Philadelphia. And Thursday night, a handful of these friends of mine came that were friends, but not really. Like we grew up in different paths. But we all bought coke from the same person or something. So we all knew each other. You want a cookie, Lee?
Not even a little bit.
All right, you want to smoke a half a number?
No.
And this guy, Frankie, came up to me. He goes, the last time I saw you was in a rocket ship. Which a rocket ship was under 88th Street Park. It was a kids' park.
okay.
And it was a rocket ship. And I would go there at 3 a.m. and finish the rest of my coke. I had a winter jacket that was ripped. I probably had like an 8-ball maybe. And he said I had $1,500. I had no money. Why would I be under a rocket ship if I had money? If I had $1,500, I'd be at the tip-top hotel. It was like $22 for a room for the night, you know. But I just found solace under this thing. And there was a water fountain. And every morning I woke up to kids yelling. And I would go over and they'd say, Mister, wake up. You're fucking embarrassing. And I remember one night it rained. I had to go to the second floor in the rocket ship, but that didn't fit. So I had to like sleep in a circle. You know, I was skinny then, I could fit, but just all these memories. When he told me this, I always thought about the rocket ship, but I had never written it down and I had never discussed it. But December 12th that year, I was living with this friend of mine's family, and they found out about the coke, and they asked me if I could leave. And I had no money. I had a bag of clothes, and I would ditch my clothes at my friend's house. And at night, instead of going home, I would tell my friends to drop me off on the corner, and when the car would disappear, I'd go under the rocket ship. And I'd sit under the rocket ship and snort coke and cry. And I think, but those 12 days, those were the lowest days of my life. I was right around, I was 30%, I was 70% homeless. The only thing I had on my side is I had 3 friends that let me into their house to take showers, and they'd give me clothes that belonged to their father. And I'd squeeze a 20 out of one of them, or 10, just to go to the bar. You know, just to go to the bar. Because once I had a 20 to go to the bar from there, I'll take it from there. I'm the type of dude, give me a 20 just to get to the bar. In an hour, I have $150 an 8-ball. I know who's cut the deal from that. But I need that first 20 for face. You can't go into a bar and cut a deal if you're on the tab. But if you put a 20 on the bar, like, let's see what this guy's got to say. Yeah, listen, what do you want to do? I got a guy who could be here with a grand ball. We don't need it right now. What about we give you 200 now? We'll pick it up later. All right, now you got 200 to play with all day. I got 200 to play with. They're not going to pick up their 8-ball till 8 o'clock at night. You can do 1,000 things with 200. You'll not even bring it back. You know, I mean, but those 12 days, I was subhuman. Like, I feel more guilty about those 12 days than going to prison or kidnapping Vela.
It's real low and dark.
It was just disgusting. I would wake up in the morning, I wouldn't brush my teeth. I go right to the bar. I go to a friend's, take a shower, maybe use my finger and brush my teeth that way. I go to Hashways, eat on the arm, and I go to a bar and start my bullshit story for the day. Try to get somebody to buy a gram and another gram. That's 2 grams for 200. That means I get an 8-ball. I sell another half a gram for 50. I got 50 to put in my pocket, plus a gram of blow for me for later. You follow me? That was my whole racket. But at the end of the night, I went and slept in a fucking rocket ship. I did that till the 31st. I did that till like the 30th or the 29th. And I got a hotel room and I found another pigeon and I robbed them for $2,000. I never went back. You know what I'm saying? But still, it's just, this is like, I think about the 12th and it's the 10th, so it's Friday. Friday, I'll be thinking, and you say to me like, Joey, why would you think about that? Because that's what keeps me alive today, thinking about those times. When I would get up in the morning. That's why when I get up in the morning, I do shit. Because I know just getting up in the morning and being under a fucking rocket ship and thinking about how the fuck you got there. Like, how the fuck did I get under this table? Like, are we fucking crazy? It was horrible. That's it. That's what's on my mind.
Like a savage.
You were looking at me all weird. What's up, dog?
God damn.
Not much, buddy.
You gonna go home now and see mom?
I'm gonna hope she's asleep by the time I get
It's
home.
early.
It's early bird.
No, she has to be asleep.
All right, so I'll see you at the wedding on Sunday.
Hell yeah.
Saturday.
And can we plug the podcast? What's up,
Sure.
fool?
What's up, fool?
Please listen to us. What's up, fool? Podcast on Stitcher, iTunes, and SoundCloud. And
See, Rodrigo's a level-headed one. Felipe comes in, he's yelling.
It's because I know how you are. Like sometimes we'll laugh too loud. Hey, relax. You're around white people. What the fuck are you doing?
No, relax.
Relax, bro. What the fuck is going on?
Can't be laughing loud. People knocking on the door.
So, the podcast, Felipe Esparza's podcast, and it's on iTunes, Stitcher, and SoundCloud. And we just had Emilio Rivera from Sounds of Anarchy. He was on this podcast. Emilio Rivera.
Twice.
Yeah, hell yeah, dude. Fucking right there by, he lived by Mondo originally, where I met him, up the street where Felipe lived in that little neighborhood. It was cool. So, other than that, and I'll be at the Laugh Factory in Long Beach on December 21st. Everybody, if you want to go out there, bless you. That Latino night. Benny Money.
Wow, we booked that a month in advance. I'm helping.
Bless you.
With Benny Menace.
Excuse me, people. I'm very sorry. There's an allergy in the room.
Cat hair's loose and shit. But other than that, yeah, man, fucking thank you very much for having me, man. Coco, you keep it real.
The fucking family got Lisa. I over here eating edibles. You ate an edible in the car. You don't give a fuck.
Hell yeah. Tearing that shit up.
Emilio's show ended last night. And it was a great show. People were disappointed with how it ended and whatnot. How can you end the show like that? I would have liked to see him gone on a blaze of glory and shot it out with people. But
and how did it get you? Did it fuck you up? How about the Sopranos ending? Like to contrast with that shit. Remember when that shit? Everybody complained about the ending, how it went out like that. Was it that shitty or not? Like that it was shitty, but it was like that, or it was different, uncomfortable, or
both of those endings were endings with meanings that if you watch the show, you got later on. I don't know what the meaning of the Tony Soprano one was, but I know that some people looked at it like. And this one here, he ices himself. I'm sorry, I'm spoiling it for people. But he pulls in front of a truck, and you figure out it's the same truck that drove Gemma to die. So you have to look at it as, well, who was this guy in the truck? Was he a sort of god, whatever? Because it was Michael Chiklis, who plays the truck driver. And he gives Gemma the ride to Oregon, where he comes and kills her and hunts her down. His own mother on the show, he shoots her. Which that was a bizarre ending.
Yeah, it sounds like it. Did you shoot his own mom?
Yeah, he shoots the mother, and it's a great scene. It's a very strong scene. I mean, they did a great job with the show. And it's, I told my wife today, it wasn't the best show on TV. People get mad at me, like, Joey, what the fuck? What do you mean the neighbor's pussy? It's a joke. It's about the neighbor's pussy. I'm not talking about nothing bad. It's not the best show on television by far. But it's got entertaining aspects of it. It's got a lot of bullshit aspects. If you know anything about bikers, it's too sanitized, But it's entertaining. Me and my wife like it. And the main reason why I watch it is because Emilio's on it.
Hell yeah.
I would see him and he'd ask me if I watched this show, and I'd feel embarrassed. So that's the real reason why I started to watch it. I fell in love with him, and Jimmy Smits is hard not to fall in love with. And I love Charlie Hunnam, the guy who plays Jack Teller. Yeah. I fucking love that.
Cool, badass too.
So, that's what happens. TV shows end. Am I upset about the ending? Well, who gives a fuck? Like, there was still traffic on the 405 this morning at 6:30.
That's what I'm saying.
Last time I checked, bitches.
Small potatoes.
What do you think, Lisa? Yeah, let's end this motherfucker. Let's give a shout out to the best motherfucking sponsors in the world. Let's start out with On It. Always a sale going on it. If you miss a 24-hour sale, they're going to have another spectacular sale coming soon. Let me know. If you don't know dick about On It, let me tell you what it's all about. It's about making you a better motherfucker. That's what it's about. Mentally, physically, stronger, the whole fucking thing. Spiritually. How? Because you're healthy. You're thinking on both cylinders. If you don't believe me, start with motherfucking Alpha Brain. Just start with Alpha Brain. Money back guarantee. What the hell do you have to lose? What else do you have to lose? Ugats. Nothing. And you know what? If you're not firing, if you're a little retarded, if things aren't working out for you, if you're forgetting your fucking name, try Alpha Brain. Give me a fucking break with this shit. You know what? Right now I'm at the end of a cycle, but I'm going to get back on the new year. Once I figure out what I want to do and when I write my book and shit. That's, Rogan went out to dinner. He told Lee, He eats 2 of them before his
4, and then 4 in the middle.
Before his UFC. So he eats 8 of them during the UFC. So everything's always firing. You stay sharp. Go to Onnit.com. Start with Alpha Brain. If you go to a Chinese restaurant and the pork fried rice sucks, you ain't gonna get nothing else unless you're a fucking retard.
Yeah.
Right? If the pork fried rice sucks, what else are you gonna order? Well, let's try the moochie duck. No, it's gonna suck even more. Get the fuck out of it. They don't know what they're doing. These people know what they're doing. They just paid a ton of money for clinical testing on Alpha Brain.
Yeah.
But I'm not just selling the Alpha Brain. I'm also trying to tell you to get the Shroom Tech for greater endurance and greater, what's the word we're looking for?
Durability?
No, when you fly and you don't want germs. The Shroom Tech Sport immune for your immune system. Let's say you eat somebody's asshole. You don't want to be coughing the next day. You pop 2 of those Shroom Tech immunes.
Keep that
you're fucking singing like an opera singer. Sometimes you eat pussy, you get a sore throat the next day because your throat's not familiar with the pussy germs. So you start talking weird, you end up going to the doctor. He tells you got a sore throat, but meanwhile you just ate too. Was it bad pussy? Not at all. It was just it's got germs in this, and there's always like a little yeast. It's always like a little yeast infection in the quoi, and you put it in your fucking throat, and that's what happens. Sometimes
sore throats have you gotten from eating pussy?
If you eat some good pussy from time to time. You also get those blinkers in you, those blisters in your mouth. You get these little white blisters with a little like white cum in there. I popped 80 of those. I used to eat this chick that was on not DMT, but the other shit. The Special K. What is it?
Special Molly's GHB.
No, MDM, GHB. And she used to leak this clear thing out of her pussy. I didn't give a fuck. I thought that like a fucking clam.
I don't even know I just threw shit.
Like a fucking clam.
What's the muscles?
Just like that, Lisa. All right. What are we talking about? On it. That's what I'm saying.
I forgot.
So if you bump into somebody's monkey, eat some Onnit Shroom Tech. I love Onnit. Go to joeydiaz.net or go to the Onnit page and press in.
Church.
CHURCH. And get 10% off your Onnit order. Don't fuck around. They have a Stay On It program. They deliver the stuff right to your door on a monthly motherfucking level. Who's better than Onnit? Also, a shout out to my main man, Dave Foley, who was on a very interesting podcast last week. IronDragonTV.com. If you're into classic martial arts film, Yip Man, Ip Lu, what's the name?
Ip Man series.
Ip Man series, Jet Li. If you're into all that kind of Jackie Chan, the Assassins, the Thieves, action movies. If you're into fucking smoking dope, Tai Chi, what is it?
I think it was Tai Chi.
Tai Chi, come on, you're slipping here. You're supposed to be on top. Let's get the notebook out. You're supposed to get the Chinese menu and shit. You got a bunch of class. No, I went to their webpage. It's pretty interesting.
That's tight.
No, it's very tight. The Assassin, the Thieves, Jackie Chan, 1911. They got all these tremendous movies for you. Go to Iron Dragon TV right now. I think there's 2 words. Just go to IronDragonTV.com. Save us the aggravation and press on what?
Joey,
Joey, and get 2 free movies to start off with. Just go with that. Also, 2015, when you're sitting there and your TV looks like dick, they're going to have the 4K technology, correct?
Absolutely.
Oh, and Lee went down to the office to check it out.
It was so cool.
I'm not a fucking genius about this, but I'm telling you, this Foley guy's a sharp guy. I love him. I trust him. He's got some shit coming out that's going to make your fucking head spin.
Dude, 4K looks so good.
It looks tremendous. Looks fucking tremendous. And he's going to have the technology like a fucking savage. That's why we do business with people who are on top. We don't want to do business with fucking mooks.
Bottom feeders and
VHS and shit. Iron Dragon TV right now. We spoke about Onnit. And how can we just forget the favorite underwears in the fucking world? I had them on today on the set. MeUndies.com. You want comfort? You want a nice fit? The cup holds your fucking nuts together.
Oh, yeah.
Nice and fresh. Go to MeUndies.com. Go to their page. They don't fuck around. MeUndies has a great page. They got women. They got thongs. They got the boxer shorts. They got the cup briefs. They got T-shirts. But it all starts at MeUndies.com. You're saying, Joey, why should I go there? You know why, cocksucker? Because right now, till the end of December 31st, they're giving you what? Free shipping?
And 20% off.
20% off for saying the code word.
Joey.
Joey, Joey, MeUndies.com. I swear to fucking God, they're comfortable as hell. When you're wearing them, they fucking float. I wear them with a gi at jiu-jitsu. I don't even know I have them on. And it surrounds your legs so the sweat don't go down your nutsack. Everything is controlled. You take them off later on. They don't smell. Your nuts don't smell. And that's what you want, confidence. You don't want to take your nuts on. A woman says your nuts smell like fucking garlic powder. You don't need that in your life. MeUndies.com. Start the year off with some fresh, cheaper than fucking you're going to buy at the store. And guess what? Again, they get delivered to your house. Free shipping. MeUndies.com. What's the code word they use?
Joey.
Joey. Joey. Or go to joeydiaz.net. What?
How lucky are we? What other podcast is so worried about the way people's balls smell?
I want my fucking listeners, I want people who listen to this to leave the house with confidence. I've been one of those people who leave the house 4 a.m. You don't know what your balls smell like. Some chick wants to suck your horn. Some chick wants to suck your horn, and you got no water around. You got to sit there and play guessing game. So when nobody's looking, you got to slip your hand down your pants and scrub the top of your helmet. You've ever done that? And then sniff of your helmet's got that dry piss smell to it. And that's when 2 people come along. Either me wipes,
Yeah.
From Dr. whatever his name is, or MeUndies, because the MeUndies materials pulls the moisture from your nutsack and your dick sack. Go to MeUndies.com. Why are we talking about this shit? I'm just trying to help you out. I don't want you to go to a New Year's party, bump into a freak that wants to suck your horn, and your dick smells like malaria. And you're like, Joe, my dick smelled. Why? Because you don't have MeUndies on. That's what I'm trying to say to you. And also, you want to start the year off right in a nutritious fucking state of mind. There's no snacks out there for you at the time. What, those things in the vending machine? With the shitty fucking potato chips and barbecue flavor? That shit'll fucking kill you. You understand me? I may be a fat fuck, but I don't need nothing from a vending machine. You know why? Because I got fucking naturebox.com at the house. The best. Nature, tremendous, nutritious, fat-free snacks, gluten-free. They got whatever the fuck you want. You know what they got right now? One word, free. Free. That's how much they believe in their fucking product. We're not asking you for dick up front. All we're asking you is to go to the box and press in Joey Diaz. You're going to get 4
just Joey.
Joey, you're going to get 4 little bags and 1 big bag of nutritious, healthy snacks like chocolate bonbons, cocoa almonds, the rice, the blackened, the pepper and salt, lentil beans. You're going to get some shit that's going to blow your fucking mind. Their menu grows on a motherfucking daily. Tell them, we don't just sit there like a fucking zombie like they threw you off of the set of Breaking Bad. I'm talking to you from the heart here. Go to naturesbox.com. It's going to blow your mind. And you know what? I'm not looking for dick. I'm looking to tell you it's free. Right now to the 31st of the month. Free. Absolutely free. What do you press in the box?
Joey.
No credit card required. You give me your address. Within 5 days, you have healthy, delicious snacks delivered right to your fucking door. Who's better than you? You know what that means? You don't have to leave the house.
Oh, the best.
And they have resealable bags. They are delicious.
But you won't need to reseal them.
No, once I open them, they go down.
Yeah, they're gone.
I'm opening up a gram of blow. You know what I'm saying? It's like getting your dick sucked. You don't get a half a blow
Is that
job.
bomb?
No. You shoot that
so
fucking.
good.
You shoot that load in that helmet until the wig twists. Same thing. That's what Nature Box offers for you. I love you guys. Thank you very much. Don't forget, next Wednesday I'm at the Long Beach Improv with Dean Delray doing a rock and roll live fucking podcast. And then myself and Lee will be at the Ice House, Pasadena, New Year's Eve, January 31st, the 8 o'clock show. Which means you'll be out there by 10:15. Doing whatever the fuck you want to do. You're not stuck at some show. Let's count backwards. Why? You've heard it 1,000 times. You walk Sesame Street. Go home, fuck her in the ass, get some champagne, pour some champagne on her pussy, and suck it like a savage. That's what real gangsters do on New Year's Eve. They're not jumping up and down. Look at me. Get the fuck out of here. Go home, you fuck.
2 things.
What?
It's the Long Beach Laugh Factory, you know, the improv. Second.
Long Beach Laugh Factory. Next Wednesday, December 17th, 8 o'clock, we'll be over there rocking the house. What else, Lee?
And December 31st is the New Year's Eve.
New Year's Eve at Pasadena. The church making it big.
Yeah.
Saturday, we got Felipe's wedding. We'll report on the vegan dishes. We'll report on the menus to you motherfuckers. Anybody gets thrown off the balcony. And besides that, I love you guys. Thank you very much for listening to be a part of the church tonight. Stay black and stay healthy.
Oh yeah, hit me up on Twitter and Instagram, Rodrigo Torres Jr. Jr. And also, that's it, man. Thank you very much. You guys have a good time, man. Fucking peace out.
I have a new hummus t-shirt at leastside.com if you want to check it out. Now that the show's over, don't forget to go to naturebox.com and sign up to get your free. What the fuck?
That shit got you?
I don't know. He's straight as a judge.
I don't know.
He's not high at all.
Alright.
He ain't heavy. He's my brother. Who wants another cookie?
No, I'm not. I'm just gonna play something.
No. Oh, you'll be fucked up on the way home.
No, the show's over. Don't forget to go to naturebox.com and sign up to get your free sample box. naturebox.com/Joey. That's naturebox.com/Joey. What do you do? Oh, they're not gonna like this. MeUndies.com/Joey. Get 20% off your first order of men's and women's underwear. And here you're gonna get
What the fuck's he saying? Maybe not.
you're gonna get 20% off your first order and free shipping in the United States and Canada. Go to onnit.com, use code church to get 10% off any of their great supplements like Apple Brain and New Mood. And go to IamDragonTV.com and use code Joey to get 2 free rentals.
Old school it tonight. Fuck the guest. Pooh, you cocksucker. We're going straight up tonight. Old school. Check in with you guys. It's been a while. We've had a lot of great guests from Sarah Tiana to Rich Franklin to Joe Rogan to Gabriel to Ralphie.
You're going way back.
Motherfuckers.
Do you see what Gabriel's doing?
What's
Like
he
a
doing?
week in one theater in Chicago did like 20,000 seats.
Oh, please. He
this week?
fucking kills America. Then he comes here. He does 3 nights somewhere in Anaheim. And then 2 nights. Then he's off for fucking New Year's and it's over. If I get out of work early tomorrow, we'll go to his Christmas party. If I get out of work early. I don't know what time I got. It's supposed to rain here in LA. If you guys don't know, when it rains in LA, everything goes fucking kabang. So if you got to leave for work and be there at 8, you usually leave at 7. You got to leave at like 5:45 tomorrow. I wish I was lying to you fucking guys. It's a sad truth. They fall the fuck apart. When you live in Colorado and it snows, it's amazing how it didn't affect them at all. Like snow was just another day for those people. Like it snowed a foot. People are still on time at work. You know, when you live in New York, when I lived in New York back in the 80s and it would snow, the city would shut down. This is a huge metropolitan city with so many things available to it. Excuse me, the city would shut down. Then a small town like Aspen, Colorado, it snows a foot and it's gone in 2 fucking hours.
My mom calls me a wimp now. She called me a wimp the whole week because I said it was like cold, it was chilly, it was like 55 degrees. And she's coming from Boston. She's like, you're such a wimp now.
Oh no, it was cold in the fucking mornings. Listen, you're talking to a guy that used to fucking bathe in this 40 degrees. Now, I get out of the shower and I yell at my wife when I'm putting the heat on. Like, take the fuck. She puts it on for a little while and she turns it off because it gets too hot in here too quick. But if you turn it off, when I come out of the shower, it's freezing. I like opening the door and that bust of heat hits you and it dries you off. The last couple spots you haven't, fucking dried off. But it gets, you're not used to the weather. You're not used to the cold weather no more. But last week we had rain Friday.
We were wearing a few days last week.
But last week, the big storm was Friday. And that was the day, for some reason, I didn't have to be at work till 7. But I got up like at 4:30. Because in my sleep, I was worried about the rain. And
yeah.
They said they're going to call work for the movie the next day. And they pushed it back, but we still worked and they cleared up. But they were scaring fucking white people. Scaring them. Don't go to work. The 91 is backed up. You know how long it took me to get to Simi Valley? 20 fucking minutes.
Yeah.
With the rain. I got the Subaru. I kicked that motherfucker where it's always 4-wheel drive. And if it hits a puddle, the other tire picks it up. That's how the Subaru engineering works. It just picks it up where a tire, if it hydroplanes or something. I got to the fucking set in 20 minutes. I couldn't believe it. They were scaring fucking Gentiles to death on TV.
We don't think we talked about it. Why did you decide not to get like a Cadillac?
I've never been big. I don't like how in LA everybody judges you by your car.
Yeah.
It really bothers the fuck out of me.
I was telling my mom a lot of people here have like Porsches and
BMW
and studio apartments.
Everybody has a Series 3 BMW here.
Yeah.
If you see anybody in the industry, junior agent, and then as they get there for a while, they get a 5 Series. Listen, I'm not here to impress anybody. I'm here to impress myself. I like the Subaru. I like feeling safe. I like knowing that if it rains, a Cadillac's a great car and whatever, but I can't pay $300 to $400 a month and not sleep at night if something does break down. I've always had great success with Subarus and Toyotas. Why would I want to change it now at this point?
Yeah.
If I start making an abundance of fucking money, yeah, my second car would be a Cadillac or something. But then I gotta have a family, so I can't be selfish. It'd have to be like, you know what I'm saying. I just
Plus, with your daughter, you don't want to have like messes in the back of a Cadillac, I guess.
Listen, she can do whatever the fuck she wants. As long as I pay for the car, it's my fucking car, you know. And they're gonna throw apples on. Kids are gonna be kids.
Yeah.
I went to the park Saturday, and there was a soccer thing going on, a soccer camp, and it was kids her age, a little older. Some kids knew what the fuck was going on. The other kids would just do butts. They were just there out in the sun, walking around, half fucked up. There was a camp for like 2-year-olds and one for like 4-year-olds. And I'm walking around, I'm watching those 2-year-olds because I could see if I could put her in here, and my wife and her are battling. I'm like, what's going on? She goes, she wants to go down. I go, don't let her fucking go down there. I go, you're going to sit there and battle with them. You got to pick your battles with these kids. She's going to run down there anyway. She's going to walk around, touch the net, touch the ball, and then she's going to walk away from those kids. No, she's not. I picked her up, walked her down. That's exactly what she did. She kicked the ball. She saw 20 kids. She looked around. She goes, I don't need this shit. I don't live by myself. She walked away. But we signed her up.
Oh, that's cool.
She's going next Saturday, 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
Even though she might not like it, she'll like it. It's kicking the ball. It's running around, falling in leaves. They got 2 coaches there. They coach you. They tell you what to do. You know, she's mingling. This is what they're supposed to do so they grow up with fucking social skills. You know, you got to wonder all this shit. They talk about cops and all this. You know, when I was growing up, cops were more involved with you in the next neighborhood. There was the same cop patrolling the same neighborhood. He got to know you. If something went on, he came and saw you. You talked to him. He asked you questions. And now you have all these complaints of cops and aggressive behavior, you know, towards
Excessive force, yeah.
excessive force, whatever the fuck they want to call it. And it's because maybe they don't have the right social skills. We do live in a computer generation.
Yeah.
We're very computer generated. When I used to dealing with people, we leave the house scared. If you watch the news, everybody is fucking fearful. You know, one good thing about the church, I was thinking about this. When I first got into the church, when I got into Beauty and the Beast or the church, it wasn't to expose Bigfoot. It wasn't to expose steroids. It wasn't to expose Hollywood people that are gay. It wasn't to expose anything. It was to expose life's bullshit that we get fed, and either you believe it or you fucking don't and move on, you know? And
do you get nervous, though? Because I went to the movies with my mom today, and for a second, when they were doing that thing, like if you see any suspicious people, tell somebody, for a second, I was like, what would I do if a gunman came in here? I'm here with my mom. When I'm by myself, I don't really worry about it. But, like, do you worry about it now when you're going out with Mercy and stuff?
I worry about everything and everything. and you'd be an asshole if you would. You'd be an asshole if you would. Every day you go on Twitter and there's an explosion somewhere, 14 people got killed.
That guy in Australia.
The guy in Australia. Every fucking day, people. You get up every morning, and if you have a half a heartbeat and you weren't an asshole like I am, that we actually look at that shit to start your morning. We actually look at that shit to start your morning. Because I do. I'm guilty of it. All right, I won't put the fucking news on, and I won't hear it visually. But when I'm streaming on Google or whatever the fuck my first page is, Yahoo, you see what happens. You know, 14 children get killed in Africa. Whatever the fuck, you know. And it stays with you throughout the day. I'm not the type of guy that would blame police officers for anything. I know what life is on both sides of the shield. I've seen cops that are stressed out, and I've seen people that are stressed out that just have a bad day. I know one thing about life, Lee. People have bad days. You know, there's a guy, did you see that he killed his wife, put her in the trunk of the car, and then took the 3 kids?
Oh, Jesus,
and
no.
They showed his picture. He's all cracked up and shit. I mean, I don't know a bad day for that. I know that there's bad days that people just leave the house and they have a weapon, and they get out of a car and the cops, you know. There's bad days.
Did you ever fight with the cops? I know you dealt with them a few times, but no?
I couldn't file a complaint against a police officer because every time I've had contact with a police officer, I've always pretty much been a gentleman. When I was a kid, I got hit one time by a cop with a stick in a big melee. I was a young kid, like maybe in the 7th grade.
Really? I never heard
It was
of
the night that we felt up that chick's titties and shit after that basketball game. There was a fight first on the thing. And a cop hit me, and I didn't know who it was. And wasn't mad at him. I could have been an asshole and made a big drama because I always thought from his side of the fucking thing. This is a guy that's just telling us to go and you get hit with a stick. But I've never been ever assaulted before. I've always had good relationships with cops. Like when they've arrested me, I've been cool because they're just doing your job. All your job is to shut your fucking mouth and don't argue with them and don't tell them that this is what really happened. Don't say a fucking word. That's the best thing you can do. Yes, no, thank you. The handcuffs hurt. They don't fucking hurt. But for me to sit here and say pig suck and all that, I can't be that type of guy. I never have been. They did a job when they arrested me. They did the best job they could. I can't lie to you. I've never really had.
Yeah. Because I go back and forth sometimes. Like, should I be protesting? I don't know. Like, is this an important thing to be doing? But I
Have you ever protested before?
No. I just.
What are you gonna do? You're gonna get a stick with a fucking sign and walk down there?
You would kill me if you saw me with a stick.
I lived in Boulder, and I saw protesters from the CIA would come to town, and they'd come to recruit on campus. I don't know if they recruited or they took applications or they spoke to applicants or whatever the fuck. And there was always little wars on there. And these kids would go down there. And then I figured out who these kids were that, you know, they were trust fund kids that just wanted to get some form of attention. And I got it, you know, and unless you really believe, look, like it's not that I don't like protesters and what they stand for. Is I think that sometimes people are down there protesting and they don't even know what they're protesting for.
Right.
They're just protesting to make friends. It was like that thing I always made fun of, that thing that happened downtown years ago.
Some of Wall Street, something.
Yeah, the people who were going to shut down the corporation, but meanwhile they're calling their mommies on the iPhone. You know, she's making video and sending tweets out. You're not shutting nobody down. This is what a complete shutdown is, throwing all that shit away. You can't stand online on Apple for your fucking phone and all that.
Yeah.
But you went on to something very interesting. That was the cop thing. No, I always knew they had a job. When I was a kid, I was exposed to cops that came and once a week got an envelope. And that was whether it was the bookie place in the Bronx. For a long time, when I went to Catholic school on Saturdays, I helped out this other bookie, Chael. And they always had a relationship with cops. And it was a known thing. Now, listen, I'm going to do this for business. Nobody's getting hurt. Nobody's getting bitch slapped. We're not selling drugs here. Here's an envelope just to make sure everybody knows we're on the legit side. Some people would judge me and say that's wrong. You could never pay.
So that's not from the movies. Like, they would actually do that. They'd actually have cops. Do you consider them dirty cops?
Well, there's fucking jerk-offs and there's gentlemen. And that's in every fucking business.
Yeah. There's
jerk-offs and there's gentlemen. There's guys that come in and go, Lee, how you doing? My name is Detective whatever. This is great that you have a new bar here and everything's fine here, but from 12 to 5, a kid works here, Joey Diaz. He's a known felon. Well, he takes book here. And I know that if somebody wants to get a gun or maybe a kilo of coke, he could arrange it for him. We could shut you down right now. I could call the ABC and shut you down for employing this guy. But I'm not going to do that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to send somebody in here once a week and you're going to give them an envelope. Let's say, what do you pull out of here a week? Let's say in real life, Lee, you pull out 13,000. They're going to say 10,000. And you're going to go, okay, all right, he got me. Every week we want 400 a week. All right, that's one cop who comes in, shakes you down. This is the old days. I don't know what happens today. This is when my mother had the bar. You're never going to see that guy again.
Okay.
Every week a patrol guy is going to come in.
So let's say that guy came in.
Now, then there's going to be, that's a sheriff.
Okay.
Then a city cop's going to come in.
Oh, no.
And he's going to want 200. And you're going to agree to that. Because if your alarm goes off, they're going to be there. If you shoot somebody in the bar, they're going to be there and clean it up first. What happened here? This guy pulled the gun. Lee, you sure? Yeah. Put a fake gun in his hand. Boom, call the cops. You paid. Now what's going to happen is, but every once in a while those guys go, they retire, and you get a young guy who thinks he's slick. And he'll come in one night and throw a beat on Lee. And then say how he wants this much money. And then come in there once a month, get a couple drinks on the house, embarrass my mom, and embarrass the customers. What the fuck do you do? You go to the other guys and you talk to him and you move him. You got cops like that. In the 60s and 70s, something would always happen with those fucking cops.
Really?
Yeah, when I was a kid, something would always happen with those cops because you had people that just wanted to do business. And they wanted to keep it low key. They just wanted to put their kids through college. And they'd help you out. They really did help you out. Like I said, if somebody broke your glass, they were there first. You'd have somebody that had bought up your glass. If your alarm went off and some hunk down the corner's alarm went off, they came to your alarm. Some people at home disagreeing with me now. But I'm telling you what I saw as a young man, where the etiquette was in the 60s and the 70s.
Did you ever see like a business say no? Or did your mom ever?
I know that there were some businesses that probably said no. I don't know what happened to them, whatever. I know that also if the ABC was out checking IDs or whatever, these city cops came in and told you their schedule. Also, if the DEA was in town shaking down Spanish bars, these city cops told you your schedule. When the DEA comes to town, they have to stay at a hotel. They don't stay they stay at a fancy hotel and they put it under the DEA credit card. People at the hotel that work at the hotel get the word out. The DEA is in town. That's it. Everybody knows to close up shop, to slow down a little bit. These cops would help you out. So if somebody was watching your bar, they'd tell you. Somebody's watching your bar. This is full-time coverage. I don't know how it is now. There's drugs involved. There's crack involved. There's weapons involved. I don't know. I really don't know. I'm away from that.
I don't know how to think because in movies those cops are always like the bad cops, always crooked, but the way you describe it, cops don't make that much money, and
everybody in life gets jaded at their job.
Yeah.
Some people are listening to this right now going, Joey, we want you to hear the other side of this. No matter what type of job you do, you're a working fucking stiff till the end. I'm a working stiff. Lee would have been a working stiff as an editor. You know, you would have got promoted finally as an editor, and you're still 28. And when do you retire?
65.
So unless you open up your own business, you're a fucking working stiff.
40 years, yeah.
So for 40 years, you're a working stiff, okay? Now, I don't know if this becomes the same for cops. I'm going to break it down for you guys and everybody here at some point at 38 goes, what the fuck am I doing? I just saw a bill by mistake. They pay me $15 an hour. They charge $55 for me. And I'm only getting $15. And yet, $15 goes to insurance and state taxes. But they're still getting $25 from me for labor-wise. I'm making $15 an hour. And this is what I'll do till I'm fucking 65. You know, whatever. Everybody gets jaded at their work. Somebody gets a promotion. You find out some idiot makes more than you. You know, my wife is a fucking hard worker. My wife doesn't believe in theft. When she was a waitress, you know, she didn't want to work at the store no more. Then she went to fucking Starbucks. I would talk to my wife. My wife is such a Gentile. She doesn't believe in theft. Everything is by the fucking penny. You know, the other day she found that the chiropractor clipped us for $65. She goes, I read somewhere that all medical bills are off. They're all wrong. You should go through them. I was off of my insurance. She went through all my bills, found out that I was over. Called my insurance, got my insurance bumped to level 1. My wife is a fucking hawk when it comes to this. She worked. Boom, she got pregnant one day. 10 years on the job. They paid for her pregnancy. She wasn't doing nothing. She fucking was a Slim Jim Magoo. That bitch cried for a week, but she went to work after 8 weeks. She went to work and she drove home with her tits leaking, you know, from the milk, and she'd feed Mercy. And, you know, I would see the anguish in her face, and I pleaded with her to quit. She told me she couldn't quit. And about 3 weeks later, she came home one day and she said that they gave her a raise. They gave her like a 1.3% raise. And she was never so embarrassed in her life that she's outworked 3 of the fucking people. And then they took the girl that's the baby's godmother, and she had been there for 10, 12 years, 15 years. And instead of hiring her, they got somebody from the outside. And she started thinking about how, you know, these people really don't give a fuck. That's why I got into comedy and blah, blah, blah. And I was very smart, and that was part of it. I was jaded. I didn't want to work for people no more. I was sick and tired. I didn't want to be there 9 to fucking 5, you know? And I saw my wife get jaded, and she goes, I'm quitting. And she didn't do it for like 2 months, and then she started going back part-time. After 3 days, she came home, and she goes, I can't do it no more. I hate those fucking people. Same thing happens when you're a cop. Same thing happens when you truly believe in your heart that you're helping people. You really believe in your heart that you're helping people. And all of a sudden, you help somebody, you call an ambulance, and they get up and try to shoot you. You go to these houses, these people don't give a fuck about you because you're a cop. You're always the enemy, no matter what they tell you. I grew up believing in police officers. I really did. I grew up believing, and I still do.
Even as a criminal,
Even as a criminal, I still believe in police officers. I still believe that they do good. But then again, you're going to get guys that are jaded. Then since they work long hours, they get jaded in their personal lives. Their wives leave them. You know, most of these cops have a few marriages. They get drunk. They don't tell. I can't come home and tell you. I come home at night. What'd you do today? I shot a movie with Dean King. What'd you guys do? Oh, today's, we got chased by a dog. We ran up the stairs and chased the dog. And then we ran down and they chased us. And there's another scene where he puts a string out and we both jump over and we both fall. I can't tell my wife that I saved the kid in the dumpster today. And the kid was half burnt. And this is, and also I tend to do drugs. Also, I arrest somebody one day and they had 3 baggies of meth, but I only turn in 2 of them. And I do a little bit of it. You know, God knows what an officer's mind is thinking.
Yeah.
I'm not sticking up for the guy who shot the 12-year-old in Cleveland.
No.
I'm not sticking up for Hands Up. I'm not sticking up for Ferguson. I'm just telling you that before we accuse, we have to think of both sides about it. And I hate to get into these conversations because there'll always be critics of this, but it's true.
Yeah.
It's fucking true. I was on both sides and I was very lucky. I never drew on a cop.
You ever take a gun out?
I was never that fucking crazy.
Right.
I didn't have that much of a death wish. For years I thought I did, but I really didn't. And a lot of fucked up shit could happen. I drive home on the 10. I drive home on the 101, Lee. So do you. How many times you go to fucking Compton? You're a white kid in Compton, right? For a year, you drove to fucking a bad neighborhood. You're coming home one night, they say, pull this guy over. He's here for drug activity.
Yeah.
They pull you out of a fucking car. Where's the drugs? I'm not here for drugs. They smack you. When you go home, how are you going to feel about the cops?
Yeah, you're going to hate them.
You're going to still believe, not hate them, but you're going to believe in them anymore? Are you ever going to down? You know, it's just, we get jaded in so many different fucking levels, buddy.
Yeah.
So
I just had a cousin who had to quit being a social worker because he'd done it for like 2 years and he was just like, I can't do it anymore. Every week there's a new kid who git was terrible.
I mean, all you could do is live your life the right way.
Yeah.
And pray to God you never get accused of something wrongly. Pray to God you're not at the wrong place at the wrong fucking time.
Right.
You know?
So how's the movie going, by the way?
The movie is... First off, I didn't want to do this fucking movie. I had the worst attitude about it. Because what they do is they do SAG low-budget movies. They give you a little taste of the back end. And you get limited visibility. You go on ABC Family or Ion or something like that, you know. The first one, I gave my blood on this. I fell down. That was the beginnings of my pains when I started hurting my knee and shit. First one, if you watch it, I'm 400 pounds.
Oh, no.
Easy. And I'm falling on the floor. I'm running upstairs. And then like the second and third one, you know, we were talking about something the other day. I don't like doing a lot of shit. Once I do it a few times, I move on, you know, and I always thought I wanted to move on from this. When they called this time, I had a date in Chicago, but I had another movie that had called. And they ended up pushing that back till March or something. So I got stuck with this, you know. I didn't want to do it, and they were fucked. They've been great the whole time. One day, the air conditioning broke on the trailer the second day. But besides that, this is what I do, Lee. And I enjoy breaking my year up. I'm very fortunate that I don't have to go on the road every week and I carry my fucking luggage and be in Philly right now, you know, or be in some place that's going to get snow and get caught there on Sunday. I've worked for that, you know, and I like that. I get lucky from time to time and somebody calls me and for a week, I just avoid doing stand-up. I don't even think about it.
You don't miss it?
No, I went on stage Saturday night.
Oh, okay.
But I didn't have to. Sure, I miss it. But it's great to know I don't have to do it.
Mm-hmm.
That for a week I could just go home and go to sleep and just do this movie.
Do you think maybe your stand-up would get better from like taking a little bit of time off?
Everything needs a week off.
Yeah.
Everything always could use a week off from time to time. I'm not saying all the fucking time, but everything. You know, I got on stage Friday night in Vegas. Saturday I went to the fights. I started the movie Monday, so I didn't get on stage all week till Saturday. And my set was a disaster Saturday night.
What happened?
At the Long Beach. It just wasn't. I just wasn't. I caught on a little bit, and I threw some heat at them, but I had lost them, and that was it. But I enjoyed doing it. This week I'm at the store tomorrow night, probably.
Okay.
I'm at the store Thursday night. Wednesday we're at the Laugh Factory. Saturday I'm at the store. So no, I like doing everything. I like that. We were talking about doing the podcast 5 days a week.
Yeah.
It's the law of diminishing returns for me.
I don't think it'd be good.
Because I think after 6 weeks, I would start to diminish. First of all, by Thursday, the podcast would go off a little bit. Friday, we'd just be fucking calling through the shots. And I think that after 6 weeks of doing it 5 days a week, I think even Mondays would start being pitiful. That's why I've never attempted, and I wouldn't want to. If somebody came at us and threw us a bunch of money and said, do it 5 days a week, I'd have to get some other help or another writer. I know that I could only fulfill 2 days of that. I don't want to talk any more than that. I really don't want to go 2.5 hours, 3 hours than that. So it's the law of diminishing returns of everything, especially for me. I know that. We could do 2 regular ones and a sport one and call it something else. I'd rather just do it the way we're doing it. I have a good time.
I end up missing it. Like Saturday?
Sure. That's why I called you for yesterday. I was a little high last night.
You were very high last night.
Oh, my God.
And I couldn't even tell you hit it well.
It was just one of all right, so Saturday, I worked Saturday. I was supposed to go to Felipe's wedding for you people asking. I never made the fucking wedding. I heard the wedding was spectacular.
You get leftover vegan food?
No.
Tupperware vegan cake?
We got that rain Friday, so it pushed us back. So we only got to shoot 2 scenes, but we needed the scene because we had this one mall only till Saturday morning. So we had to shoot that. I didn't get out of work till maybe 7:40 on Saturday night. I didn't get home till 8:15. By that time, the baby was in the bathtub. My wife already had her pajamas on. I felt bad for my wife. I felt bad for 2 people in this. I felt really bad for my wife because she really wanted to go as a couple, and I felt bad for Felipe. I'm kind of embarrassed. I called Felipe Friday, and I told him that we got to work. I got him this French press coffee machine that he wanted. But I felt really bad, but I wish him the best, him and Lisa.
Yeah.
The best, their fucking family. Felipe's done a lot for me in the last 15 years.
Yeah, so what happened with the Auntie Dolores?
All right, so I did that, right? Now, we got the Auntie Dolores package about a week ago, and everything has been yummy for your tummy. Everything. Those fucking cocoa chips were some of the strongest shit I eat.
Well, the 30 each.
I was high from Sunday night to Wednesday morning last week. I wish I was lying to you.
Oh, you didn't have it just once. You had it a few times.
I just kept eating them. There were little circles of death. They were hard cocoa, vegan, gluten-free, just fucked you up. They were 30 milligrams, but they just fucked you up, people. Lee ate 3 of them the first night.
Yeah.
And he left here, his eyeballs were spinning in his fucking head. They were tremendous. I ate them till Sunday, and I must have ate Sunday night. I can't lie to you people. I must have ate 10 of those fucking things.
And what time period?
3 hours, 4 hours. I just was popping them. I thought they were 10 milligrams a piece. I thought they were 10 milligrams a fucking piece. And next thing you know, I look at the bag the next morning.
Yeah, you took a picture of it.
And I felt bad. I go, Lee ate fucking 3 of these. Ooh. He must have been on fucking fire. And
yes, I was.
So, all right. So I ate them till Wednesday. And Wednesday, I said, let me give him a breather. I think Tuesday, I popped a Cheaper Chew and like 4 of those fucking things. I was blasted on that film site. Blasted, giggling to myself, talking to the dog on the set. I tell you what, I didn't fuck up the craft service though.
No?
Every day, let me tell you, my only cheat is
what?
1 piece of Twizzlers licorice.
That's it? That's not even that bad.
No ice cream, no pudding, no nothing. I eat the chicken.
Okay.
Today I had the pasta with no meat and the salad.
That's nice.
You gotta try. If not, you're a fucking animal. It's not the best craft service anyway.
Right.
I've seen some craft services.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Lobster and Spider-Man 2.
Spider-Man 2. If it was between Spider-Man 2 and The Longest Yard, it'd be close.
Yeah.
Spider-Man 2 had 3 conference tables of snacks. Do you understand? Like 3 conference tables. Like one table just cold cuts, every type of bread, peanut butter and jelly, mayonnaise, mustard, and there was a chick just stocking cold cuts, roast beef, Swiss cheese, ham, salami, all different types of salami. There was one table with smoothies, and there was one table with chips, chocolate, you name it.
Yeah.
This shit was crazy. They had a bucket with gallons of juice, and I would steal the pomegranate juice and put it in my bag and go to my trailer and come back and drink all the pomegranate juice on the table and mingle. Hi, how are you? Because 15 years ago, 10 years ago, pomegranate juice was before coconut water.
Fuck yeah.
Pomegranate juice
delicious.
was huge. It's huge. And I used to fucking drink it, but I was paying like $3 for a container for like 10 ounces. Also, I get the Spider-Man 2, and they got the gallon now. They got the half gallon.
I don't think I've even seen the gallon.
I was half gallon. I'm sorry.
Half gallon.
I was clipping those things. I could see the lady was like sweating. Who the fuck is taking my pomegranate juice? Fuck
That's
it.
hysterical. I found out something new you don't like. Why don't you like lamb? Lamb is delicious.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
My mom made lamb, and he was like, "Oh, you can have lamb concept."
Oh, Jesus Christ.
That's delicious.
Lamb, goat, all that shit. There's only one thing I've ever eaten that I enjoyed, but I felt so guilty I never ate it again.
Veal.
Veal scallopini.
I love veal too.
My main man, the devil, Mike Kessler,
Yeah.
Boulder, that motherfucker used to whip up some veal scallopini, paper thin.
What's scallopini? I know.
I have no fucking idea. I don't even ask. It's veal. I never want to eat it again. Somebody asked me why I ate it. I didn't know what it was. I won't eat it again. I'm sorry, people.
I like veal. I like lamb too.
Lamb is always gamey. There's only one nationality that throws down the lamb.
So,
The Greeks.
okay. How you see like gyros?
No. Well, gyros too. When I was on the run.
What?
When I was on the run in 82, when I did that jewelry store.
Oh, you went to Florida.
When I went to Florida, the family was Greek. The mother was really fucking Greek. And she'd take lamb and cut it into little cubes.
Okay.
And she'd put it in a tub and marinate it for 3 fucking days. Then she'd take that lamb and put it on a barbecue grill and burn them like a kebab burn them. At least I had. Your little asshole would pucker up and make noises.
It already is.
Whoa. I would make noises, and she'd make this tzatziki sauce or something.
Yeah.
And you'd dip the lamb in there. It tasted like pot roast. It was just delicious, juicy. The reason why it wasn't gamey is because she marinated it for 3 days.
Okay.
Do you follow me? The marination process was so delicious and so, young. But it's 3 days to take that gaminess away. Once I taste the game, it's lights out for me. I can't do it. I get sick just fucking thinking about it.
So you're not like a buffalo?
No, you'll never
deer.
see me an ostrich, deer, venison, nothing.
I've heard venison's good.
I heard it too. That's great. Eat it, fart, you fucking
That's great.
stinky venison fart somewhere the fuck else. I don't want to smell that shit in any snake or form. I've had cat's brains.
Yeah.
Cecil. Deep fried like a chicken cutlet.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, my mother would cut brain thin and then dip it in egg batter and breadcrumbs and deep
Dude,
fry
freak you
it.
out seeing it?
I would see it.
The weirdest thing I've ever had is chicken hearts.
What'd you have it with?
It was like a grilled plate in Israel. I only had one because my
What
friend
did it
got
taste like?
Nothing too intense. I don't remember.
Nothing
wasn't
disgusting?
No, it wasn't disgusting. But I don't do oysters because they wriggle. I don't like it. I don't know. It feels like a bugger.
I'll do clams. We had some clams at what's the name of the joint you used to work at?
Legal Seafood.
Legal Seafood. Somebody was asking somebody else there. I'm going to Boston. Where's the best chow? And somebody says, I gotta tell you, it's touristy, but I gotta go down with Legal Seafood.
Fuck yeah.
And I thought so also. I like clams.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like
On the half shell?
oysters. Yeah, clams on the half shell with a little Tabasco, a little horseradish.
Yeah.
And a mug of fucking Heineken on tap with a frozen glass. Who's gonna stop you? That's a big dick right there. You just fucking show up with a big dick and start sucking those fucking clams. It's tremendous. You just inhale them with some crackers and shit and some beer. There's nothing better than that.
That's your favorite?
Yeah, I like clams on a ham shell, a little fried calamari. a couple of shrimp cocktails like a motherfucker.
Love shrimp cocktails.
Maybe a stuffed clam, like a clam with oregano.
Okay.
When I was a kid, there was a place in North Bergen on Tully Avenue. I used to have. I've never had them good again. I can't lie to you. People try to make like stuffed clams. They buy them from a supermarket and they put them in the oven and they burn them and they come with like that fucking shell from some polluted fucking ocean. They get like different sizes of the shells and they stuff that shit in there and they cook them. That's disgusting. With breadcrumbs, that shit, I'm over that shit. But there's some restaurants you go to that they get the clam and they put a little bacon on top, a little piece of garlic, and they bake it in the oven, and you eat it just like that. It's fucking deliciously. I love all that stuff. You know I love all that stuff. A lot of people get pissed at me like, you haven't losing no weight. Lee's losing weight. You know what? I'm trying to fucking lose weight. Yeah. Next Monday, I'm going to a dietitian.
Oh, that's cool.
Do like my insurance. Yeah, nutritionist.
Oh, that's cool.
I'm going to go see what the problem is here.
You know what, man?
And I've been sticking to that fucking health plan.
My fitness pal. Yeah,
my fitness plan is great. I'm up to 103 consecutive fucking days.
I just messed mine up. I didn't do it for a day, but I forgot. I don't know. I think it was like
they send you an email.
I know.
They sent me the other day. Happened to me when I was shooting this movie.
Yeah.
I ate breakfast and left.
The issue is like my mom was making stuff, so I didn't know what to put in. But when I went to Vegas that last weekend, that's really hard. Even when you try to eat healthy on the road, it's not as easy when you're at home. Like,
well,
that must be the hardest part.
Listen, you wake up for breakfast. Okay, for breakfast I went down and I had the 2 eggs with wheat toast, bacon, and fruit.
Yeah.
Okay, I had 3 slices of thin bacon.
It's probably 500 calories. Yeah.
Which you put in the thing. I didn't eat the potatoes. No potatoes. I ate 1 piece of wheat toast instead of 2.
Yeah.
And I had both eggs. Okay, just the egg yolks, you know what I mean? Whatever it is, 60 an egg. That doesn't kill you. You drink it with water and you go up to your room. No juice, because the juice gives you extra fucking calories. Correct or not correct?
I would imagine.
For lunch, I don't know what I had, but you could always go down and get some type of salad.
Yeah.
Whatever you throw into my fitness ain't going to give you the right amount because those salads taste good because they put butter in those fucking things or something.
Yeah.
You know, when you make a salad at home, it tastes like ass. When you go out and have a salad, it tastes like fucking something from another planet.
Oh, that Caesar salad we had was great.
It's delicious. Oh, yeah. It was delicious. You know, I had the chicken. If you see, I was trying.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have the steak at night. You know, it's not like I'm not trying here. I had the roasted chicken, which...
Is it a lot harder being a little bit older, like being 50? I was thinking about that today.
People always goof on you when you're a kid. They go, oh, wait till you get older and you giggle. I'll never be fat. Let me fucking tell you, it just slows down.
Yeah.
And you go on the treadmill, and you. I'm really enjoying the bicycle. I went on the bicycle Saturday, and I did the 45-minute package, and I burned like 400 calories.
That's good.
And my knees felt great. And then Sunday I went down to Hegan's, and I rolled around with Dave for a while. We did a couple things, but I've never, ever believed in paying a personal trainer.
It's a lot of money.
I didn't really like it. I learned how to lift as a kid, and it works for me. I go online, and I read, and I look at YouTube videos, and I make a survey of what you want to do. With the kettlebells, I went over to that school because I didn't want to get hurt. You always want to learn the proper form from somebody who knows. If not, I would have gone online like most people, but I knew if you get hurt, there's no coming back at this age. Why fuck around? At 50, I hurt my back. I'm done. Yeah. You know, so I said, no, let me go to Dave. So Dave was like a class atmosphere. When I started jiu-jitsu, there was weeks that I would miss stuff, and I would pay John Evan to teach me a little bit, and I would work with him on a one-on-one basis. I wouldn't roll with him because he always had a hurt back, and he was 170 pounds. So I wouldn't roll with him, so I didn't like the whole thing. If I pay you, I want to roll with you and sweat on you and whatever. But, and then a couple people reached out and wanted to help me out with this, and it's been great. I don't mind helping people out. But I gave Dave money at Hegan's to help me out. He called me and said he was going to do a special for the holidays. And I said, you know what? I'm helping him out, and I got to tell you something. It's the best investment I've made in myself in a long time because we do completely different shit. Yeah. He doesn't use weights or nothing. It doesn't make me run or jump. It's a lot of like hip exercises and stretching my shoulders out and fucking rolling around the floor and doing breathing exercises, and kicking and then taking a ball. Yesterday he made me get up and sit down 10 times. Get up and all the way to the bottom and get up without touching your hands to the floor.
Oh.
And then you take a 12-pound ball and get up and sit down 10 times. You have no fucking idea.
That sounds fucked up.
Yeah.
I feel like at that time.
I loved it. I love all that type of shit, you know. He stretched out my knees. He stretched out my shoulders. We work on that aspect of it. It's an hour and a half, sometimes close to 2 hours, you know. And it was a great Christmas gift to myself, you know. And we did that Sunday. I ate a salad at home, you know, which I fucking hate. I threw, you know, lettuce, tomato, onions, a lot of onions, and a little can of tuna fish with some olive oil mixed it in there. You know, I'm trying. It's not like I'm out eating ice cream, crying. Oh, I did this all fucking. No, you didn't.
Yeah.
And on that movie, like I said, I've taken one Twizzler a day, and I eat it. It takes me like 5 minutes to eat. I bite a little bit, put it in my pocket. The other day, I found a little Twizzler in my pocket, like at 9 o'clock
That's
at night.
a good treat.
That's a good little fucking treat. And I think one fucking Twizzler.
Can't be much.
Don't really care.
I had sugar-free Reese's the other day, and they were pretty good, but I haven't had a Reese's in a while, so maybe it's not good. But to me,
Sugar-free Reese's, peanut butter cups.
Yeah.
You know, Lee, you think that you need shit in this life.
Yeah.
When I went to Weight Watchers, I realized I didn't need shit no more. When you switch from regular soda, you know, from regular soda to diet soda, when you, instead of eating a bag of chips, you just eat the sandwich. And you go, wow, and then sometimes you get a 6-inch. And you eat your 6-inch and run out of there. And as you're driving home, you go, wow, I didn't really need a foot long in those days. I did okay with a 6-inch. This is what you learn. You know, you just learn different things about yourself and what you need and what you don't need. Before I got locked up, guys, you know, I got locked up when I was 24. Excuse me, I can't lie to you. I couldn't fucking do anything without smoking pot.
So, like, right when you wake up?
Lee, in those days, I'd been trained from the age of 16. I didn't do anything. The people I hung out with for all those years didn't do anything without smoking a number. Like, I'd smoke a number on the way to the bus to go to high school. Then once I got to high school, I'd see a certain group of people. We're smoking one, let's go. And we'd smoke another one. Then we'd go back to school for a couple classes, get out of school, eat a slice of pizza, and bang out another 6 joints. Go home, do homework, meet again at 9, and smoke more dope. Do you understand the culture I came from?
Yeah.
And these weren't people that had long hair and mustaches and wore weed. These are guys that were just jocks and fucking some guys that were pretty good students. And just, in general, we didn't act that way. We just smoked fucking pot. So when I got out of North Bergen and I moved to Colorado and I'm surrounded by pot, I had the same thing. I'd get up in the morning, and as soon as I got all this shit, I didn't smoke cigarettes then.
Oh, shit.
No, it was just straight up reefer. I'd get out of the shower, and I'd smoke my first bong hit. You know, people always say, oh, I saw you on the Doug Benson show. You fucking could smoke. It was because those years in Colorado, I was a young guy, and I was getting already, my lungs were acclimated. And when I first got up there, first thing I did in Aspen was smoke a bong hit, and I fainted. At some people's house over the Paragon restaurant. There was a restaurant called the Paragon. At that time, it belonged to Jimmy Buffett. I didn't know. I didn't go in there. I was 19, maybe. It was 1983. I was maybe 20. Yeah, I was 20. So I didn't go to bars then. I just went up there, and there was an apartment over it. They knew the waitress who lived there. We were up there smoking a bong, and I passed out. But after that, I got baffled by the fucking bong. I had never smoked a bong in New Jersey.
Really?
No, I'd smoke joints or a pipe. None of these fucking savages had a bong. I never discovered a bong until I moved to Colorado in 83. So I went right out the next day and bought a bong. And started doing fucking bong hits after bong hit. And I loved it. So I already was into it. I'd get up in the morning, I'd do 3 or 4 bong hits, get on the bus, go to work. At lunchtime, smoke a joint. I'd bring a joint with me in a tube like I do here. And then at 5 o'clock before the bus, I'd smoke the other half. Get off the bus, go shopping, get some salad or steak. In those days, I'd pay for the salad, but I shoplift the steak. I had a pillowcase I used as a duffel bag.
Yeah.
And I would just put the steak in there, and they never caught me at this fucking grocery store. And I'd go home, and while I was cooking the steak, I'd take a shower and smoke another joint. And then we'd eat dinner, we'd smoke another fucking joint. And then, like, before we went to bed, we smoked another joint. that was the culture I was raised in. So when all of a sudden I had to go to prison, I was like, oh my fucking God. What am I going to tell the prison guards? I'm going to go nuts. And I remember like not smoking like all day and losing it. Like by 6 o'clock, I'd want to fucking kill the people that were my roommates. Get the fuck away from me, you motherfuckers. I thought I wouldn't make it in jail. And it was hard for maybe a day and a half. And after that, like I missed it and I counted the days and shit. But you know what? I made it through. And that little situation right there let me know you could live without anything.
Yeah.
You know, way before.
No, it's weird. It's I learned it too. Like today, where I went to the movies and I brought a can of soda because I always, every time I go to the movies and I get the big drinks, I never lose weight that day. Because you always get at least one and half a refill.
Even if it's diet?
Yeah.
Really?
I think it's like the sodium.
Yeah, the sodium.
I really need to cut that out. But it's a lot of things.
I'm really enjoying water and green tea.
I can't do tea.
I'm really enjoying the green tea. Dope it up, Lee. My wife makes iced tea, and I take the fucking tea. I don't even put sugar in it. I just put so much lemon, and I put ice cubes in it. And I shake it up, shake it up, shake it up, shake it.
Okay.
And it comes out like this fucking ice something with lemony. And I just drink it. That's
Okay.
it. And it's not bad. But you won't know unless you try it. And then you just start drinking it. And next thing you know,
But doesn't that have just the same amount of like the bad thing, aspartame or whatever?
What?
That like
You're not
that
putting
iced
sugar
tea?
in there.
Regular iced tea doesn't have it? Oh, okay.
No, just regular iced tea out of package.
Oh, unsweetened, okay.
Unsweetened, and you put some lemon in it, and you put ice cubes. You dope it up, and you confuse yourself. And you shake it up with all that lemon, and you fucking drink something. It's not that bad, Lee, and you move on. That soda, hey, listen, you know, when we first started the show, we would put down 2 sodas each every morning.
Yeah.
I don't do that at all no more. I'm very proud and it wasn't that I did it. I didn't figure it out. It was the people that watched the show.
Yeah.
But I'd get home and they'd send me emails. Joe, you're drinking 2 cans of soda at 6 in the fucking morning. And it's true. I got off the soda. I lost 12 pounds right away.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So, you know, please, just do the water. And it's tough. Hey, listen, when I was 26, they told me to get off water or to go on water. They told me to suck my dick. I was having a good time with fucking iced teas. I used to go to Jack in the Box before I went to prison.
Yeah.
And I get the seafood and crab salad, all bullshit.
Oh, God.
With the package sweetened that they give you, it was 1,000 calories. Any salad you get out of the house that tastes that good, you're eating something that's a fugazi.
Because of the dressing?
It's the only salad I got fat off of.
Really?
I got fat as fuck. And I get the iced tea. And in those days, fat fuck for me was 210. I'm 100 pounds more than that now.
Yeah.
In those days, 210 was like, I'm a fat fuck. Oh my God. I was walking around at 185, 119, 195. I go up to 219. Oh my God. What am I thinking? What am I doing to my waistline? And I was eating those salads. But I would buy iced tea with extra lemon and put 20,000 of those sugar packages in it.
Oh, really?
And that kills you.
Yeah.
That fucking kills you.
Fuck. That's a lot of weed you're smoking. Because I'm really high right now. I was like, that's a lot of weed.
I'm done.
What do you like about weed? Like, what draws you to it?
When I was a kid, I did not like it. And then I think the first time I smoked was probably like in the 6th grade. And I remember feeling guilty as fuck. But the kids that smoked it in that time were fun kids. Like you had a good time when you got high. You really, genuinely had a great fucking time. Like you giggled and listened to music and you cracked on each other. And there'd be 16 people. Can you imagine 16 of us high in one room cracking jokes?
Yeah, that'd be fun.
And giggling. And we were 12.
Did you get high the first time? I didn't.
You know, I don't remember how long it took, but after a while, we would buy we would get a nickel bag from Nelson, the burger.
Of course.
Listen to him fucking. And we'd get like a glass pipe and we'd smoke you put the joint in the glass and you light it.
Yeah.
And it would have carburetor. And we'd eat steak hits and we'd go back. We'd do this in between classes. So from 12 to 1 at lunchtime, we'd smoke that, go to ShopRite, get lunch, and then go back to school at 1. And we'd be fucking stoned all afternoon. That was a blast. But I only did that with the North Bergen kid. I didn't do that with my karate buddies. My karate buddies didn't get high, so I had to keep it a secret.
Okay.
So I would get high once a month. But to answer your question, when I was 17, I had a buddy, Mike, that worked at the sporting goods. And he used to get the best weed that anybody else would get. Like anybody else, in those days, we were getting just like green weed or whatever. He would get chocolate Thai weed. And in those days, if you paid 20 for a big bag, you paid him 35 for maybe an eighth or a half eighth. And you took it home and you cut it with a scissor and you rolled it in a joint. And oh my God, Lee, you smoked 3 pops of this and it was just sensational. You were stoned, Lee. You put on Judas Priest, Hell Bent for Leather.
Oh, no.
And you fucking sit there and just look at each other. And after that, you walked to a diner and got a cheeseburger deluxe with French fries and mozzarella cheese on your fries, and you drank sodas.
That sounds amazing.
And you'd walk home and you'd still be fucking high. You couldn't go in the house because your mom was still awake. So you'd sit outside and you'd giggle for another hour. That was getting stoned. Or getting high and going home and listening to that album you just bought with the enthusiasm, Lee, like a new toy. Like getting a new girlfriend eating that pussy for the second time. Because the first time you slipped, you didn't stick a finger up your asshole. Whatever the fuck you're into. It's like that first time. That's what. Plus, I tell you what, the most that attracted me, the most obvious choice that attracted me for reefer, it made me go to sleep with no drama. I've always had some form of fucking insomnia. And this is legitimately, this is not for a license. This is not to lie to the people at home. I'm talking to my little brother, Lisa, on the podcast. The truth of the matter is, when I was 17, I figured out that whenever I smoked pot and I ate, I'd go to sleep. No questions asked. Go to sleep hard. Like wake up 6 hours later with the pillow turned and your t-shirt over your head, and you ask yourself how, and then you take your t-shirt off, you move the blanket and go to sleep for another 3 hours. That's what marijuana did to me naturally.
Yeah.
So when I thought I was losing marijuana, like if I didn't have weed, I'd stay up till 5 in the morning in those days.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
Just stay the fuck up. And that's what attracted me to it, to be honest with you. Booze made me go to sleep, but a different sleep.
You wake up early.
It made me eat fucked up. It made me burp all night. I had to get up and pee. I woke up with a fucking headache. All this to fall asleep. So all I had to do is take 3 hits off a joint, eat a cheeseburger deluxe, and I sleep 8 hours like a fucking soldier.
Yeah.
That's what really attracted to me. Edibles put me to fucking sleep.
Fuck yeah.
I'm not going to lie to anybody at home. I love edibles because it hits me like a fucking left hook. I go home, I get some coffee, I take 2 hits off a joint. Ooh, baby.
That's crazy. So is it your favorite? Is weed your favorite drug?
My aunt.
As we learned a few days ago, back in 1497, Vasco da Gama was the first person to discover the sea route from Europe to India. And since that time, after that time, Portuguese absolutely dominated trade to the Far East and also dominated the Indian Ocean in total. If you wanted to trade, if you wanted to sail through the Indian Ocean, you had to have what was called a cartel license. This was a license that was only obtained from the Portuguese, and it meant that you could sail around the Indian Ocean. If you didn't have that license, then your cargo, your ship, and even your life might be brought back to the Portuguese. And everyone knew that the Portuguese was making a lot of money out of this trade with the Far East, but no one knew exactly how much money that they were actually making until in 1592, the English privateer, who was a privateer is a state-sponsored pirate, basically, by the name of Christopher Newport. And talk about Newport a little bit later on. Remember, I did talk about unknown heroes a while ago, and the man who stole the Suez Canal, George Nares, who was the first person to transverse the Suez Canal in a ship called HMS Newport. That ship was named after Christopher Newport, and I'll speak about Christopher Newport in another talk a bit later on. But he, along with 3 ships that he commanded, captured the Portuguese trading vessel, the Madre de Deus. And this wasn't a large vessel that could easily fit on the stage, the Madre de Deus. But the cargo that he had on board, which counted to millions of dollars. So once they took that cargo back to London and to the English crown. And money went into the English treasury, and there was so much money that it increased the English treasury by 50%, which is just an enormous amount. These were one trading vessel, one small trading vessel. So once this actually made the rest of the world stand up and take notice of this trade that was happening in the Far East, and now everyone wanted to be a part of it. Now, the Portuguese kept their trading secrets strictly to themselves. No one else was allowed to be involved in their trade, no other nationality. But two Dutchmen by the name of Cornelius de Houtman and Jan van Linden ingratiated their way into the Portuguese system over a number of years, both in different areas. And quite fortuitously, these men came together in the Netherlands in 1594, and they learned that they knew a lot of information about the Portuguese system, both from different sides. So they wrote a report, and it was named the Report of a Journey Through the Navigations of the Portuguese in the Far East. And that doesn't actually roll off the tongue, it doesn't sound like a real page turner, but it was incredible for its time, because it gave all the information that no one had known before. Information about what sort of things they were trading for, who they were trading with, what sort of money the Portuguese were paying for this trade, what sort of money they were getting when they sold the goods. It gave information about areas to trade, which spices came from which area. It gave details about anchorages and prevailing currents and tides, things like that. So lots and lots of information. And once again, the world took note that this was incredible stuff. And so in 1595, the House decided that he would lead an expedition to the Far East on behalf of the Dutch to try and take advantage of what he had discovered. He took 4 ships to the Amsterdam, the Hollandia, the Mauritius, and the Duscan, and he was going to sail away and bring these 4 ships back home. Spices and make a very rich man. They sailed down under the Cape of Good Hope, where we are now, and by the time they arrived in Madagascar on the east coast of Africa, trouble had started. There had been sickness on board the ships. The scourge of sailors of that time was scurvy. And while they're in Madagascar, 70 of his men succumbed to scurvy. And you can still go to see what's known as the Dutch graves in Madagascar to this day. By that time, there wasn't enough crew to crew all 4 ships, so we distributed the crew 3 ships and destroyed the other ships. And then they sailed off to Java, which is one of the areas where he had information about through his report. And when they got there, they were greeted quite well by the local ruler of province in Java, and they were told that these Javanese would be happy to trade with the Dutch. But they're also told that the last harvest had just been harvested and been sold to the Portuguese, that weren't going to have anything for a few months, but they were welcome to stay. So they haven't decided that he would stay until the next crop had been harvested. But the Dutch were fairly arrogant people at this time, and they treated the Javanese as below them. They said that these men weren't educated, they weren't traveled like the Dutch were, they didn't have the same skills, they wore strange clothing, they had strange habits. So the Dutch treated them with contempt, and they would take anything that they wanted, including some of the women that they could see from them. And this angered the Javanese, and the ruler of Java ordered that the Houtman and his men leave empty-handed without being able to buy anything. They were cruising through the region, and one of the ships was attacked by pirates, and several of the Houtman's men were killed. Now this, along with the frustration of not being able to purchase anything in Java, really made the Houtman angry. They were sailed to the island of Madura, and he ordered his men to go ashore. And even though he knew that these people of Madura had nothing to do with the pirate attack, he ordered revenge, and his men went ashore, and they raped and murdered dozens of people on the island of Madura. And it sort of sets the benchmark of such exploration at the time. They were able to go to Bali, but by this time there wasn't enough men for 3 ships, so he destroyed one of the other ships and distributed amongst the final 2 ships. In Bali, they were able to purchase 7 ports, and set sail again. They came round the Cape again. By this time, there was more sickness on board. The men had very little food and water. They pulled into the Portuguese territory of St. Helena, and they weren't allowed to go ashore by the authorities of St. Helena. So they were made it back to the Netherlands. By this time, though, of the 249 men that had left, and that originally left the Netherlands, there was only 87 left alive, and they were in terrible, terrible shape. So it looks like a disaster. Only brought back 2 ships and 87 men. But the profits from that effort was so massive that this story is seen as a huge success. And over the next 5 years, 40 expeditions went out from the Netherlands, all the provinces around the Netherlands, to try and get out and take advantage of this new trade and learn what had been in that original report. Now, at the time, as these vessels went off, because of the trade winds in the Indian Ocean, the monsoon winds, they often arrived at a location at exactly the same time, which drove up the price that they could purchase these products for. They often arrived back in the Netherlands at exactly the same time as well, which drove down the price that they were getting for the imports. So there had to be a better way of doing this. Now the problem was that if you were an investor, you could go down to the wharves and you could see a vessel that was about to harbour point, and you could invest in that ship or in that expedition overall. You could perhaps buy a 10% equity in that voyage. And if that ship came back 3 years later, full of spices, then you were a very rich man. You had to wait that 3 years to see whether there was any return on your investment at all. It would have been a very stressful time. Because quite often those ships didn't come back at all, and spent your investment completely gone. Once again, there had to be a better way. Now at the time, the Netherlands was made up of 6 self-governing provinces or chambers, as they were called. And over the top of them, they had a central governing body called the States General. So very similar to what they've done in the United States with the 50 states, Washington DC, and what we've got in Australia, where we've got the self-governing states and the centralised government in Canberra. And the population of the Netherlands was only 1.5 million people. It's a tiny country. Now, the States General decided that there had to be something done about this because all these different chambers were competing against each other for trade. They were fighting amongst each other. They were driving the prices up in the Far East. They were driving the prices down. When they came back, they were reaching crews from each other and trying to sabotage each other. So something had to be done. So they brought all the chambers together and they tried to work out, negotiated a settlement. And on the 20th of March 1602, the Dutch East India Company, or the DOC, was formed as a single trading entity. And it was decided that between the 6 chambers and the States General, a total of 6.5 million guilders, worth about $100 billion in today's terms, was prepared to start this venture. So it was a pretty good bankroll to start the thing to begin with. The Heron 17, or Board of Directors, was formed. This was formed from the 6 chambers. So Amsterdam being the biggest and most powerful, the richest of these chambers, put in half of the 6.5 million guilders to begin with. So they were going to have 8 representatives from the Heron 17. Middleburg, the Zealand region, put in some money as well. They were going to have 4 representatives. And then the other chambers, Rotterdam, Delft, and Eagles, were going to have 1 member from the Heron 17. A lot of people doing the maths out there right now, and you see that doesn't add up to 17. That's actually 16 people. So it was deemed that because they didn't want Amsterdam to dominate this board, that each of the other 5 chambers taken in turns to rotate each year, add an extra member onto their board. So they could have 17 members of the Heron 17. Now, the Dutch knew that the Portuguese weren't just going to lie down and let the Dutch come in and take over their territory. So when they established the charter for the, this is the boardroom of the Heron 17. It's a room in Amsterdam University. At the moment, you make an appointment. You have to make an appointment go and see it. They won't let you just walk in. But it's a very interesting place. It's exactly the same as what it was when the Hair and 17 sat around these tables. And this was by far the most powerful group in the world at its time. But they realised that they were going to need some extraordinary powers in their charter. And the charter was only going to last for 21 years with the options to renew it if they wanted to. So the charter, and this is a copy of the charter, in there it named that the VOC could form their own military force, their own army, and their own navy. They could negotiate any treaties they wanted with kingdoms or princes or emirs or any sort of laws, any sort of province anywhere in their sphere of influence. They could wage war, and they often did wage war. They could torture, trial, imprison, and execute people. Had their own laws. They could do this often without any sort of jurisprudence or rule whatsoever. They could issue their own currency, and they could control the value of that currency against other currencies all around the world. And they have given full powers to act from this area where we are right now, the bottom of the Cape all the way over to the Indian Ocean and the Pacific Ocean, all the way over to the Straits of Magellan or Cape Horn. So more than half the world's surface, and even then, as we'll see later, they also operate outside that area sometimes as well. Now these are the powers of a country. But this wasn't a country, this was a company operating as a company. It didn't have to report to those pesky voters every 4 years where you told them they were doing things wrong. They had to report to the Hair and 17. And all the Hair and 17 were interested in one thing, and that was profit. That was all they ever cared about. Now they got off to a very good place, really good advantage to the Dutch in this arrangement as well, because the VOC paid a tax of 18% to the Dutch government, and over the years that became an enormous sum of money, and they were able to do a lot with that money. There was advantages to the Dutch, to the Netherlands, because in the Netherlands you could invest in interest rates were only 4%, where around the rest of Europe they were 10% and more. So more and more investment came into the Netherlands. They were, because if you're building a ship, to build that ship you need shipbuilders, you need materials, you need tools for those ships, you need accommodation, you need food, you need education for the children. All those things which created more businesses throughout the Netherlands and created what we call the sticky dollar, where that money just circulated all throughout the economy of the Netherlands. Paid on that, but then it made the Netherlands very, very rich. And by 1648, the Netherlands was in better financial condition than any other country in Europe. But it also gave the Netherlands, the Dutch government, deniability, and about that a little bit later on. Part of what they used that money for was the land reclamation in the Netherlands. You can see here a map of the Netherlands in 1300s, the area there, and then an area, a map from the 19th and 20th century. Now, they took back a lot of the land that had been lost. They built these huge levees and dikes along that amazing coast, along the coast where the North Sea is. So protect their land from the North Sea. There's amazing infrastructure through the Netherlands. They built lots of dams and canals with locks. And they're also using windmills to pump the water out of their country into the North Sea and claim back a lot of that land. And today, even though the Netherlands is a tiny country, it exports, it's the second largest exporter of vegetables anywhere in the world. So quite remarkable. And this is an example of some of the dikes along that coast of the North Sea, which is, I think, there's probably can't place to go through. Now, they got off to a very, very good start. The VOC was considered to be the first multinational company anywhere in the world. So the British East India Company had been formed the year before, 1601, but only Brits were allowed to invest in the British East India Company. And you had to be very wealthy to be able to invest in that. But with the VOC, anyone could invest in that, and all you really needed was 3,000 guilders to do so. And 3,000 guilders was well within the grasp of most middle class people and merchants around the Netherlands, so it attracted a lot more investment. And it was also the very first company to issue and trade shares. Here's an example of a share from 1623. And this made it, this was a great idea as well, because instead of having to go down and invest in one ship, waiting 3 years to see whether there's any return on your investment, you can now go and buy a share in the whole company. It broke up the risk involved. And if you wanted to cash in your shares, you could do so. If you want to make money depending on the value of that share at the time. As we do these days, because it's very a new concept at the time. And so more and more people invest in the Dutch East India Company, making it even richer. It went on to become the largest and most valuable corporation in history. If you look at this, this is a sample in today's dollars. You've got Microsoft, which is about to become a $1 trillion company. Bill Gates is going to become a trillionaire fairly soon. And as a lot of its powers in today's money, the VOC was worth $7.5 trillion. Massive. And if you combine Microsoft, Google, and Apple today, it's three of the biggest companies in the world today. If you combine all those three companies, the VOC is 3 times bigger than these three companies. Once again, they have their own army and their own navy as well. And it all came down to this: spices. And we take things for granted now. We go to the supermarket, we get the chance to go to the supermarket, and we can buy these on the shelves, and they're very, very good. But back in those days, these were a very curious commodity for people. And these were the richest, the most common things in the world. They were more than gold and silver around the world. In 1 year after the VOC were established, VOC ships were able to capture a Portuguese carrack, a type of ship named the Santa Catarina. And on board that vessel were things like silk and porcelain captured off the coast of Hong Kong. And they traded towards China. And there was silk on board, porcelain, worth about $3.5 billion. So the year before, the total investment into the VOC was $6.5 billion. 1 year, less than 1 year later, they've got a return of $3.5 billion on one Portuguese ship. And you can still buy runners carrying porcelain all around the world that came from one ship. Now, the Portuguese obviously weren't really impressed with all this, so they complained to the Dutch that your vessels had taken our vessels, and the Dutch government were able to say, well, it's nothing to do with us. It was the VOC, they're a private company. The Dutch had the ability of deniability. They had a lot of treaties and alliances around Europe at that time. They didn't want to damage those alliances by being associated with the VOC, so the VOC were at arm's length. But the Portuguese still weren't impressed, so began the Dutch-Portuguese War, which was lasted 60 years. But even that was a good thing for the VOC, because it now meant that they could attack any Portuguese facility, ship, within Genevieve. They had the right to do so. In 1605, so 4 years after they were first established, they established a permanent base in Ambon, Indonesia, and started appointing what they called governors general. It was the most important person. That was the person that's going to oversee all of the operations in the Far East. So by 1669, it was the richest private company the world has ever seen. They had 150 merchant ships, 40 naval and tactical ships. They had 50,000 employees working for them. There was a private army of 10,000 men, and they could add to that by adding mercenaries to that as well. And they paid a dividend of 40% on the original investment. You'd be pretty happy to get that today. But they were also the most ruthless company in history. One of the prime examples of this is up in the Band of Lines. It's this area here. The Band of Lines around there. So in May 1609, the Band of Islands were the only place in the world that grew nutmeg, which was a very, very commodity. And so to protect that, so 1609, which was only 8 years after the VOC were established, the second most senior person at the VOC in the Far East, second in command, Admiral Berthold, was sent to the Band of Islands to establish a port there to protect their supply of nutmeg. He was going to establish Port Nassau. Now, the Bandinese weren't real happy about dealing with the Dutch. They those people traded with them things that they found useful, like pots and pans, axes, and knives, things like that they found useful. Whereas the Dutch only really wanted to trade things like heavy material, where it's really quite suitable for wearing in the tropics of the Far East. So the Bandonese were real happy about this that this sport was going to be established, but they had no choice. But they thought they had to do something. So when there was a great feast where everyone handed the orders of the king of the Banda Islands, the Himalayan jumped out and they massacred 46 Dutchmen. The other party, dozens of other Dutchmen escaped by the skin of their teeth by rushing back to their ships, including a young urchin by the name of Jan Peterson Cohen. We'll talk about him a little bit later on. In 1610, the British decided that they wanted to protect their assets in the region as well. So they established a fort on the nearby island of Clyde, spelled A-I. But the VOC didn't want them there, so 5 years later they attacked. They drove the British out of the fort, the British sailed away with their ships. When they got across over the horizon, the British regrouped. And that night they went back to Clyde, they attacked the Dutch, killing several, and drove them out of the fort and reoccupied the fort. So the next year the Dutch came back and they besieged the fort in Clyde. After 3 months, the British were running low on supplies like ammunition, food, and water. So the British negotiated with the Dutch that they should be able to leave safe conduct and the Dutch would have access to take over the fort, which was all agreed to. But as the British were leaving the fort with no arms, they were completely unarmed. The Dutch VOC soldiers descended upon them and massacred every man, woman, and child coming from that fort. That was known as the Massacre of Mines. Now, the Banda Islands weren't finished with, unfortunately. In 1621, Jan Peterson Cohen had risen to the ranks of the younger generals of the VOC. He still remembered escaping by the skin of his teeth. So back in 1609, he wanted revenge. So he went back to the Banda Islands with a group of mercenaries and Japanese samurai. And he called a meeting of all the chieftains of the islands in one location. And he killed them all. He cut off their heads. The Japanese samurai cut off their heads and put them on pikes around the islands. And then he ordered his men to go throughout the Banda Islands and massacre any Bandonese they could find. This was one of the very first examples of ethnic cleansing. And it's estimated that there was between 5,000 to 6,000 Bandonese in the islands. But after the end of that ethnic cleansing, there was probably only 2,000 left alive. And they were put into slavery by the VOC. Now, Cohen decided to split the Banda Islands into 63 separate plantations, and he gifted these plantations to Dutchmen. And their one job, they were given slaves, their one job was to grow nutmeg and sell that nutmeg to the VOC. And in return, they were going to receive 122nd, that's the thing to say, I can tell you, 122nd share in the profits of that nutmeg. Which doesn't seem like a really good deal at all, does it? Because you've done all the work, you've grown and stuff, you've given it to the VOC, you're already getting one share out of 122. But the nutmeg was so valuable that even that one share made these 63 men and their families incredibly wealthy over the journey. Jan Peterson Cohen, he became the dominant figure of the VOC. He often said, spare your enemies not. Because he never did, because God is with us. He was Governor General, and he also said that war was necessary to produce and protect trade, but the trade was necessary if you were going to wage war. In other words, you needed the profits from that trade to be able to afford to be able to wage war, which is what the Dutch did. In 1619, he led 19 Dutch naval vessels, and they attacked the little fishing village of Jakarta in Java, and they destroyed that village, and then they recreated a city that they called Batavia. So that became the trading headquarters we now know as Jakarta, the capital of Indonesia. And it became the most important trading hub anywhere in the world. So Cohen, and the statues of Cohen all over the Netherlands, he's a national hero there, what he did. But he was responsible for the ethnic cleansing of Banda in 1621, as I explained. The he was also responsible for an incredible trading network, and this was the East Asia Trading Network. It was based in Batavia, and they had tentacles out all over the Far East, including to Japan, China, India, even as far across as the Middle East, countries of the Middle East. And all this trade funneled back through to the Netherlands, making that country incredibly wealthy. And if you ever go to Jakarta, you'll see that the Dutch tried to recreate a home away from home. They built canals through the city, and over those canals there's got small bridges that come up on the side of those canals, trying to make it a home away from home. Yeah, the VOC had a lot of other influence as well, and take 10 to about all of those things that they did. But because we're off the coast of Cape Town right now, I'll talk about a little bit about Cape Town and also the discovery of Australia. So Cape Town was the wonderful place for us to go because this was the halfway mark between Europe and Batavia. So it became an ideal stopping place to be able to rest the crew and reposition the ships either on the way to Batavia or on the way back to the Netherlands. So the colony of Cape Town was established in 1652. And at first, they just brought goods in from the Netherlands and supplied the ships that way. But as more and more ships kept coming to and from the Far East, it was decided that something more had to be done. So Dutch farmers were given land in this new colony, and they were told to grow things like vegetables and to produce cattle and poultry and pigs, etc., timber, supply these ships as they were coming to and from the Netherlands. And those Dutch farmers went on to become the oil farmers in South Africa. Now, those oil farmers could only trade with the VOC. They weren't allowed to trade with any other entity whatsoever. And the VOC were quite harsh towards these farmers. They allowed them to import slaves from Eastern Africa, and those slaves were put onto these farms. But then, when things started getting busier and busier, they also engaged local natives to work on these farms, and they became cross purposes there. And then, because they had to deal with the VOC, which was a harsh entity to deal with, they treated their slaves quite harshly as well. And it's now known that the VOC are partially responsible for the introduction of apartheid in South Africa. They also did support the been saying a lot of negative things about the VOC, but they also did some very, very good things. One of which was establishment of the wine industry. It's really been falling into Cape Town because they have some incredible wine tours from Cape Town out to the wine regions of the area. Legion took advantage of it last year. She can attest that they are very generous with their portion sizes when they're handing out their wine. They are also responsible for the discovery of Australia. And when I went to school, we had a very British curriculum at school, and we were always told that captains discovered Australia in 1770. Every other Australian was told the same thing. Yeah. And even when we encountered a few weeks ago, we found this plate at a charity shop, and it says that this is commemorating the discovery of Australia by Captain Cook in 1770s. And this is what we were told. But Cook wasn't the first person to discover Australia. He was the first English one to set foot in Australia. We'll cover that at a later date as well. The Dutch had been here for 160 years before this. William Jansen left Batavia in November of 1605. Which means little dove, as a replica of the dove, which is a tiny ship that you can see in Perth in Western Australia. And he landed on the northern coast of Australia, the area we now know as the Gulf of Carpentaria, on February the 26th, 1606. And this is the wet season in northern Australia, so it's very, very wet. He landed near where the mangrove swamps were as well. So a lot of water on the ground. It reminded of his province back in the Netherlands of Zealand. So he named this new country New Zealand. Now Australians love New Zealanders, we consider them family rather than friends. So we've got a great role of pretty well. And I love the the general of the Dutch East India Company at the time, and he did a second voyage where he found a lot of that northern and western coast of Australia. He was later promoted to the Council of the Indians as the extremely powerful commission, and he served on that for many years. Then he was made again the governor of Banda for 4 years from 1623. Dirk Hartog. Now, this is a pretty incredible story as well. He was sailing along the west coast of Australia, a place renowned over Shark Bay, and he decided to go ashore at a place that we now call Dirk Hartog Island. This was on the 25th of October, 1616, and he decided to commemorate this event by getting a computer plate from his ship and using it now. He inscribed a message on that pewter plate. And it is the oldest known written artifact in Australia's European history. And on that plate he wrote 1616, the 25th of October, arrived ship in Hart of Amsterdam, Supercargo. So Supercargo was the senior VOC officer on board. Supercargo, Giles Myers of Liege, skipper Dirk Hartog from Amsterdam. On 27th of October, he set sail again for Bataan. Deputy Supercargo Jan Spence understeered the Peter Doors of Bill in the year 1616. And he left that, he put that on a post, and he left that in the sand of Hartog. And then 80 years later, another Dutch East India skipper by the name of William the Savage came along that same beach, here on the beach, where he struck something that sounded metallic, and he had found the Dirk Hartog plate. So he got another plate from his own ship, and he inscribed the same message that Hartog had put on the original plate, along with a little inscription of his own, and he put that on a post pasted into the sand. He took the original plate back to the Netherlands, and it's now on display at the Rothschild Museum in Amsterdam. And I can tell you from experience, Australia's always wanted this plate back. Whether it's history with Australia, it's visited Australia on a couple of occasions, but the Australian government always tried to buy it back from the Dutch. You want to pick it up. And if you ever want your own personal tour of the White Museum in Amsterdam, all you have to do is go along and say that you're there to collect the Dirk Hartog plate and take it back. Because they'll give you your own security guard to walk around with you for the rest of the day. He even took this photo book to the But in 1801, when the Baudin expedition, the French expedition from the Great Regiment Baudin, cruising on the coast of Western Australia, they called it Dirk Hartog Island. They found the plate. They took it back to Paris, and after World War II, the French government gifted that plate to Australia, and it's now on display as a shipwreck museum. So a few weeks ago, there. So Jan Carters, or Jan Carters, he arrived at the northern part of Australia, now known as Island Land in 1623. He named that area after his hometown of Arnhem in the Netherlands. He also, once again, cruised America of Ontario. Francois Hyde came along using the roaring waters of the Indian Ocean. He went across the Indian Ocean and arrived at the southwest of Australia, and he got permission from his supercargo, a man by the name of Jan Spence, to continue on to serve that southern coast. So for the very first time, that southern coast of Australia was mapped as well. He went 1,500 kilometres along that coast up to present-day Junior in Western Australia. He was told to turn back and head to Victoria. And the Duke's Archipelago in South Australia is named after the supercargo. And the big one, Abel Coast. So he was told to go to this new continent to the south. He left seafarers trying to discover whether there was any trade opportunities, whether there was anything worth purchasing from this land, and whether there was worth trading with. So he went south, he missed that south coast of Australia that Dyson had found, and he arrived on the 24th of November 1642 in what we now know as Tasmania. And he named that Van Diemen's Land after the Governor General of the Dutch East India Company, which at the time sent him on that journey. The locals tried to speak to the local Aborigines, but they wanted nothing to do with it. In fact, they built mines and tried to force him away from the land. But he lives there, understanding that this road was there to trade. In fact, part of that coastland, the coast of Guinness land, but then a huge storm came along and propelled him away to the east. And then he came across another country which he called States which we now know as New Zealand. So he started mapping that country as well. And he ventured in and tried to speak to the Maori. And he was in a little bay, later renamed Murderous Bay, where the Maori attacked him and his men, several of his men killed. I don't know whether he said something derogatory about the All Blacks or something like that, but he wasn't very popular there. And once again, he thought, there's no one here worth trading with, so I'm leaving. And he went north, he was trying to head back to Batavia. He went north and he discovered another country, which we now know as Fiji. And once again, he went ashore, and once again, the locals didn't want anything to do with him. Fijian warriors attacked him and his men as well. So he left there. He must be thinking he eroded the ocean because what was wrong with these people? So he hadn't really discovered anywhere worth trading with the VOC. He arrived back in Batavia, and you can read through the official report of his journey, and it tells you about these places that he visited, the people that he came across. But in response to that, so you can see here, this is the map of Australia at the time. Some of the southern parts, the west coast, is all part of these mapped. And here's Van Diemen's land that Van Diemen had done. And over here, part of New Zealand that he done as well. And over here, see the part of Fiji that he visited. So when he got back to Batavia, produced his report saying that he'd done these, had been to these places, he'd done this cartography. The VOC wasn't very interested in it all. They said, well, you've got all these lines on the map, where do they lead to, what do they connect to? There's nothing there. So they later lamented in their official response to his report that they should have said that all this is Flora. Even though we have now had major argument that it's the sea is on the VOC weren't very interested in it. They gave him the job as a skipper of a cargo vessel, just bearing cargo between ports as part of that network of ports. In November 1649, he was charged by the VOC. He hung one of his crew after a minor disagreement. That crew member actually had was part of a very influential family, and they complained to the VOC. So, just as a trial, he had to pay compensation to the victim's family and also to the VOC. He was demoted. It was several more years before he was able to rise to the rank of captain again. So, as I said, we consider him a great explorer. The VOC went all in, but then it was his story. Now, as I said before, the VOC also ventured outside their sphere. And in 1609, the British captain, part of the VOC by the name of Henry Hudson, was looking for the Northwest Passage, which was going to be a much faster and safer trip from Europe across to the Far East. He never found it, but what he did discover was Hudson Bay, all the way down towards Canada, and he went a little bit further south and he discovered the Hudson River as well. His honour. Later on, the VOC established Albany and places now was Albany in 1614. And 11 years later, they established a trading post at another area that they called New Amsterdam. As part of the negotiations after the Dutch Anglo War that between the Dutch and the English, the third war at that time, New Amsterdam was ceded to the British, and they changed the name of that place to Story. And I've been there, so I've got pretty well since then. The decline of all of the VOC didn't take all that long. I mean, the VOC lasted for 200 years, but even after 80 years of being established, it started to go into decline. There was a lot more competition, especially from the British East India Company, which had become a lot more powerful, now making inroads into this area, but also the French and the Spanish as well as the old Portuguese. There was a lot of Napoleonic wars where Dutch was sided with Napoleon on some occasions and with the Allies on the other occasions. That caused a lot of problems with the VOC and just diluted their power and their influence. A lot of corruption and incompetence as well. probably their intelligence they knew with them, and then had to restart again. The era 17 was, as I said, the most powerful anywhere in the world, but became political, and people were appointed to the era 17 for political reasons rather than their expertise in running managing a huge corporation. And so there was importance at that level as well. This all indicates that the impact of the VOC after the fall, that worked in 1780s, the VOC once again declined to another level in power. And then when their charter, which was supposed to last for 21 years, originally has been renewed on every occasion, had been going for almost 200 years, when they came up for renewal on the 31st of December 1799, it was decided that this company, this magnificent company that had been so powerful, would not see it in our century, and it was disbanded. A lot of different levels tried to get it back again, tried to reform the VOC. But in 1806, Louis Bonaparte, the brother of Napoleon, was appointed to the throne of the Netherlands. He understood the power of the VOC. He didn't want it to rise again, so he broke it up altogether, and it never rose from there. In 1811, Stanley Rappaport founded Singapore with a naval force. They attacked Jakarta and drove the Dutch out of that city. And over the next few years, there were several negotiations between European powers. And in 1816, the Dutch were able to go back into Jakarta or Batavia and re-establish themselves there. And those negotiations for the Dutch Demon was known as the Dutch East Indies, the British Demon, India, Ceylon, Hong Kong, Singapore, Malaysia, those sorts of areas. The French, given Vietnam, the Portuguese, the tiny little place around near Hong Kong. That's the way things stood. That's the way the status quo stood. Until the Second World War, the Japanese came through and they threw all of those minor powers out of those countries. After the war, the Dutch tried to go back into the Dutch East Indies to re-establish their empire. But by this time, the Indonesian Independence Party had become very powerful, and there was conflict broke out between the parties. But in 1948, Indonesia now experiences its independence, and it's now an independent country. That's a bit of the history of the Dutch East India Company. There is just so much more one said it could take place to talk about the Dutch East India Company. But if you went and you have a time, you can go back and do some research into it. I hope you've enjoyed it. My next talk in a couple of days' time, where I'll be talking about some of the great shipwrecks that shaped history. So, see you around the ship. Have a great time. Thank you very much.
Buffets, remember, and everybody ran from buffets because of the pandemic. Now you've got places like Pizza Hut bringing back their all you can eat. Oh yeah, I'm going to talk about that coming up.
1588 Battle of Calais was an awakening for the entire European continent. Its almighty armada vanquished by England. The Spanish domination over the continent began to crumble.
It's a humiliation for Spain. It did huge political damage to Spain's position.
The English defeat Spain, destroyed a global power. The European nations could now compete against Spain for the seat of power. Though defeated in Calais, Spain was still going strong. The amount of gold coming in from the Americas continued to increase even after the defeat. England, under Elizabeth I, continued its own expansion into the Atlantic. They had the fastest ships and the largest number of cannons. But the nation that dominated 17th century Europe was not Spain or England. It was the Netherlands, a tiny nation of 2 million, which gained independence only in 1585. How did the Netherlands come to rule over the oceans of the world?
From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. We're going into the sky to check out Tesla, midnight 4550
It's a box truck, just left out here on the 405 southbound of the Boulevard. 65 there as well. Looks like they're waiting for a tow truck. Yeah, that's outside of 405. Still slow traffic south.
In October 1555, an emperor who had ruled over Europe for half a century was voluntarily abdicating from his throne. He was Charles V, who once waged wars all across Europe to establish the hegemony of the Habsburg family. By 1555, however, he was an old man hobbling on a walking stick. Charles V made his way to the throne, supported by the 22-year-old Prince William of Orange, his most trusted follower. He was succeeded by Philip II, who was 28 at the time. As King of Spain, Philip II inherited the Low Countries in Belgium, which belonged to the Habsburgs. William of Orange swore allegiance to Philip II on behalf of the Dutch aristocrats. However, this peace was not to last. In just 10 years, King Philip and Prince William would be fighting each other on the battlefield. Prince William was one of Charles' most faithful servants. What had led him to turn against his successor in just 10 short years? The Dutch War of Independence, or the 80 Years' War, was not a nationalist movement. The 16th century was not the age of nationalism yet. The Dutch had been staunchly loyal to the Habsburg family, in fact. It was Philip II who drove them to fight for independence. Philip II saw himself as the protector of the Catholic faith. He was deeply pious and ruthless to religious dissidents. He saw it as a task that God had bestowed upon him to prevent religious reform and unite Europe under Catholicism. However, in the Netherlands, religious reform under Calvinism was spreading rapidly. Within Calvinism was a concept which worked particularly well with the interests of merchants in the Low Countries. It was the concept of vocation, or vocation in Latin, which literally meant one's job. As a vocation was given to an individual by God, one's job became a task entrusted to him by God himself. This doctrine enabled the theological justification of profit-seeking activities by merchants, as it was their vocation given to them by God.
And in fact, if one traces the spread of the Protestant Reformation,
not only in the Low Countries, although particularly in the Low Countries, it tended to spread most quickly in the towns. And the towns were precisely where the merchants were. And they tended to follow trade routes. So, for example, the earliest pockets of Protestantism in England were precisely in the port towns. The port towns that were trading with places like the Netherlands. So there seems to have been quite a strong affinity in the 16th century between Protestantism and people involved in trade.
However, Calvinism was diametrically opposed to Philip's policy, which aimed to unify Europe under Catholicism. Needless to say, ruthless persecution ensued. Charles V was raised in this Burgundian tradition, and so Charles V was considered to be an autochthonous sovereign lord of the Netherlands. He was considered by the Netherlandish people as one of them, as he was born in Ghent and as he was raised in the Netherlands. And this, of course, was entirely different with his son, Philip II, who was born in Spain and who was raised in Spain.
Charles V was willing to see within the church. It was fine for Charles V if Catholicism was practiced somewhat differently in the Netherlands than it was practiced in Spain or practiced in Germany. For Philip II, deeply influenced by the Catholic Reformation, religious uniformity within the single universal church mattered intensely, which was why he was so insistent on placing new bishoprics in the Netherlands, because those new bishoprics, those new centers of Catholic authority, would be ways of enforcing the uniformity of the one single universal church. So in that sense, Charles V and his son were very, very different.
Protestants suffering under the religious persecution decided to strike back by destroying Catholic churches. They fell holy statues and tore religious paintings and tapestry. Sometimes all it takes is a tiny tremor to set forth a chain reaction that changes history. That was what happened with the destruction of the statues. No one knew if this would ultimately result in Dutch independence. The loyalty of the Dutch to the Habsburgs was beyond question at the time. The Dutch people loved the royal family. No one had thought to rebel against Philip II. All they wanted was the freedom to practice their faith. But this was not what Philip wanted. Philip II could not accept his subjects practicing a different faith. He took this challenge towards Catholicism as an affront to himself. However, William of Orange was different. He believed that Philip's ideas of religious unity would be impossible to achieve. He believed that it was wrong for a ruler to try to control the conscience of his subjects.
Well, so he was educated and brought up as a Catholic. He was deeply influenced by, as were many people, not only in the Netherlands but in Spain and the rest of Europe, by the thinking of Erasmus. As he got older, he married into families associated with the Reformed religion, with the Protestant religion, but he himself was somebody who was willing to talk to both sides, to talk to Catholics and talk to Protestants.
Prince William believed that the empire should be maintained under the principle of religious tolerance. He wanted to achieve religious freedom as opposed to a single enforced national religion, be it Catholicism or Protestantism. As the representative of the Dutch aristocracy, he made countless appeals for religious tolerance to Philip II.
He even threatened to resign from his office if the persecution continued. However, his pleas fell on deaf ears. Philip II went on to appoint the Duke of Alba as the governor of the Netherlands, whose reputation for ruthlessness has earned him the nickname the Iron Duke. So there's a famous painting by Rothschild, by the Belgian artist Rothschild, called "The Massacre of the Innocents," which is a biblical story, but almost anybody who saw the painting of troops dressed not in Roman soldiers from biblical times, but in Spanish military uniform, and people thought they could identify in the painting somebody who looked very much like the Duke of Alba, and it was somebody going through and massacring innocent people on the streets for their beliefs. And so that was widely believed, that was widely perceived to be the policies that Alva was pursuing as a mass persecutor of prophets and rebels. As retaliation for the destruction of the holy statues, the Duke of Alba installed a special court, which soon became known as the Court of Blood. It was where over 10,000 Dutchmen were put on trial, and over 1,000 were sentenced to death in just 2 years. The execution of the Counts of Egmont and Hume, their most prominent statesmen, came as a huge shock to the Dutch people. They were Catholics who had been faithful to King Philip all their lives. The sole reason for their execution had been their failure to persecute the Protestants. Religious tolerance was a sin to King Philip. The terror of the Spanish Inquisition began to grip the Netherlands. The Spanish Inquisition spread fear all over Europe. It was synonymous with cruel torture and biased rulings. Once you were put on trial, you had no hope. The most extreme punishment was to be burnt, tied to a stake and burnt at the stake. That was defined as death by burning. That was the most extreme punishment. Other types of ways of shaming people, in the case of, say, women who were witches, they would put them on donkeys, naked, and walk them around the town where they were well known as were you see it. And there was also imprisoned until the inquisitors were satisfied that you had learned what you should learn with the problem. And then those who have not confessed refused. Those who've done it before, then they're taken away and executed. There's even more than that. Some people die in prison. So they take their bones and they burn them in public. So you destroy completely.
City of Los Angeles. A new respite center serving drug users near MacArthur Park has been awarded $3 million. LA City Councilwoman Guinness says the center would offer restrooms, showers, treatment opportunities, and more. We're trying to do with this respite center is not.
Spain was not always this intolerant toward other religions. In fact, it had been one of the most open-minded countries in the Middle Ages. Islam, Christianity, and Judaism coexisted in peace back then. Spain was divided between Islam and Christian rule back then.
Boeing has been sanctioned by the National Transportation Safety Board for sharing information about
In order to compete against the Islamic kings who practiced religious tolerance, Christian kingdoms such as Castile and Aragon, also adopted openness toward Jews and Muslims.
BBC's Gio Benitez says a different crew later moved the plane outside and reattached the door because of the weather. Boeing says the bolts were never put back because the door's removal wasn't documented. The NTSB says Boeing blatantly violated
Alfonso the Wise, ruler of Spanish Castile in the 13th century, invited the Jews and Muslims, who had nowhere to go in Europe because of religious persecution, into his kingdom.
We'll check some problems on the 5 with the KFI in the sky next.
Well, I think that Alfonso X really had many advisors, Jewish advisors, and also you saw that also in Spain that you have certain Jewish streets and Jewish neighborhoods, and they were often, the Jews were really protected by the ruler for the reason that they had the ruler profited from their knowledge, from their trade network. Alfonso X hired many Jews to help him to rule the world.
He does call himself the emperor of the three religions. And he's, I believe his tombstone has inscriptions in Hebrew, Arabic, and Latin. Riding on this policy of tolerance, Castile's capital city of Toledo blossomed into the center of European politics, culture, and industry. Alfonso X even introduced to Europe books that were considered heresy at the time, such as the work of Greek philosophers, Indian fairy tales, scientific texts from Islamic cultures. He even allowed the Quran to be translated and read in Europe. By means of these instruments called astrolabes, which measure the elevation of the stars from a particular point, it helps in the observing of the stars for astronomy or for astrology. Of course, astrology is the part of astronomy that claims to predict the future on the basis of the movements of the stars. And Toledo would be where the same as Greenwich is for time measurements now. It's the basis for how to measure stars from the elevation of Toledo. And this will later become important for things like navigation. Followers of other religions were often massacred in medieval Europe. Thus, Spain became the best place for these people to live in and prosper in Western Europe. Sometimes it was the only place. The prosperity of these Jews and Muslims were ultimately beneficial to the kingdom as well. They built a financial industry which greatly enriched the coffers of the Spanish royalty. They were the first to adopt the advanced technologies of the Arab world. Productivity was the highest among all European regions. By the 15th century, Spain had become the richest country in Europe. Finally, 1492, Reconquista is complete. Christianity has won in the long struggle against Islam forces in Spain. Islamic rule in the Iberian Peninsula came to an end with the fall of Granada. All of Europe celebrated. However, it was a huge blow to the Jewish people. The Alhambra decree was announced, banishing all Jews from Spain. In March 1492, Spain makes the Alhambra decree banishing all Jews from its land. The decree says, We order the Jews of our kingdoms to depart and never to return. We secure to them and to their possessions, and we likewise give license to Jews to export their goods and estates, as long as they do not export gold or silver or coin money or other things prohibited. Thus, in effect, the Jews could not be secured of their possessions. They were driven away penniless by the conditions of the decree. The 60,000 Jews who were stripped of their belongings and banished from Spain moved to Portugal. However, Portugal became a part of Spain soon after, and they were expelled once again. Their exodus finally brings them to the Netherlands, which was more tolerant to other religions. The Spanish court became even more zealous, drunk on their religious victory over the Muslims. They began to kill Jews who had converted to Catholicism under the claim that they were rooting out heretics who pretended to convert. In Valencia, 1,000 people were executed from 1494 to 1530 for secretly practicing Judaism. In Seville, 4,000 people were burned at the stake. Nevertheless, certainly Spain seized its success in terms of intolerance. They expelled the Jews in 1492. They forced the Muslims to convert by 1520. In the 17th century, I believe in 1610, they expelled the people who say they're Christians, but by blood are thought to be Muslim. And what you see is sort of the origins of racial ideas of purity of blood. So, for example, in the 16th, 17th century, in order to be a university professor in some places, or to have a state office, you have to prove what was called the piety de sangre, purity of blood. You could be the most devout Christian imaginable, but if your grandfather was Jewish, then you're too suspect. As the king of the purest Catholic country, Philip II demanded that the Netherlands enforce religious homogeneity as well. Those who refused would have to pay with their lives. All the Dutch wanted was religious freedom. The Duke of Alba tried to force the Protestants to yield. He even tried to revive religious trials. This led to widespread protests and destruction of statues. The religious movement was soon turning into an armed uprising. At last, the protests turned into a war for independence led by Prince William of Orange. A festival was held in Leiden every year on October 3rd to commemorate the battle. Rebel ships that gave us new freedom in Leiden. From 1573 to 1574, the people of Leiden stood strong against the merciless onslaught of Spanish troops. The city came close to starvation as the Spanish surrounded its walls. However, the people of Leiden resisted to the end. As a final resort, they broke open the dam using seawater to flood the Spanish troops away. And then the land came underwater, and they did it because the people who liberated us had boats, so the Zeus had boats. And then there was a very, very strong wind in the night before the 3rd of October, and that's where they came with the boats to Leiden, and the Spaniards then to flood the city because there was too much water for them. At that time, we wanted to be free, and if we want something here in Leiden, then we're going to get it. So then we will be free again. The liberators came with white bread and herring for the starving people of Leiden. The city of Leiden commemorates the event today by giving out bread and herring. That's right. On January 29th, 1579, the 7 states of northern Low Countries make a pact to stand together to the end for their religious freedom and rights. This was the Union of Utrecht, which laid the foundations for the nation we now call the Netherlands. This union was founded on the principle of religious tolerance. The treaty stated, each person shall remain free in his religion, and no one shall be investigated or persecuted because of his religion. However, the persecution continued in the Spanish territories. The sack of Antwerp in 1576 drove more Jews and Protestants into northern Netherlands.
The troops that were based in Antwerp, they, of course, like all troops, needed payment. But the payment which had to come from Spain with ships, the ships were taken by Elizabeth of England. And so there was no money available in Antwerp to pay the troops. And as a consequence, once troops don't get paid, they want to get the pay anyway, and they started looting. And that's called the Spanish Fury in the Netherlandish historiography.
Instagram to sell more than 60 guns. Police say some of the guns sold by the informers who said that here are illegal. Registered those guns had obliterated serial numbers or stolen. The Texas Supreme Court is upheld states.
This results in a sharp population decline. In Spanish-ruled southern Netherlands from the 1560s to 1589, Antwerp went from 85,000 to 42,000. Kent and Bruges are halved in population size too. The people who left usually settled in Amsterdam, Leiden, or Haarlem in the north. They had left in search of wider freedom of religion. On the other hand, the population of Amsterdam went from 30,000 to 200,000 in the years between 1570 and 1670. The population of Leiden went from 15,000 to 72,000. According to statistics from 1650, 1/3 of the people living in Amsterdam were immigrants or descendants of immigrants. And it's remarkable, if you look at the heads of some of the biggest merchant houses and manufacturing firms in the Netherlands, how many of them
are not from families that have been settled in low countries for a long time, but they're people from with French surnames or Jewish surnames or German surnames, last names. So this has really becomes in the by the middle of the 17th century a melting pot, a place where people from various religions, various regions can come and settle, and they played a very important. These newcomers to Amsterdam, wealthy financiers, successful Protestant traders, highly skilled workers, and engineers. They contributed immensely to the city's economic development. This meant that the skilled workers and capital of Spain, France, and the southern Low Countries migrated in a massive scale to the northern Low Countries. Tolerance triumphed once again, as religious freedom became the foundation of the Netherlands' success. Their doors were open to immigrants from all over Europe, who then propelled the country into its golden age. The prosperity of the Netherlands began in the oceans. Shipbuilding and shipping were the twin engines of growth. The Dutch were called the horsemen of the sea in the 17th century. They utilized the immigrants' advanced shipbuilding skills to create a revolutionary vessel, the flute, which was economical and fast.
So the Dutch quickly discovered that what they wanted to be cheap in transportation, you had to have a big ship that went really fast, but that didn't need a large crew. And that's when in 1594, they started building flute ships. And flute ships had the advantage of being quick, and they had a very nice proportion to the ship's hull, which made that they could transport a lot of goods with a very small ship. So that made it much cheaper. And in the European waters, these ships did very, very well.
Boats were not only faster, they were also cheaper to build. Advanced technologies enabled the Dutch to make ships at a far lower cost than their competitors. If it took 1,300 pounds to build a ship in England, it could be done for 800 pounds in the Netherlands.
It was invented in Holland. It doesn't look so very revolutionary, but the secret of this ship was that it was a middle-sized ship which could be sailed with only a few people. You needed only a crew of some 20 people to sail it, which meant that it didn't cost much if you had to pay the crew. You didn't need many people.
These advantages allowed the Dutch to ship goods for a third of the cost of other countries. This enabled them to dominate the global shipping trade. In the 17th century, the total number of trading vessels in the world was 20,000, and the Netherlands owned 15,000 of them. 75% of the world's trade was being conducted by the Dutch. The Dutch also made huge profits from the luxury goods trade. Luxury items such as sugar, spices, and silk from New Amsterdam, Brazil, South Africa, India, Southeast Asia, Taiwan, and Japan were collected at Amsterdam and then shipped all over the world again. Let's take a look at sugar. Sugar used to be a very expensive product, far more expensive than salt.
The sugar refining industry, which began in Antwerp, naturally moved to Amsterdam in the late 16th century as a result of mass migration. The diamond industry also came to the Netherlands through the same route. Until the 18th century, all of the world's diamonds were mined in India. The diamond polishers who cut the raw stones into sparkling gems were mostly Jews. Being in the money-lending business, they sometimes had to craft and sell precious stones that were handed over to them as collateral. Thus, the Jews would bring the diamond industry with them wherever they went. Before the Alhambra decree, it was Spain. But after the decree expelled them from Spain, they settled in Lisbon and Antwerp. However, the Spanish Inquisition followed them to their new homes. The Netherlands was the only place which guaranteed their safety. Thus, in the 17th century, Amsterdam took Lisbon and Antwerp's place as the center of the diamond industry. The history of Amsterdam dates back from 1586, where our first diamond polisher was registered in the marriage certificate of Amsterdam. And later, the trade was being developed because the Portuguese Jews were driven out of the Spanish countries. Diamonds were not the only treasures that the Jews brought. The Jews had been moneylenders for a long time. They were expert financiers. Jews introduced innovative financing methods to lay the foundation for the modern financial system in the Netherlands. In 1602, Oldenbarnevelt, the land's advocate of Holland, pushed for the creation of the Dutch East India Company. It was established to advance the highly profitable trade of Asian products. However, the problem was money. Asian trade involved a huge sum of money and high risks, making it difficult to finance the enterprise. The financiers involved in the project came up with a truly important innovation: shares. The Dutch East India Company is an important innovation as it is, because it is a company based on shares. So it's not a family company anymore, but it's based on capital of many people, which means that you can continue your company like other companies today, even when the founder of the company is dead, or a few founders of the company is dead. So that's an important innovation. The company was financed by 81 ship owners who controlled the majority of maritime trade back then. Among these ship owners, the majority were Jews who had been banished from Spain. In a roundabout way, Spain ended up financing the Dutch trade in the East. In 1609, the world's first stock exchange was set up in Amsterdam. Shareholders could cash in their shares anytime they wanted. Over 1,000 fund managers worked at the exchange in the 17th century. Advanced financial tools such as futures and options were born. All of Europe's capital flowed into Amsterdam. The interest rate was 3%, which was unimaginably low at the time. Philip II, who once owned the Netherlands, ended up having to pay 40% interest on his loans in 1573. In comparison, money could be borrowed in Amsterdam for a rate of just 3%. As Amsterdam grew into the world's financial capital, Philip II was forced into bankruptcy.
Very interestingly, in the 1620s, the great so-called prime minister, the equivalent of the prime minister in Spain, the Count of Paris, proposes that Jews, some Jews, should be allowed to return and live in Spain precisely for that reason. Let's be a little easier on these people. Let's keep the Inquisition off their backs. That's the reason. But it's not successful in the end. And in the end, the Inquisition is even more powerful than the need that the Spanish state has for these huge amounts of money. And of course, as you imply, the consequences in India and Spain go bankrupt.
Diego de Cisneros, the Spanish statesman, made these remarks to Philip II. The Dutch rebels were growing in strength. The Jews supported them in war, conquest, and negotiations, acting as spies in your land, and extracting wealth from Spain and Portugal. However, Spain had learned nothing from its failures of the 16th century. The Spanish Inquisition continued its reign of terror throughout the 17th century. Spain's pursuit of purity by the expulsion of Jews and Muslims brought it dubious purity while costing its empire. The Netherlands flourished not just economically, but culturally as well. It became home to some of the greatest artists and philosophers. Publishers, printers, and bookshops lined the streets of Amsterdam. Freedom of religion had led to the freeing of minds. Descartes, the father of modern philosophy, remembered by the quote, "I think, therefore I exist," lived and wrote for over 30 years in Amsterdam. The same went for Spinoza, another great modern thinker. Spinoza's father was a Spanish Jew. He had migrated to the Netherlands as Jews became increasingly persecuted in Spain. Spinoza praised the Netherlands, saying, "This prosperous country has no nobles, and everyone coexists side by side regardless of rank and religion." Spinoza was not the only philosopher working in the Netherlands in the Golden Age that could say all these things. There were also foreign French philosophers that moved to the Netherlands to publish their work or to work because they were tolerated. The native Latins, I think, the most famous one. So there was a good climate for this. All persons in the Netherlands shall be treated equally in equal circumstances. Discrimination on the grounds of religion, belief, political opinion, race, or sex or on any other grounds whatsoever shall not be permitted. This is the first article of the Constitution of the Netherlands. The Dutch still consider tolerance to be the greatest virtue. The tiniest empire in the world, which ruled the world's oceans in the 17th century, was the Empire of Tolerance.
Superintendent Ryan Walters says the Bible is an indispensable historical and cultural document. His mandate requires teachers to incorporate it
From Rome, the eternal the great Mongolian Empire. The British Empire, where the sun never set. To the U.S., superpower of the 20th century. What made these nations great? Does intolerance help you? No. It weakens you. It loses your strength.
A country such as the British based their system upon many different nationalities, many different religions. They succeeded. You've got to want to be a superpower. You've got to believe that you can be. You've got to believe that you should be.
What is the nature of leadership that enables the rise to great power status? You said if you have bad leadership or stupid leadership, then you waste away your assets, right? Power is the ability to get the things you want. And you can do it three ways. You can do it by coercion, or by payment, or by attraction.
It doesn't feel that it needs to. What it needs to do is maintain the peace and prosperity of its own subjects.
We begin a journey that spans over 2,500 years to discover the secret behind global hegemony. August 2nd, 216 BC. Mechanic plains in central Italy were strewn with the bodies of Roman soldiers. The one day of battle that resulted in the loss of 80,000 men and 1/3 of its senate. Worst of all, there was now nothing standing between the enemy and its conquest of Rome.
The biggest army they have ever raised was gone. Such they think when it has gone.
Their total losses in battle in the previous 2 years were close to 100,000 men. No state in the history of the ancient world had suffered losses that high in that short a period of time.
The man who brought Rome to the brink of collapse, Hannibal, the greatest general Carthage had ever seen.
Hannibal was an extraordinary person, and he grew up with one aim, that was to destroy Rome.
There is the legend that, as a boy, he took Hannibal into a temple, into a sacred place, and made the boy swear an oath never to be a friend to the Romans, and then raised him as a soldier and raised him to hate Rome. Rome went to the brink of collapse in 216 BC. There was no greater defeat in its history. Living 2,200 years after the battle, we know it didn't bring on Rome's demise. Anyone who has read a history book knows this as a fact. In fact, the ultimate loser was Hannibal, the greatest strategist of antiquity. However, there are things the history books still haven't told us. How did Rome recover from such a crushing defeat that would have demolished any other nation? Why did Hannibal, victorious in all his former battles, fail in his final war with Rome? Carthage, the homeland of Hannibal, was located in present-day Tunisia. It was once a North African hegemon, which controlled the Mediterranean Sea.
Follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
This naval control, along with the territory of Sicily, was lost to Rome, and the Carthaginians wanted revenge. Hannibal's father is one of the men who most of all says that Carthage should be strong again. And the fact that he goes to Spain and he creates this new powerful province, builds up a big army that they train and prepare, and then his son-in-law takes over when he dies. Hannibal takes over. So it is a family thing. There is something very personal for all of his family, the Barca family, that they must avenge themselves on Rome. So I think Hannibal is raised with this sense that it is his destiny, his duty. In 219 BC, Hannibal begins the Second Punic War with a siege on Saguntum, an ally of Rome. The attack on its ally leads to Rome's decision to send reinforcements. The Romans thought that Hannibal was likely to keep expanding into Spain, as can be seen from their dispatching of troops to Spain. It seemed Hannibal had no other choice. The Mediterranean Sea was already under Roman control. If his troops were to attack Rome by sea, the Roman navy would annihilate them. The only other land attached to Italy was the Alps. It was impossible to cross the Alps with a large army. The path was only used by shepherds.
They just didn't think Hannibal would come to Italy because that's not how the Carthaginians had acted in the past.
It may simply be that the presumption was that this was going to be a war either in Spain, since the starting point of the war is Saguntum, which is still some way from the Pyrenees in southern Spain.
However, Hannibal was like no other. His daring plan was to cross the Alps in freezing winter. With a force of 50,000 men and 37 elephants, he led a campaign against the Gauls through the south of France and finally across the Alps. In November of 218 BC, Hannibal's army reached the north of Italy. A war, which no one other than Hannibal had anticipated, was about to take place in the heart of Rome. However, the Alpine crossing had taken a huge toll on Hannibal's forces as well. His army of 50,000 men had been reduced to just 26,000.
As the weather turns against him, it becomes very snowy, very difficult. Some men die of frostbite, of exposure. Some of the animals, you have not just the men with the army, and he loses most of his army by the time he gets there.
On the other hand, the Roman army awaiting Hannibal in Italy had 750,000 men. Moreover, they were Roman soldiers famous for their discipline and prowess in battle. 26,000 against 750,000. Was Hannibal a madman leading his men to certain destruction? Of course, Hannibal was no madman, but the greatest strategist of antiquity. Hannibal had done a thorough analysis of war history. His greatest role model was King Alexander, who conquered the 1 million strong Persian army with just 36,000 men. To understand Hannibal's strategy, we have to first understand that Rome was not a single unified entity. Rome in the 3rd century BC was a network of city-states, with Rome as its leader. In the alliance were Latin cities similar to Rome and Greek cities with completely different origins. There were even some Gauls who were considered as barbarians back in those days. They had been enemies at war with Rome just 20 to 30 years before. A similar structure could be found in ancient Greece, with an alliance of city-states led by Athens. Numerous city-states in the region took Athens as their alliance leader. The same was true for Persia, the largest ancient empire. Under the Persian hegemony were the Medians, the Egyptians, Babylonians, Assyrians, Judeans, Phoenicians, and Greeks coexisting in peace. Thus, the empire was not a cohesive unit. In fact, It crumbled with surprising fragility with the loss of one major battle. This was how King Alexander, with his 36,000 men, was able to defeat the 1 million strong Persian army.
Supreme Court has decided to enforce bans on homeless people.
King Alexander captured a resounding victory over Darius III in the Battle of Issus, his first face-off against Persia. This turned the Phoenicians, Egyptians, and Ionians over to his side. When Darius III lost once again, Igalia, the Mesopotamian region, opened its doors to Alexander. Persia was now isolated. It was only a matter of time before it fell apart.
Hannibal came to Italy, but he saw it as Rome as a conqueror, and then lots of other places who were Italian but weren't Roman. And in his mind, it was, well, why should you fight and you should die for Rome? They are the conquerors, you were part of their empire. Why stay with them? And it's thinking the same way that Alexander could think when he came to Persia.
Hannibal's essential strategy was that of quick victories and presumption that many of Rome's Gallic and Italian allies would almost immediately give up on Rome and join with Hannibal, reversing that manpower imbalance and therefore making it essentially impossible for Rome to resist.
Hannibal wanted to recreate in Italy what Alexander had done in Persia. If Hannibal could secure a firm victory over Rome, its allies would naturally fall behind Carthage lead. If this was followed by one or two more victories, the Roman alliance would be dissolved, and Hannibal could take Rome easily. The first battle took place in the Cisalpine Gaul, Rome's latest conquest. Cisalpine Gaul, located in present-day northern Italy, used to be occupied by Gauls.
In the second half of the 3rd century, the Romans had begun to expand into the Po Valley. They founded a couple of colonies up there, and they had begun to take away the land of these Celtic tribes, which had caused enormous antagonism, and that they would want to avenge their defeat. That they would really want to drive the Romans out of the Po Valley and keep their land as it had been.
Rome sent its troops immediately to protect its control over the region. However, it suffered a huge defeat in the Battle of the Trebbia, the first battle between Hannibal and Rome. The Roman army was nearly annihilated, while Hannibal's troops had suffered minimal damages. The same thing that took place in Persia after the Battle of Issus took place in the Cisalpine Gaul region. The Gauls immediately renounced Rome and joined Hannibal's command. In a single sweep, Hannibal's troops had increased to 50,000. Hannibal's plan was to show mercy to all of Rome's allies in order to break apart the Roman alliance. Hannibal declared, "My enemy is not the Roman alliance. Rome is my enemy. I will set you free immediately. I won't even ask for money. Leave Rome and join Hannibal. Hannibal will promise that nation its freedom, independence, and safety." Rome had lost hegemony over Gallia. The second major battle against Hannibal's advancing army was about to begin. Soon was yet another huge defeat for the Roman army. Even the Roman consul, one of Rome's most powerful men, was killed in battle.
The basic outline that he had of using troops in different ways to sort of take advantage of what he knew the Romans were going to do and put the Romans at a physical or psychological disadvantage. And that understanding of the psychology of battle is one thing that is, I think, really very original with Hannibal. The only other general I think we can see who had that ability to understand, to plan around the way men would react on the battlefield was Alexander, whose campaigns Hannibal had studied.
Hannibal, who had defeated the Roman army once again, continued his campaign. This time, he chose to go around Rome and move into the south of Italy. He had conquered the Gauls and Latins. Now it was time to show the Greeks the plight of Carthage. Southern Italy was swept up in the merciless violence that Hannibal unleashed. Hannibal pillaged and destroyed his way through Rome's allies in southern Italy.
And if the Romans won't fight him, then what he wants to do is march through their lands, burn their farmhouses, burn their villages, steal their cattle, eat their crops. And that shows everybody that the Romans are weak. It's like somebody coming into your house or your garden and stealing what they want, breaking anything they want. It doesn't mean you'll starve, but it's humiliating.
Rome was also determined to put in everything it had this time. Having elected the hawkish Varro as consul, an order was given out for full mobilization. The army consisted of 80,000 foot soldiers and 7,000 cavalry. Among them were 80 senators, showing how determined Rome was to win.
Varro was told to fight with Hannibal. That's why he was elected. But he really didn't have a choice in the matter. He fought the battle at Cannae because that was the Roman strategy of the year, and that was what the two consuls had been told they needed to do. They agreed they were going to do it.
In August of 216 BC, the two armies finally came head-to-head in Cannae. The Persian Empire had collapsed after just two battles, Issus and Gaugamela. Rome had already suffered two huge defeats. It had not collapsed yet, but a third defeat would throw its fate into question. Rome, just like Hannibal, was in for a fight to the death. 140,000 men had gathered in the plains of Cannae. The largest number of troops ever gathered in the Italian peninsula. This was the final battle that Hannibal had been waiting for. Morning of August 2nd came around. The Roman army set itself up in the right bank of the Aufidus River. The Roman strategy was a head-on collision fighting on its superior manpower. Its 80,000 men, who outnumbered the Carthage army 2 to 1, were concentrated in one area to charge at the enemy with brute force. Hannibal's men also began to align themselves. In contrast to the Romans, Hannibal's army took on a long, linear formation.
What was unique in Hannibal's battle formation was the way that he deployed his Celtic infantrymen in the center, and he didn't line the army up straight. What he did was he had the Celtic troops out in front of it, and what this did was act like a magnet for the front of the Roman army, because what he wanted to do was to draw the Roman army in close. So they're advancing on a wide front, but they see this group out here, and so it's inevitable that they begin to press together, which is what Hannibal wanted, because he wanted them fighting without the proper intervals, which he knew would make them much more effective. And so by putting the Gauls out that way,
first row made of Gallic troops was backed up by heavily elite Carthaginian soldiers.
But they are completely separate from other Carthaginian armies. They are Hannibal's army. And they are all very good soldiers, and they are like a very good sports team that have practiced so well. They work together and they trust each other.
This was not the only plan Hannibal had made. He had yet another strategy, taken from King Alexander his leave. In order to go against the formidable Rome, Hannibal had analyzed the strategies of King Alexander. He found out the secret behind Alexander's success against the Persian army. That was the cavalry.
They do. The trick that Hannibal and Alexander both display is that they use cavalry, but they use them with great care, because their army consists of very good cavalry, but also very good infantry. It's a very well-balanced force. It's a coordinated force. It's a force that supports. Each bit is part of the team, is important. And separately, they might be weak, but all together, they are far, far stronger than they would be. And that's the sort of army they have, and that has been quite rare in history.
While Hannibal had only half the number of foot soldiers, he had the upper hand when it came to cavalry. He had 10,000 horsemen as compared to the 7,000 in the Roman army. Moreover, his cavalry were from nomadic tribes, so were far more powerful warriors than the Roman cavalry. Hannibal placed his cavalry on the two ends of the linear formation.
With Alexander the Great, you have the famous Macedonian pikemen. They go forward and they pin the enemy. They're pressuring him. And then Alexander sees the weak spot and goes straight at the head of his cavalry right at that point. Hannibal tends to use his cavalry to surround the Romans because the Roman armies are smaller than the big Persian forces.
Hannibal understood the importance of the use of space on the battlefield. This is a crucial aspect of his thinking, and he needed more space for his cavalry to operate in, and that's what this formation enabled him to do.
The battle began. The huge centralized Roman army clashed with Hannibal's first Roman troops. Hannibal's army began to retreat under the fire of Rome's fierce central attack.
Draw the Romans onto him. Make them come into a fight quickly. Which the Romans do. The Romans think, well, this is exactly what we want. Let's go forward.
However, the battle between the cavalry took an unexpected turn for the Romans. Hannibal's cavalry, superior in numbers and skill, began to drive out the Romans. The fight between the foot soldiers also began to take a turn for the worse. As Hannibal's army retreated, the linear formation turned into a pocket surrounding the Roman army. Only Carthaginian soldiers appeared on their left and right. The Roman army found itself under attack from three directions.
In the meantime, the Roman infantry keeps on going forward, but it's a mob, it's a crowd, it's surging forward like people coming out of a football ground. You know, there's tens of thousands where you can't move, and you're just going forward. As they're doing that, Hannibal hits them on either side with his best men, his Libyans, who are now equipped just like the Romans themselves, captured Roman equipment. And they're like the jaws of a vice. They hit them on either side and stop the Romans dead. A crowd that stopped moving doesn't know what to do.
This was not the end. Hannibal's cavalry, which had already defeated the Roman cavalry, had returned.
to die easily. And what follows is hours of slaughter, done face to face. When you have to go face to face and kill each and every one of those Romans, those 50,000 men who died, mostly die in the hours that follow. It was the most crushing defeat in the history of Rome. Over 50,000 men were killed. Most of the 80 senators who took part in the battle were slain. Rome had lost a third of its senators in just one day. Among the fallen were some of Rome's most powerful men, including the consul of Aemilius and former consul Servilius. Hannibal's path to Rome was now wide open. Hannibal was certain that the Roman alliance would be stirring as a result of the resounding victory. Hannibal divided his captives into Roman soldiers and soldiers from Rome's allies. The Roman soldiers were slaughtered without fail. Those from Rome's allies, however, were sent back to their homeland without even a request for ransom. Hannibal had decided to wait for the Roman alliance to collapse. Hannibal's brother Mago went to Carthage to report the victory at Cannae. He laid the gold rings taken from the fallen Romans, which piled into a heap in the middle of the floor. The Carthaginian Senate was filled with cheers. It took just two battles, the Issus and Aemilian, to fall Persia, the world's first empire. This was because its allies all chose to secede from the Union. Rome had been defeated thrice. Everyone expected its allies to leave. It was not considered betrayal for smaller states to leave an alliance. It was a necessary choice to ensure their survival. When the leader was shown to be weak, the allies left without hesitation. The empire crumbled like a castle of cards. It was now Rome's turn to fall. The Battle of Trebia, Lake Trasimene, and Cannae, it had lost 3 times to Hannibal. The course of history seemed to point to Rome's demise. The leader of the alliance seemed too weak to protect its allies. Hannibal toured southern Italy, waiting for the allies to secede from the alliance. However, things did not go as he had hoped. Rome's allies did not forsake Rome. Even though some cities such as Capo and the Italian South turned against Rome, the majority of them remained strong. They even fought to the death to protect Rome. What was it that Rome had done? Could it have been some kind of sorcery? The secret was in Roman citizenship. So Rome lay in the infamous ring of the Sabine women, in which Roman men kidnapped Sabine women as wives. This legendary incident became the subject of many famous paintings. It is how the Western tradition of grooms carrying their brides into the house began. However, much less is known about what took place afterwards. After the abduction of the Sabine women, the Sabines declared war on the Romans. This was inevitable, after all. These were their own daughters.
However, the victorious Romans accepted the defeated Sabines as Roman citizens. Nobles became members of the Roman Senate. The throne was taken jointly by the leaders of the two tribes. Even from the very start, Rome had accepted its conquests as citizens on equal footing. The Julius family of Julius Caesar and the Claudius family, which ruled Rome from Augustus's reign, were also from tribes which had been conquered by Rome. Then, I'm asking you one other example of the Romans that are really very different from everybody else. It's the treatment of slaves. The household slaves, here's your cook, here's your gardener, here's your janitor, here's your nanny for your kids, babysitter. They usually got freedom after 10 years. But then they, both men and women, but here's what happens. That's a really interesting part. Then they become what's called freed men or freed women. They're not citizens. But guess what? Their children are. The children are. Because there's an automatic system in Rome for incorporating new people into the Roman DNA, in the Roman bloodstream. And that's unprecedented, and I think it made Rome as effective and long-lasting. It's not if you like, the origin of the individual is an issue, the culture, the background of their religion. None of that is a consideration. The consideration is simply what have you done in relation to Rome. In this way, Rome is similar to the present-day superpower, the United States. The U.S. is the most multiracial country in the world, where people from all over the world coexist in a melting pot of cultures. The racial composition of the U.S. is truly diverse, with whites, blacks, Asians, and Hispanics from Central and Southern America. But they are all Americans with American citizenship. Among its allies were Latins such as the Sabines, along with Greeks like the Tarentuns and Regions. There were even barbaric Gauls. They were also given Roman citizenship. They were very much incorporated in the Roman system, and they saw themselves as part of this great power. You're a small town, for instance, with 10,000 people, but you know that through your alliance with Rome, you're part of a world power. And cities are encouraged. This is something they're proud of. Here's where it may come from. The Romans always believed from the very start that they had a dual origin in terms of called an ethnic race. Who is one of the ancestors? That's Aeneas. He is that's Virgil's Aeneid, the national epic. He is from Troy. So he is the one to say, yeah, this is our Asiatic ancestor. But then you have the one that is named after Rome. That is Romulus. He is from Italy. He's native. But you always have that mix. See, they always consider themselves a mixed nation. And this is why it's so open to other cultures, coming in. The last tribe that remained fighting against Roman hegemony was the Samnites. The Samnites were a powerful hilltop tribe that defeated the Romans in many battles in a war that lasted 40 years. A 40-year-long war would have driven a permanent wedge of hatred between the two nations. However, Rome chose to give the Samnites citizenship as well, after finally completing its conquest. In fact, it didn't stop at just citizenship. In 263 BC, when Rome was at war with Carthage, Aurelius Crassus was elected as a consul of Rome. He was not born a Roman. He was a commoner from the Samnian tribe. He had gained Roman citizenship and become Rome's top military commander. It was only 20 years after the Samnites had surrendered. Such tolerance was not found anywhere else in the ancient world. The uniqueness of Rome is made even clearer when compared to Athens, which was Rome's predecessor as hegemon of the Aegean and Mediterranean seas. As leader of the Delian League, Athens had control over the Aegean Sea and was acting as a de facto empire in the region. However, its citizenship policy was very different from Rome's. Citizenship was given to babies. Only if both parents were citizens. People from other cities and those who had one Athenian parent were excluded from citizenship. Even the son of the great statesman Pericles, who established the golden age of Athens, was not allowed citizenship. This was because he was born to a second wife, who was not Athenian.
Right, so when Athenians included other Greek islands into their growing empire, they did not make them citizens. They did not even open them their route to citizenship. All right, so that means that that those other properties, lakes, cities, states, they basically felt like second-class citizens, which they were, and they did not feel as as cooperative as in the Roman case, because there was no route for them to become one of us.
Sparta, Athens' greatest rival, was even more exclusionist when it came to citizenship. In the early days, Sparta divided its land into 9,000 plots, granting citizenship only to the 9,000 with land. In later generations, citizenship was granted only to those with both parents who were citizens. Foreigners were not welcome.
Plato was a great admirer of Sparta when he was republic, but keep in mind he did not lose it. So it's not a magnet for people to live in there and participate in all the opportunities. So they kind of stick to themselves. They're very limited.
In contrast to Rome, the number of Spartan citizens kept dwindling. In 480 BC, at the height of its power, Sparta had 8,000 citizens. By 371 BC, just 100 years later, this number had dwindled to about 1,000. Legendary warriors as they were, they could not remain powerful with just 1,000 citizens. Thus, Persia, Athens, and Sparta, which were unable to accept foreigners into their midst, fell as soon as they suffered defeat in major battle. Their allies left them for a more powerful hegemon. Rome was different. Rome was not a ruler that they were serving temporarily. They were citizens of Rome. Rome was their motherland. Let's now return to Hannibal. Hannibal now faced a quandary. His entire campaign, brought through the bitter cold of the Alps, was about to go to naught. Alexander's strategy, which had worked so brilliantly in Persia, had failed Hannibal again. Moreover, Rome had now changed its strategy, learning from their mistakes at Cannae. Fabius, longtime proponent of a drawn-out strategy, was appointed as dictator, the highest wartime commander.
He says, no, I'm not going to do that for my glory. What I'm going to do is the best thing for the state, and I'm going to keep the army safe, and I'm going to weaken Hannibal. And in the end, we'll be strong enough to beat him, or his army will just wither and it will die.
With the Mediterranean Sea under Rome's control, it was impossible to obtain support from Carthage. Over the course of 10 years, Carthage had only been able to send a single batch of reinforcements. Hannibal had no choice but to continue fighting in the Italian south with his dwindling troops. The Second Punic War entered into a stage of lull after Cannae. Even with repeated losses, the Roman alliance remained intact. The greatest strategist of antiquity was now at a loss. Once he realized it was impossible to dissolve the Roman alliance, Hannibal must have fallen into despair. It had become impossible for Hannibal to end the war. Only Rome had the power to end it. Finally, a great general who could bring the war to an end was born in Rome. His name was Scipio.
He trains his army, then he's very aggressive. He always surprises the enemy. He's learned from the enemy. He starts to see, well, Hannibal has always outwitted us. He's always done what we least expect. So how about I do that back to the Carthaginians? He then defeats Hannibal's brother and then the other Carthaginian commanders in Spain, almost doing what Hannibal had done at Cannae. He weakens his center, makes his wings strong, and he envelops them. His army becomes as good and then better than Hannibal's own.
In the summer of 216 BC, the final battle began in Zama, southwestern Carthage. Scipio vanquished Hannibal using Hannibal's own strategy. Although Zama was Hannibal's only defeat, he ended up losing the war.
At the Battle of Zama, he fights like Hannibal does, and Hannibal doesn't have an answer because he's lost all the advantages, and it becomes a sloppy match, but Scipio wins because he's got the better army.
With the defeat of Carthage, the Mediterranean Sea was completely Rome's for the taking. Rome could finally begin its imperial ascent. The Hannibalic War had been Rome's greatest crisis, but it became Rome's first step towards its rise as a global empire. All of this was possible because Rome had a powerful social structure which could not be destroyed by a few lost battles. The power of its social structure came from the power to assimilate even the conquered, the power of Roman citizenship. On April 14th, 193 BC, Septimius Severus became the new emperor of Rome. He was the first emperor from northern Africa. In fact, he was from Carthage, the homeland of Hannibal. Rome was a nation which could accept the son of a former enemy, even one that had driven it to the brink of collapse as its emperor. At the time, 2/3 of the Senate were made up of people from outside of Rome. European nation wages war against a mighty empire. The empire is Spain, which has constructed an empire stretching from the Philippines to the American continent and Europe. The sun never sets in its shores, and it is unbeatable in sea or land. The tiny island state is England. It had only begun to set war to the oceans. This battle switches the fates of England and Spain. The Empire of Spain begins its steady decline, while England begins to reign the world's oceans in its stead. It had only been 17 years since Spain had vanquished the Ottoman Empire in the Battle of Lepanto. The invincible Armada had turned into a paper tiger in just 17 years. How had Spain collapsed in such a short period of time? How had the tiny island of England been able to defeat Spain, the most powerful nation in the world? The phrase "the empire on which the sun never sets" was used to describe the British Empire at its peak. It was a symbol of the glory of the empire which controlled colonies and seas all over the world. But Britain was not the first to be given that name. Spain in the 16th century was the first empire in which the sun never sets. King Philip II of Spain was a patron of the Catholic Church who practiced the faith zealously and ruthlessly suppressed dissenters. England, with its own church led by a queen, was an eyesore to him. Philip II first proposed to Queen Elizabeth of England in an attempt to convert England back to Catholicism. However, all he got in return was a curt denial. Moreover, English pirates were a nuisance who looted from the treasure-laden ships of Spain. A huge amount of wealth coming in from the new continent was stolen by English pirates. A furious King Philip called for strong punishment. But the Queen instead bestowed knighthood upon the infamous pirate, Francis Drake. Queen Elizabeth had actually been the pirates' protector. The government had been in collusion with the pirates, taking half of the looted treasures. England was a poor country back then. The English court's income would have been meager otherwise. It was even smaller than that of the city-state of Milan, a duchy under Spanish rule. Piracy was a source of income. Queen Elizabeth could not afford to lose. Queen Elizabeth continued provoking King Philip II, finally resulting in the eruption of his fury over the Netherlands. The Netherlands, which was under Spanish control, had staged a rebellion in a bid for independence. The The time had come for him to show her the might of his invincible armada. And the King of Spain now realizes that the English are his inveterate enemies, and he decides that he must mount a great invasion using the army which he has in Flanders and his navy which is being rebuilt. So it's about putting Catholicism back into England. It's about removing a threat to his strategic interests, particularly in the Low Countries. But ultimately, it's about the conquest of Europe by a single overmighty state. In 1585, King Philip II finally decided to launch his invasion of England. The Spanish strategy was to have the Armada join forces with the Duke of Parma in the Netherlands in a joint assault on England. In 1588, when the Armada is launched, the English army is very small. It's entirely amateur, so the English army is useless for defensive purposes. The Spanish army is the biggest and the best army in the world. It's battle hardened. It has many thousands of troops, very experienced. It has all the great generals, and it wins all the great battles.
If it had been possible for a major part of the big Spanish field army, which was campaigning in the Low Countries against the Dutch rebels, to meet face to face with English forces, most people on both sides took it for granted that the English would be instantly defeated.
After the Armada had defeated the English navy, the Duke of Parma's men would land on shore via the Thames. Queen Elizabeth, who did not have a credible army, would be doomed. She too knew that once the Spanish soldiers set foot on England, it would be the end for her and her country. Everything depended on the English navy. It was at this moment when Sir Francis Drake suggested a preemptive strike. His target was Cadiz, the supply base for the Spanish troops. On April 29, 1587, Sir Francis Drake launched a surprise attack on the port of Cadiz. In just 36 hours, Spain had lost 37 ships along with several tons of food and supplies. And just like a pirate, he looted all of their supplies and left the scene. The Spaniards hated and feared Francis Drake. They called him El Drake, or the Dragon, a name that shows both awe and hatred. Sir Francis Drake is the greatest of all the Elizabethan seafarers. He is the second man to circumnavigate the world. He's a great privateer. He raids the Spanish for profit, but he's also a great strategist and a great fighting sailor.
He would see a tactical opportunity and swoop in like a dragon. And that's why the Spanish called him El Drac. His name did mean dragon in English.
The Spanish fleet could not chase after Drake. He sailed away at a speed the Spanish ships could not dream of attaining.
English were better at maneuvering their ships very quickly. They could turn to bring the broadside, where most of their cannon pointed, across an enemy ship very quickly before the enemy knew what was happening. That was not an easy feat because they had to control the wind, their sails, adjust the sails with ropes and pulleys and things to turn quickly, attack, and turn back again to maneuver their vessels.
I believe that what they were looking for was a ship which would combine the power of the sailing rig with the powerful head-firing armament of a galley. And the galleon is effectively a sailing ship hull with a galley's bow stuck on it with very heavy guns firing forward. And I think this is what the English Navy was building in the 1570s. The history of the new battleship which beat the Spanish Armada can be traced back to Port San Juan de Ulua in the Caribbean Sea. English ships began entering the port in 1568. The owner of the fleet, led by John Hawkins and Francis Drake, was, in fact, the Queen. They captured slaves in Africa to sell in America and got gold from the new continent in return. Of course, this was illegal in the eyes of Spain. The gold was supposed to be theirs. As usual, Hawkins wanted to sell the slaves and get his gold. However, things were different this time. A powerful Spanish fleet was waiting for him. The Spanish Navy granted safe entry at first, but it turned out to be a trap when Hawkins' fleet entered the port. A furious attack ensued. 200 men were killed or were taken prisoner. Hawkins' beloved nephew was captured. Just one ship was spared, but it had to cross the Atlantic Ocean without any supplies. All they had on the ship was hellish hunger and disease. When they arrived back in Plymouth, only 20 men remained alive. This voyage had changed the fates of Francis Drake and John Hawkins. The two men were filled with a desire for revenge. This became their common goal. However, the desire for revenge was not enough. What they needed was a more advanced ship that would bring the Spaniards to their knees. Hawkins found the answer he was looking for in the race-built galleon. He implemented completely new engineering techniques in the ship. He lowered the deck and made the body streamlined to create the fastest and safest ship in the world. One of the sources refers to these galleons as race-built, meaning probably long and low. And all the pictures we have show the galleons as being low forward with the sort of galley-style bow and relatively high aft, where they were still, to an extent, built up in the old style. These sailing ships could easily cross the Atlantic. They could go long distances. They were fast and maneuverable, and they had a very powerful armament. Yeah. The race-built galleon is the ultimate English warship of this period. It's a ship which has the fine lines of a Mediterranean galley, and it's relatively low superstructure, so it's not troubled by the wind. It's designed for speed, it's designed to turn, so it's low to the water, it carries a heavy battery of guns, and it's designed for speed maneuverability. After the first race-built galleon was built in 1570, 20 more followed. whole new species of ships had appeared in the Atlantic Ocean, one that the Spanish fleet was no match for. Though shaken by Drake's surprise attack, King Philip put together his fleet once again, determined to have his revenge. May 28th, 1588. He managed to put together a massive fleet, led by the Duke of Medina Sidonia. It was comprised of 20 large galleons, 44 carracks, 23 supply hulls, 35 light boats, 4 galleasses, and 4 galleys. On board were 8,500 naval officers and 19,000 foot soldiers. Here is one important fact to take note of. The Spanish Armada had a huge army of foot soldiers. Each ship had 350 armed foot soldiers, far more than sailors and gunners. Most of them could not even swim. On the other hand, the majority of the men on the English fleet were sailors. There were hardly any foot soldiers. Why had there been so many foot soldiers on the Spanish Armada?
So the tactics that have evolved from the start of the reign of climbing on board each other's ships and fighting with pikes and swords, very rudimentary handguns, and planning to capture, cutting the rigging, trying to disable them.
Prior to this time, most fighting that goes on at sea revolves around taking ships, be they ships owned by the state, naval ships, or merchant ships that are in effect hired by the state, putting lots of soldiers out under them, taking them out to sea, finding your opponent, and then ramming him and boarding and fighting as one would on land. This was like the fighting you see in pirate movies. Although the fighting took place on ships, it was no different from fighting on land. Thus, it was crucial to have the foot soldiers on board. This was how Spain won the Battle of Lepanto against the Ottoman Turks in 1571. This was why the Spanish Navy was so powerful, precisely because it had strong foot soldiers armed with guns and spears. In conventional military wisdom of the day, the English Navy with almost no foot soldiers was the exception.
English, for their part, had hardly any troops, and anyway, the English manned their ships with the idea that they needed the men, firstly, to sail, secondly, to load these heavy guns. And in fact, those two things needed more men than they could fit in the ships anyway, so there was no room left to carry lots of soldiers. And some of them had a few soldiers, but there wasn't room for many.
So last night's debate, this was quite a show.
In 1588, England strengthened surveillance over its southern coast. Watchtowers and signal towers were built along the southern coast. On July 29th, flames began to burn from the signal towers. A giant fleet was seen approaching behind the thick fog. The Armada had finally arrived at the English coast. The Armada approached slowly in its signature crescent formation. They were sailing without rest in order to get the Duke of Parma's foot soldiers from Calais. 21st, the first battle finally began. The English ships caught up with the Spanish Armada and opened fire, hoping to gain the upper hand with their superior firepower. The lower decks containing the guns were filled with noise and fire. They fired again and again. An incredible number of cannons went flying toward the Spanish fleet. The Spanish fleet prepared to launch their hooks and board the ships to fight. However, the English ships kept their distance. Not a single foot soldier made it on board an English ship.
The Spanish came on in a great arc, the shape of a crescent. They kept that fleet because that was the formation they had used at the Battle of Lepanto, which had been such a victory for them. The English wouldn't play. The English did not sail into the arms of the crescent so that the Spanish fleet could close around them and destroy them. Instead, they would come up, fire all their cannon, and sail away before the Spanish could catch them. And every time the Spanish tried to go to England, the British would get there first, attack them, shower them with cannonballs, and the Spanish would have to turn away.
Parts of its enemies. However, they too came out of the battle with little to show for their efforts. This was the cannonball used in the culverin cannons back then. Cannons of the 16th century could only fire metal balls. Exploding cannonballs of movies were invented in the 19th century. Thus, even if they hit, they could only make small holes. These holes were easily mended with planks that were on the ship.
But actually having a weapon which might be able to sink an enemy ship 100 yards away was completely new. The English hoped and the Spaniards feared that these new heavy guns would be so powerful they would actually be able to sink ships. But nobody was very sure. Nobody was quite sure how they would do it anyway. In the Armada battles, the English were learning. They actually themselves had never fought a battle like this at sea, but because the English had to just kept coming back and experimenting, they learned faster than the Spanish. If you have the right tool for the job and learn how to use it, you're in a much better shape than learning how to use it and finding you have the wrong tool, which is what happened with the Spanish.
Not a single Spanish ship was sunk that day. This first battle was followed by several other clashes, which ensued in similar fashion. The Spanish kept trying to grapple on, while English ships kept firing from a distance. Although the English Navy had not clinched victory, it had remained undefeated by the world's most powerful navy. England appeared to be faring better overall. The secret behind England's strength was their cast iron cannons. England dominated the European cannon industry in the 16th century. It produced over 400 tons of iron cannons in a year. This was 70% of the total produced in all of Europe. England's cannon industry had not been so advanced from the start. The majority of cannons used to be made of bronze, not iron. This was because iron cannons had a fatal flaw compared to bronze cannons.
In the 16th century, most serious guns were made of bronze. Bronze is a very good material for cannon because even when it's going to explode, it doesn't break and fracture, it simply ruptures and you can see the gun starting to swell up and you know it's time to stop firing. Early cast iron guns were prone to exploding and killing the gun crew.
Thus, more affluent continental nations prefer to use bronze cannons. However, England could not afford to do the same. Their bronze-making technology was far less advanced, and it was too costly for the cash-strapped court of England. King Henry VIII, father of Queen Elizabeth I, decided to focus on the iron cannons instead. Despite its flaws, iron had the huge advantage of being cost-efficient. An iron cannon could be made for just 1/4 of the cost. He employed French cannon makers and English ironsmiths who succeeded in creating high-quality cast iron cannons.
Every country in the world was making reliable, effective cast iron guns in 1588's England. This again is an investment that Henry VIII made over 40 years earlier. He invested in this technology. At the same time, we have a relatively open atmosphere in terms of scientific investigation beginning in this country. And improvements of gunpowder are coming through to the fore. So we have stronger guns combined with better gunpowder. And that is going to give you a very much more effective battle fleet.
Such innovation, which transformed weakness into strength, was how England obtained a navy with the greatest mobility and firepower in Europe. In the words of Toynbee, it was a case of a brave challenge combined with a successful response. However, this leaves one question. What was Spain doing while England was making such technological strides? Why hadn't they prepared for the new cannons? King Philip II thought that the English superiority in firepower was not a problem. The reason for that was a superiority in land troops. The Spanish army was the strongest in the world, which had defeated the French in the Battle of Pavia in 1525 and the Ottoman Turks in 1571. Although it had the largest fleet in Europe and had discovered the new continent, ships were just a means of transport. Fighting was still left to the foot soldiers.
Philip II is a man who believes in things the way they have always been. His opposition to Protestantism is that he believes that the old faith is correct. He believes that the old way of fighting is correct. And he believes that the old power system in which Spain is utterly dominant is also correct. He has no interest in change. Change is bad if you're Philip II.
In 1453, Constantinople fell to Sultan Mehmed II of the Ottoman Empire. The weapon that broke the impregnable fort of 1,000 years was the cannon. This cannon, which was called the fire-breathing lizard, was 8.2 meters long and weighed over 19 tons. It could fire a 500-kilogram rock across a distance of 1.6 kilometers. 30 carriages, 60 volts, and 200 men were required to transport this behemoth. The fire-breathing lizard was the greatest factor in bringing about the fall of Constantinople. This was how the Ottomans' obsession with giant cannons began. display at the Istanbul Military Museum is typical of the Ottoman era. It could fire rocks as large as these. Isn't it amazing? You could crush an entire city with these. However, when the Ottomans slipped into decline in the 18th century, Baron de Tott, a French aristocrat, remarked in his memoirs, though it looks powerful due to its size, there's nothing to fear, as it takes so long to work again after the first shot has been fired. Europeans began to focus on making field guns, which were highly mobile and easy to reload. The trend had shifted to smaller cannons. However, the Turks remained fixated on their success in Constantinople and kept building larger and larger cannons like giant dinosaurs. Even after the superiority of field guns had become evident in the 18th century, they remained obsessed with giant cannons. The Turks were at war with Russia back then. They mounted a giant cannon capable of firing a half-ton rock on the fortress wall overlooking the Bosphorus Strait. It took 3 days to move and half a day to mount. An officer from the British Army's auxiliary force asked, "Does this cannon even fire?" The Turkish commander replied, "Yes, although it's difficult to fire, one shot is enough to destroy them." Have you seen it? No, no one has seen it before. Right before the blast, everyone ran away in fear. It took 150 kilograms of gunpowder just to fire one shot. The cannon went off with a deafening blast. The force of the single explosion broke the cannon. The half-ton rock from the cannon broke into 3 pieces 550 meters away, and it disappeared into the ocean. Let's now return to the battle between the British Royal Navy and the Spanish Armada. The aim of the Armada was to land the Spanish army on the English shore. To do that, it had to keep heading north along the English Channel towards Calais, where the Duke of Parma's troops were waiting. August 6th came along. The moment of truth was drawing near. There was only 38 kilometers left to Calais. Despite Drake's best efforts, the Armada had passed through the English Channel without losing a single ship. The Duke of Medina Sidonia thought that once the ships landed in Calais, they could set forth immediately with Parma's 30,000 men. He had already sent a messenger to the Duke 8 days earlier, when he was approaching the English Channel. Once the Armada joined forces with land troops in Calais, the invasion of England could begin as planned. The fleet approached the shore. But the beach was completely empty. Instead of the troops and ships they had been expecting, they were greeted by flocks of seagulls. The Duke of Parma had not arrived yet.
The problem for Parma is that he and Medina Sidonia, the admiral on the Armada, don't have communication. There's no wireless, so they're just guessing. Parma isn't very keen on doing this. He's like most sensible generals. He doesn't want to cross the sea when it's full of heavily armed English warships. So he waits until Medina Sidonia arrives off the coast near Calais, Gravely, and says, "I'm here, are you ready?"
Farmer says, no, we'll start learning now. Communications at the time are very bad. So the Spanish make their way up the channel and arrive to find that their army is not going to be ready for another week. Now the Armada had to wait for the Duke of Parma to arrive. They had no choice but to wait along the cliffs of Calais, where they were completely exposed to enemy fire. However, the English Navy had no idea and was gripped by fear. They thought the Duke's men and the Armada were about to meet and head over to English shores. Meanwhile, England's cannons hadn't had any effect on the enemy yet. England needed a whole new strategy. A scheme that would break apart the Armada's resilient crescent formation. On Sunday, August 7th, Sir Francis Drake came up with a new strategy. It was none other than fire ships.
The ships at the time were incredibly flammable. They were made of very light, dry wood. They had to keep it dry or they'd get waterlogged and sink. They were waterproof with a material called pitch, which is from evergreen trees. It's incredibly flammable, but it also keeps out water. They used masts, ropes, and sails to propel themselves. But the masts were made of tall trees like pine trees that burned very easily. The sails were canvas, they burned. The ropes were covered with that tar and pitch, which made them incredibly flammable. Fire was the biggest fear of a sailor at sea.
England prepared a fleet of 8 fire ships. They were loaded up with combustible materials such as tar. Every cannon was loaded with twice as much gunpowder. The aim was to maximize the enemy's fear by making sure that the ship would explode upon contact with fire. That night, conditions were ripe for setting off the fire ships. A strong wind was blowing from the English fleet toward the Armada. Strong currents were flowing towards the shore. The weather was perfect. The Spanish men observed a small light heading towards them. However, it was not just ordinary light. They were ships ablaze with flames. The 8 fire ships charged towards the Armada at full speed, pushed by the strong winds and currents. The red-hot cannons began to explode, covering the sea with rains of cannonballs.
Spanish meet the threat. None of the fire ships does any damage, but they cut their cables and sail. That's when they lose contact with Parma's army. The reason they sail is not just because of the fire ships. It's because the previous year, during the siege of Antwerp, which is not very far away from where this battle is happening, the Dutch rebels used a fire ship which wasn't just a ship that burned. It was designed by an Italian engineer called Giambelli, and it was an exploding fire ship. This fire ship went down the river Scheldt, it hit the bridge the Spanish had built to blockade the city, and it exploded, killing over 1,000 men. So the Spanish were understandably petrified that they were about to be sent to hell very quickly.
The Armada split into all directions following the strong currents and wind. The English attack had successfully broken its crescent formation.
Any formation keeps you from running. If you see all the other ships in your position moving alongside of you, you feel braver. I can see them. They're ready to support us. We're ready to support them. If the English attack my ship, the rest of the fleet will save them. You keep in order. You face the enemy. You stay calm. You know what you're doing. You are fighting intelligently and cleverly. But when the formation disintegrates, it's every man for himself. You start thinking, I have to save my ship. I can't help them. He's doomed. The English have these fire ships. They're going to burn. I have to get out of here. You scatter in all directions, which of course means that the people that do stay organized, which the British certainly did, pick you off one after the other, and it got better again.
This was the chance he had been waiting for. Francis Drake put everything he had into this one battle. It was finally time to get his revenge for the crushing defeat in Mexico. The English Navy realized that they had been too far away in earlier battles. Their cannons had been so ineffective because of the distance. Francis Drake decided it was time for his fleet to step up. He ordered a strike from up close.
Part of what's happening as the Armada comes up the English Channel and the English attacking it is that the English are slowly learning that they have to get very close to the Spanish ships in order to do any damage.
Once the Spanish lose their formation, as they do at Gravely, then the English can close in. They can attack the weaker ships. They can fire much more effectively because they're much closer. And this is the point where the Spanish now lose the battle decisively.
300 meters, 200 meters, and finally 90 meters, the firing distance of a musket gun. The English fleet fired all at once towards the San Martin, the Spanish flagship. They were so close enough to hear each other's voices, but it was still too far for the hooks to reach. As the barrage from the English cannons went on, Captain Toledo of Spain took out his hooks and shouted, "Come closer, you cowards!" But the Englishmen never did go closer. Instead, they retorted, "Surrender now, before it's too late." The Spaniards struggled to board the English ships with hooks in hand. They fought bravely even as the situation kept deteriorating. Regardless of their bravery, they were no match for gunpowder and cannonballs. The Spanish Armada was plunged into chaos under the relentless fire. Hulls were being crushed and sails were falling. The Spanish Armada retaliated with their own cannons. However, their cannons could only fire one shot every hour, making them completely useless in gun battle. The protective layer over the hull was in tatters from repeated shelling, while the deck filled with corpses and blood. The soldiers who couldn't even swim had no choice but to wait for death. The Duke of Medina Sidonia decided to retreat to the North Sea in order to save the fleet. He had to give up the plan to transport Parma's army to England. King Philip's plan to convert England to Catholicism via invasion had ended in failure.
After 1588, everybody understands that the way to fight at sea is with heavy guns and skilled sailors. So that one battle changes the way navies fight. So it's the end of sailing ship navies fighting hand to hand. It's also the end of navies powered by oars, the galley navies. Fast race-built galleons can deal with galleys.
And it helps to persuade the English that they have a future at sea and overseas. It creates a kind of English national myth of the nation in arms at sea. And this is very important in psychological terms because this myth, which is only partly true, but is very powerful, helps to guide the thinking of English leaders for hundreds of years. It guides them to thinking that the national destiny is at sea, that they don't need and don't want a major army, but investment in ships is what will preserve English freedom
religious and political freedom, and lead eventually to national prosperity. From 1571 to 1588, just 17 years had passed since the Battle of Lepanto, the height of the Spanish fleet's glory. It all ended in the crushing defeat at the Battle of Calais. In just 17 years, the Armada had become obsolete. Only they had not known it. As if to mock the human tendency to seek comfort in the familiar, the speed of innovation always takes us by surprise. With the defeat of the Armada, a new age had begun. The era of Mediterranean naval battle had ended, making way for modern close-range artillery battles. The Mediterranean naval battle was not the only thing the Battle of Calais erased. With it had gone the luster of the Spanish Empire. England, which changed naval warfare forever in the Battle of Calais, began to rule supreme in the oceans of the world. It was time for the sun to rise on the great British Empire.
Together. It hits all of us. It does not discriminate. And we should not have a sitting U.S. president in their 80s. We just shouldn't.
It's November of the year 1240. A horde of cavalry is launched an attack on Kiev, the old capital of Russia. Despite its best efforts, Kiev, the biggest city in Russia at the time, would fall to the invaders in a month. The people of Kiev had no idea how to respond to the siege, weapons, and cavalry that they had never seen before. Following the fall of Kiev, the whole of Eastern Europe was the Mongols to take. Then, the invaders turned to Central Europe. All of Europe is on the brink of attack, and panic is going everywhere. People who have no history of danger could come in and defeat them. The Mongol troops charged towards Europe from Kiev in 2 units. The first unit would advance toward Germany via Poland, the other to Vienna through Hungary. It was the Middle Ages in Europe. Medieval Europe was the poorest part of the world at the time, and so was not the target of invasion. However, the fall of Kiev brought an onslaught of refugees, and along with them, horror stories. Hordes of invaders followed soon after. All of Europe's kingdoms and cities trembled at the thought of Judgment Day. The source of the terror were the Mongols, who built the world's first global empire. Krakow was the center of medieval Poland. The city still commemorates the Mongolian invasion of 800 years back in a daily ritual. The trumpeter sounds his warning call from the top of St. Mary's Cathedral. But he never gets to the end of the tune.
Ta znaczy idea tego na krótkaków. Instagram alarm z okna i jeden z tatarów strzelił strzałą na liście przed a inny usiłował pomóc Hrabiego.
Krakow fell on March 24, 1241, going down the path of Kiev. It took less than a month for them to fall to the Mongols. After Krakow, the Mongols headed towards Germany. Led by Henry II, Duke of Silesia, an allied force of French and German troops fought the Mongols. Despite their advantage in size, the European allies were annihilated. The strategy that annihilated the German soldiers was repeated in Hungary. The only difference was the larger scale. Under the command of Subidai, the Mongol troops turned to flee at the sight of the 100,000-strong Hungarian army. The Hungarian army began chasing the Mongolians, counting on their numerical advantage. Subidai continued this retreat for a few days, until he came upon his ideal battleground in the plain of Mogi. The Hungarian army was exhausted from the 6 days of pursuit. The Mongols, who were so comfortable on horseback as to sleep while fighting, were still as strong as ever. The Mongols kept sending small units to be beaten and retreat so that the Hungarians would keep chasing, finally to lead them to Mogi. On the 10th of April, 1241, the battle finally began. 100,000 Hungarian soldiers against 50,000 Mongolian troops. This was Europe's last stand against the Mongols.
Because they had more familiarity with the nomads, they had a better plan of how to fight. Their plan was not to get into an open field and fight the Mongols. Their plan was to find some defensible positions, hold them, and break the Mongol attack. They also came with what was known as a wagon logger, basically fortified wagons that they could form into a circle and use as a open fortress to defend themselves against the Mongols.
The Mongols chose their typical strategy for the Battle of Mogi. The Hungarians trusted that their wagon fortresses would be strong enough to hold back the Mongols. The Mongolians, led by Batu, Genghis Khan's own grandson, surrounded the Hungarians. What followed was not the shower of arrows that they had expected from the nomads. Mysterious balls of fire, made from naphthalene, gunpowder, and oil rained down on the Europeans. The Hungarian army fought back with all their might, but the mysterious balls of fire filled them with terror. It was then that the Mongolians allowed them a path to escape.
And many of the Hungarians began to panic because they've heard the stories about the Mongols' attacks, not only from the Kipchak refugees who've come through, but also from other people. So they're getting nervous, and they see this line and the fact that the Mongols are now surrounding them. They're trapped, and they panic, and a few escape through that gap. And this leads to a few more trying, and soon everyone's fleeing through the gap. But the problem is, it's trapped. Just like hunters herding their prey, the Mongols had the Hungarians cornered. On the other side of their forest were Zubeday's army, waiting to pounce. It was a massacre for the Hungarian army. The king had been spared, but his kingdom was no longer. Victory in Poland against the German and Polish knights, and 2 days later, the victory in Hungary against the best of the European knights of Western Europe. That victory crushed the medieval world. It broke the knighthood. Never again would knights be important factors in the history of Europe. The Mogi Monument in Hungary stands as a haunting reminder of the nightmare. The Mongols looted and burned their way through Hungary, killing a third of its population on the way. The Mongols want to move quickly. They cover over 100 miles a day on horseback, which is unheard of. The average army, even going into World War II, could really only move about 20-30 miles a day. But the Mongols will send out riders who go a lot faster than that. And so Buda has fall, they're sacked, all of Hungary's being destroyed. Peasants are cut down, they go into hiding into the forest. The area of Wallachia, or what's now Transylvania, is overrun. The Mongols are carrying Serbia, Croatia, and they're all of Europe is on the brink of attack, and panic is going everywhere. After the victory of the Mongols in 1241, a solar eclipse took place in all of Europe. Europe cowered in fear as rumors were fueled by fear. They feared that the world was coming to an end, to be destroyed by hellfire.
The rumor was, and it was to some extent true, that they laid waste completely to any city that they came to, and that they would rape all the women and destroy the city and kill all the men. So, I mean, they were regarded as the most fearful army you could possibly imagine in your nightmares.
You know, part of the story was that with pregnant women, they would cut them open and take the baby out, and things like that. But this would also help spread the idea that the Mongols were the scariest thing that anyone's ever met. And in Europe, the Mongols were seen not so much as human, but a force of nature or a punishment sent by God for their sins. The Mongols, for their part, tried to spread the rumors. This was to kill their spirit before the battle even began. In winter, the Mongol scouting parties appeared near the Danube River. It was time for Vienna and Paris to be conquered by the Mongols. King Louis IX of France held countless meetings to come up with a counterplan, but to no avail. Then, something inexplicable takes place. News about the Mongols completely stopped coming in. The Mongols disappeared without a trace in Europe. Where did they go?
It was because the great Khan had died. they had to go back to their homeland and retreat completely. And that's an extraordinary phenomenon in Mongol history that you can say, well, there they are ruling everywhere from the Persian Gulf and Hungary and across to China. But if the central ruler dies, you retreat to your homeland and have to discuss and re-elect another. And within an instant, this terrible fear is dissipated overnight, and it must have been quite baffling again to the people of Vienna, who see them at their gates, and then suddenly they're gone.
Thus the Mongol invasion of Europe ended. The Europeans praised God for his mercy, but the might displayed by the Mongolians was to be reckoned with. It left a deep impression on the Europeans. They displayed incredible strength, not just in open fields with cavalry, but also during sieges and attacks on encampments. That was undeniably superior to the knights of Europe. What really terrified the knight at Legnitsa, or Mohi, were the new weapons employed by the Mongols. The might of gunpowder drove the knights to panic. But just how did the barbaric nomads of Mongolia develop such advanced weapons in just 50 years? In 1241, the Habsburg army captured a Mongol officer during a skirmish on the outskirts of Vienna. The Europeans interrogated the officer, and to their great surprise, he turned out to be an Englishman. According to records, he was a learned man who spoke Arabic and Mongolian on top of English.
It's a great mystery exactly who he was. Some people have done research and they believe that he was one of the Englishmen who had helped force the English king to sign the Magna Carta, and then he had fled. How he ended up in the Mongols' army is a little uncertain, but he could have gone to the Middle East and been fighting against the Arabs. He could have been captured by the Muslims, and perhaps he either escaped or was sold to the Mongols. It's unclear how he ended up in the Mongolian army, but he seemed quite loyal to the Mongolians. Mongolians use people from all countries that they conquered. The Englishman is one good example of how the Mongols were able to attract some of the best talent of their era.
The Mongolian army was not made up of just Mongols. It was an allied force of all the lands that Genghis Khan had conquered. Some prime examples of this were the modern weapons from China, such as catapults and gunpowder. In the process of conquering China, they witnessed the great power of Chinese siege weapons. One cannot conquer a castle with battle strategies from the plains. The Mongolian army was quick to accept Chinese technologies and military engineers into their midst. The Mongolian attack on Baghdad, the largest city in the Islamic world, began in 1258. The Chinese engineers surrounded Baghdad with pikes and manufactured siege weapons to attach its walls. Baghdad fell in just 10 short days. When the Mongols waged war against southern Song in 1268, it was Arabian technology that they incorporated this time. Southern Song had many strong fortresses, which presented a challenge even to the mighty Mongols. However, they fell one by one to the new catapult deployed by the Mongols, which the Chinese called Yi Pao. This new trebuchet was designed by Arabian engineers in the Mongol army.
this particular, because of the siege warfare, I mean, we know that they used Chinese troops on their campaigns in the westwards, just because they have these skills in this particular type of warfare that they didn't have themselves. And then, of course, they would bring their defeated enemies into their own armies. So, in terms of numbers, of course, they'd be stronger.
Yes, you know, they had this long tradition of being, they were nomads, they then had sedentary specialized peoples, but they didn't, I think, particularly coerce them into working for them. These people did it voluntarily because they were treated well, they were respected, and so they didn't see it as any sort of shame.
The news is brought to you by 1-800-GOT-JUNK. 3 people been robbed in Pasadena.
Police say they believe at least 2 of the armed robberies are connected. In the first robbery earlier this week, a 73-year-old woman
Torn out power that transformed the nomads of the plains into the world's most advanced power was ultimately tolerance. The person who enabled such tolerance to take root in the Mongol Empire was none other than its founder, Genghis Khan.
LA Metro's board of directors has voted to create an independent police agency to control buses and trains in LA near the hazard. The board says it could set news international.
At the time of his birth, the Mongols were just a small group of people living in small tribal societies near the Orne River.
Transition will take about 5 years. In the meantime, the LAPD, Long Beach Police, and the LA County Sheriff's Office continue to serve free training. Officials estimate there are 175,000 homeless people across LA County. That's down 50% compared to the year before. In 2020,
The Mongols lived in a hostile world with constant warfare between the tribes. Defeated tribes became slaves to the victors. A Mongolian text described the situation like this. All the skies with stars are spinning. Many countries are at war. Instead of finding their rightful places, they take by force from each other. All the lands with soil are being overturned. All the countries are at war. Yasuge, father of Genghis Khan, was also murdered by the Tartars during tribal warfare. Genghis Khan was orphaned at the age of 9. His family was abandoned by the relatives when his father died. Genghis Khan had to live in fear and poverty. Winter in Mongolia is extremely hard to bear even now. Temperatures fall to 40 degrees below zero, and all human and animal activities come to a halt during this time of the year. The food supply, stocked up during summer, soon runs dry. The Mongolian winter is punishing even for nomads who have livestock, and young Genghis Khan was left with nothing.
Friendship and loyalty amongst friends became more important to him than tribal loyalty. He'd seen what tribal loyalty did. It created war, disunion, dissension. But if you base yourself on a group of loyal friends, you're more secure.
Genghis Khan's bitter childhood had taught him a lesson, one that stayed with him from the start of his ascent in the steppes to his reign as Khan of the Mongolian Empire. It was that a person should be judged solely by his talents and loyalty, rather than kinship, religion, or race. This was a revolutionary change in philosophy, which went completely against the traditions of the Mongol plains. Genghis Khan's conquest of the Tartars is a prime example of his unbiased openness towards other tribes. The Tartars were his ultimate foes, responsible for the death of his own father, Yasuge. The 1202 war against the Tartars was, on some level, a form of personal revenge for Genghis Khan, who prevailed in the the end. The Tartars, his father's greatest foes, and his own strongest rivals, now lay at his mercy. According to steppe traditions, the surviving Tartars were to be enslaved.
I mean, whereas in the Mongol tradition, if you defeat someone, that's it. You kill their family. There's no mercy. He would sometimes be extremely merciless, but he was also always very ready to accept defectors, and he looked after children of soldiers whom he considered brave. He obviously valued the quality of bravery and honesty very, very highly.
After every war, he would take one orphan child who was found, give that child to his mother to raise as his own brother. So Genghis Khan set a very good example to the Mongol people. We will kill our enemies, but we will always be kind to those people who are powerless.
Thus, the defeated tribesmen were not enslaved. Instead, survivors were accepted into the Mongol tribe. In modern terms, they had been granted full citizenship by their conquerors. Whenever the Mongols conquered a tribe, Genghis Khan gained a new brother, and the Mongol tribe grew larger. His message was clear. There will be no mercy for those who go against me. However, I will accept those who follow my rule as my own brothers, even those that I've conquered. Eventually, Genghis Khan rose as the new leader of the Mongol steppes. It was none other than tolerance which elevated the once weak and hungry orphan, so that he could become the all-powerful ruler of the Mongols. Despite a string of victories, Genghis Khan almost met his downfall when he was betrayed by Khan, whom he had taken as his new father. With his life at stake, Genghis Khan fled far away. He ended up on the muddy banks of Baljuna Lake. And there, a seminal event took place which came to define the very identity of the Mongol Empire. Like the oath of the Peach Garden in the Three Kingdoms, the Baljuna Covenant bound Genghis Khan and his most faithful followers together, of which there only remain 19, holding the muddy water of Baljuna over their heads and their hands. They swore undying loyalty to Genghis Khan. The ethnic composition of the group of 19 is a noteworthy feature of Genghis Khan's inner circle. The ones who remained by his side after he'd lost everything were not his relatives. With the exception of his brother Khazar, they were not even Mongols. They had different religions. The only thing they shared was their loyalty to Genghis Khan in his hour of need.
There was muddy water there. He took those men and he gave them a speech, and he said to them, "You will drink this muddy water. Let us drink this as a bond between us." And there were people there from every different tribe. There were Muslims and Christians and Buddhists. They were all there. And those men became the basis of his army. That handful of men who drank the muddy water of Baljuna, he was able to gather once again an army. Once again, he was able to march against his foe and defeat him.
The entire Mongol steppe was contained within the 19 at Baljuna. They represented the whole new society that Genghis Khan would soon be able to build. Genghis Khan's new army, which rose from the Baljuna, was not based on kinship or tribes. It was a completely new form of army, which was organized according to the decimal system. They write up from a single troopers of 10 and 100 to thousands and then 10,000. And these were fairly standard idea to have the army organized in units like that. But as I said, the important point about it was that they were a mixture of people from different tribes.
Is that because he was also restructuring Mongolia so that everyone became a Mongol. You would no longer be this tribe or that tribe. Everyone would be a Mongol. Now, those people who always fought with him would remain in their own units of 10, 100,000. So,
No rival could beat Genghis Khan's army, which only grew larger with every battle. Finally, Genghis Khan succeeded in uniting the Mongol steppes. Genghis Khan had finally united the Mongolian steppes. The warlords, tribes, and families that dotted the grasslands were now one nation. They were not of a single race or religion. Ethnically, they were split between Turks and Mongols. However, they were forged into one nation, based on their common identity as nomads. Genghis Khan's successors continued his practice of tolerance toward cultural diversity. This was what ultimately enabled them to establish a global empire. Let's go back to Europe in 1242. The Europeans were wondering what had happened to the Mongols who had filled them with such terror. Fear of the Mongols inspired rumors, such as their ability to train dragons to fight for them. Louis IX, the King of France, wanted to know the reason for the retreat and if they would come back. In 1254, Louis IX sent a monk named Rabbi to Mongolia in the hopes of improving relations with them.
I don't think he's bringing the steps aside as president. I mean, and that brings up the question of will there be a cabinet conversation about the 25th Amendment after what we saw in Jon Stewart on the Daily Show?
he was both a diplomat but also a spy. The idea was he was going to return to France and inform the French king how the Mongolians organized their army, what the Mongolians wanted, what the Mongolians thought, how they lived. And so he became a very important source of information about the Mongols. He brought in a message to the Mongolians that they should also convert to Christianity.
After a 6-month-long journey, Rubrik finally arrived at the Khan's own territory. At the time, the Mongolian Empire was under the rule of Mongke Khan, grandson of Genghis Khan. The city Rubrik arrived at was Karakoram, capital of the Mongol Empire. Upon their first meeting, Rubrik presented a Bible to Mongke. When the Khan asked what it was, he answered the Word of God. The Khan responded, Just as God gave us 5 fingers, He gave us many paths to happiness. To you, He gave the Holy Scriptures. To us, He gave prophets. The Khan's capital in the steppes was like no other place in the world. It was the land of tolerance, where all religions coexisted in peace. In the southwest was the Khan's palace. The center was occupied by the Chinese and traders. The Muslims lived in the north. Beyond the Muslim quarter, in the far north, there was a Christian church. To get to church, Christians went through the Muslim quarter, holding their cross and blazing flags. No one feared any form of religious persecution. One was allowed all the different religions to come together. So there was Muslim mosque, there were Buddhist temples, even the Shaolin monastery had its own branch of monastery, Karakura. There were Christians and there were animists and shamans. All of these people together in one very small community. There was no place like that in the world. No big city, no small city, where so many people from different races and different religions and different languages live together under one law, in peace, and be treated absolutely. When Rupert was summoned to the palace for an audience with Monkey Khan, he was astonished. The palace was lavish in a way that he could never have imagined. It was both stunning and strange. At the palace, Rupert met William Boucher, a master goldsmith from Paris, who was abducted when the Mongols invaded Hungary. And he saw the masterpiece Boucher had made for the Khan. It was a tree of pure silver, 4 meters high. Rupert wrote the Parisian had made a great masterpiece. There were 4 silver lions at its roots, and a gilded serpent entwined around its trunk. Wine, milk, honey, mead, and rice wine flowed freely. The Khan was seated high up in the northern end, where everyone could see him. All of Karakoram's palaces and houses were decorated with bright colors and patterns. They were also built from a wide variety of materials. The best architects were brought in from Turkey, Europe, China, Arabia, and Persia to construct these buildings. Rupert met many other Europeans in Monkey Khan's palace. They included a Hungarian woman and a Russian husband, an architect as well as the Parisian goldsmith. All of them were living peacefully in Karakoram. Today, it's not like you jump on a plane and travel. In those days, if you were moved to another part of the empire, that was it. You would never go home. So you had to make a new home for yourself. And this is the people of Karakoram, the same thing. No way, they couldn't go home. They had to make a new life. And that's what the city was composed of. A lot of immigrants, people striving to become part of this new dynamic empire. They were exciting times. In Ulaanbaatar, the capital of Mongolia, a festival is held each year in mid-July. It is the Naram Festival, the nation's largest folk celebration and sporting event. most popular event then and now is wrestling. In ancient Karakoram, however, religious debate was almost as popular as wrestling. Believers of various faiths took part in these debates. Naturally, Rupert was one of the participants. The three judges were Christian, Muslim, and Buddhist. They discussed each other's ideologies freely in the middle of the Mongol steppes. There was no room for violence or authority, just words and logic.
Podcast all in one app. iHeartRadio Earth is here with little tips for a healthier planet. Farming meat accounts for 14% of global greenhouse gas emissions, the same as all modes of transportation combined. Help reduce the impact your meals have on the environment by going meatless one day a week. When we all chip in, our world becomes a better place. Brought to you by iHeartRadio Earth and the National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips for smarter, sustainable living, or to take action in your own community, go to iHeartRadio.com/earth. Elvis Presley's iconic blue suede shoes are now up for auction. The bidding started at $70,000. The British auction house Henry Aldrich & Son is handling the sale. Elvis's famous footwear expected to bring in about $150,000. The Eagles extending their residency in the Sphere in Las Vegas, and it hasn't even started yet. The band now has a total of 16 concerts over 8 weekends, beginning in September and running through December. General ticket sales for the new dates start July 12th on the Eagles website. Tenacious D announcing a fall 2024 tour around the
Very rare that religions of different kinds were together in the same city. If they were, for example, in the Muslim world, there were Christians and there were Jews, but they were very closely regulated. They had to pay heavy taxes, and other religions, such as Buddhists or Hindus, were outlawed under Muslim rule at that time. The Christians were even worse. Even one kind of Christian would be killing another kind of Christian. Didn't think that Christians had the right to even live unless they all agreed and obeyed the same rules. So for people of these very intolerant religions to come to Karakoram and see that Muslims had to talk with Christians, Christians had to talk with Buddhists, and Buddhists had to talk with Taoists, it was a revolutionary religious spirit.
During the same period in Muslim and Christian countries, religious persecution was the official doctrine. In 1255, the Christian Church sanctioned the torture of suspected heretics. Witch hunts spread across Europe, establishing a reign of terror. What Rupert saw was not just religious tolerance. The openness of the Mongols toward other cultures was the source of Mongolian greatness. The Mongols were exchanging information between East and West at a speed unimaginable at the time. A message could be sent from the Far East to Europe in just 10 days. Such speed would never again be attained until the 20th century. This was made possible by the jam system, a network of messengers. For the first time in history, the world became connected in a single network.
And this was a postal service, essentially. Postal stations, places where fresh horses and riders would be kept. It was like a sort of a relay, so a message someone would ride incredibly fast over a long distance, and then they'd change their horse, then they'd ride on to the next one. So in every station there were supposed to be horses ready, who were fresh, and the rider would sort of have some bell or some announcement so you could see that the rider was coming. So the idea was a very, very rapid turnover. You didn't waste any time.
1,000 horses stood ready to deliver messages all across the Mongolian Empire. The thousands of posts connected the vast territory in a single network, allowing cultures to spread across east and west. Western astronomy, calendar system, mathematics, and cartography was spread to East Asia, while Chinese technology such as typography, gunpowder, and compasses made its way to Europe and Arabia.
Suddenly, with the creation of the Mongolian communication system, you had doctors going from China all the way to Baghdad. You had merchants from Venice going all the way to China. You had Korean paper being used in the Muslim cities. You had Muslim steel being used in the wars in China. All of a sudden, people, ideas, medicines, commodities were moving back and forth at a rate that had never occurred in the history of the world. So far as we know, when Genghis Khan was born, there was no direct contact between Asia and Europe. Goods moved very slowly from one town to another. But ever since the time of Genghis Khan, Europe and Asia have been in constant contact with a constant movement of ideas, goods, medicines, religions. It's been the basis of the modern world system.
Upon his return to Europe, Rupert wrote a detailed report of what he saw in Mongolia to King Louis IX. The world that he had seen was beyond the wildest dreams of anyone living in medieval Europe. It broadened his horizons. Rupert was not the only person who traveled the world during this period. Other world travelers of the time who helped spread geographical knowledge on a wider scale included Ibn Battuta from Morocco, Marco Polo from Italy, and Rabban Sauma, born in Inner Mongolia.
That I think are most interesting in terms of shaping our modern world are the Mongol empires.
I think the awareness of a new world, the Europeans started to become familiar with China, the Chinese became more familiar with a world far beyond.
There was a revolutionary change in Europe. They had gunpowder. They had many things that they had never had before. Europe changed from being just a small place on the border of civilization to being a part of the center of civilization. Many people benefited. I would say that the Europeans benefited the most.
The Mongolian Empire was the largest in human history. Genghis Khan's policy of tolerance was the foundation for his empire. As messengers of civilization, the Mongols had woken the sleeping continent of Europe. The world witnessed globalization for the first time, thanks to the Mongols who showed it was possible to travel the world. Europe could now set sail into the age of exploration. years ago, on a reedy stretch of riverbank in southern England, the most important bargain in the history of the human race was struck.
It is a legendary document of near mystical significance, with the power to change lives and shape human events. They call it simply Magna Carta.
Magna Carta is the greatest document in world history. Generation after generation, we have paid in blood for the freedoms that were first won in Magna Carta.
Magna Carta provided a language to legitimize freedom of occupations, freedom of property rights, the ability of individuals to use their property freely and to use their own skills freely in ways that they hadn't been able to before.
This is the story of a piece of paper and the freedoms it brought. Freedoms which many believe are once more in danger. New York, December 2007. Sotheby's Auction House. A single piece of parchment is up for sale. It's badly weathered and stained. Few people can read or understand it. How much is this strange piece of paper worth?
On the telephone, on my left, $19 million.
Word for word, this is the most expensive document in the world. The most valuable piece of paper in human history.
It's the most important document in world history.
The story of Magna Carta starts long ago, in the age of Robin Hood. England, 1200 AD. Through the Greenwood, a legendary freedom fighter is on the move.
The legend of Rothschild dates back to the time of Magna Carta, and it's a conflict between the aristocratic ruling classes and free English people. Robin Hood represents an entire class of those who feel that they are oppressed by tyrannical laws. He's someone resisting an oppressive royal official, a sheriff of Nottingham, who is taking the money from the local community.
For more than a century, the English have been ruled from abroad by the French. It was a nightmare which started when William the Conqueror crushed the Anglo-Saxons at the Battle of Hastings.
William the Conqueror was a ruthless military leader. William the Bastard, as he was sometimes called. This was a real massacre. It was a slaughter at Hastings. It was a massive land grab by an aggressive foreign dictator.
William imposes the French system of government, feudalism. The king is absolute ruler. Every single acre of English land now belongs to him.
William was a tyrant. There is no doubt that he was a bastard, both in reality as well as in name. If you want to understand William the Conqueror, you want to understand the power of London, just look at the Tower of London. It's not to protect London, it's to control it. It's to keep those ghastly citizens in place and make sure he has the power to take their money.
To tax the people, he must spy on the people. To this end, William commissions his famous Doomsday Book.
The Doomsday Book was a list of the people in the kingdom and everything they own. He sent out a survey to chart the land right down to a single page. It's a way in which the king can see the liability of the land to taxation, and then, if necessary, can jack that tax up.
The unfree English are defenseless against the greed of the all-powerful Norman French crown.
England is described by contemporary chroniclers as a cow which is being milked to sustain the continental possessions of the dynasty. By the time of Robin Hood, the English are fed up with the ruthless exploitation. But there's worse to come. When, in 1199, Richard the Lionheart is succeeded by his brother, King John.
John is essentially a French king. For a French-speaking king, England is really a place that you go to hunt and gather tax, and then they go off and they do what they really want to do, which is live and make war and make love in France.
While John lives like a king in France, back in England, Robin Hood is fighting his agents, the sheriffs.
Robin Hood's chief opponent is a man named the Sheriff of Nottingham.
In King John's reign, there was an evil sheriff of Nottingham, Philip Mark, who was accused of robbery and suspected of being a thief. He was a thoroughly unpleasant individual.
It's no coincidence then that Robin Hood goes back to this period, because what is he doing? He's struggling above all against the sheriff. In 1204, King John is defeated in battle and loses his precious domains in France.
For the first time in the post-conquest history of England, the King of England actually has to live in England. Now that's awful for the king. He doesn't want to spend his time in England. It's a cold, rainy place. It's also awful for the English.
The outlaw Robin Hood secures his place in legend as a popular hero. The sheriffs are detestable, King John despicable. Great historian has described King John as a shit, and there's an awful lot of truth in that. I mean, the first thing is King John was a murderer. He had murdered his nephew, Arthur, and he starved to death the most famous woman of the age, Matilda de Breos, in the vaults of Corfe Castle.
The reality is far more monstrous, even than this monster that's presented by the chroniclers. He is probably the worst king in English history.
Worse still, to regain his French territories, John needs to build a war chest. The only place he's going to get the money is from the English.
King John was a tremendously successful king when it came to raising money. Under his rule, England was placed under really a whole new level of financial burden. He was so successful at raising money that his revenues actually quadrupled during his reign.
By the end of the reign of Richard the Lionheart in 1199, chroniclers were already moaning about the very high levels of taxation. Well, if the pips squeaked under Richard, under King John they screamed. John sets out to fill his coffers with taxes. There seems no limit to the amount he demands. Lords are expected to provide men at arms and perform military service. If they can't, they're taxed. If a knight dies, his widow is taxed. If the widow dies, the orphans are taxed. Everything you do and don't do is taxed. Everything you own is taxed. Everything you earn or inherit or bequeath. If you are arrested, you pay tax. People are arrested on trumped-up charges just to extract more tax from them. And in a case brought before law, who pays most wins the case. What John says is, if you want justice, I want money. You've got to pay for, quotes, justice.
This is a kleptocracy. It's not a democracy. This is a place where the king and the king's own desires and the king's own needs rule. And if the king needs money, he will get money.
King John's cruel exactions work. His barons hate him with a passion, but
I would go with what that other lady said.
Yeah, cut off for some reason. But she's right in that you can't go too progressive. That's not going to appeal to the whole country. Right. Wayne is calling. Hey, Wayne, Redondo Beach. You're on with Gary and Shannon. He's nice to be spoken to. She just doesn't want it. She doesn't want it. She would be a shoo. Just listen, celebrity-wise, name-wise, she would bring a lot to the party. But in terms of reaching independent voters who want somebody in there that's capable of doing the job, what experience does she have? Yeah, but I've been around baseball too. That doesn't mean I'm gonna step in. As an independent, I think that she would be a great person to put together a team around her that would advise her and that she could trust. Yeah, like smart people. Yeah. Hey, thanks for the call, Wayne. We appreciate it. It's good stuff. Let's go to thank you. Rico is calling from the 57. What's up?
Hey, what's going on? Gary and Shannon, thank you for having me on the show. I think after last night, the real debate, and it was kind of couple people. I was ex-president has like that he like mentally sound, I say, but he's actually a lot more down to earth than other presidents.
It's just such a good point you made, how important it is for someone to be down to earth.
Well, and one of the things that RFK does that the other guys have, and I don't know a lot of politicians that do, he talks literally about the physical health of our country. The physical, like, how are we going to get people off of processed foods? How are we going to get people off of statins and blood thinners and medicines that they don't necessarily need? That appeals to me because I think that's an important issue. As opposed to arguing about your golf handicap. I mean, and entitlements. That's just an awful. So here's a common one. Mike is calling from Brea. Hi, Mike.
Hey, how you doing, Gary and Shannon?
Great.
I would like to say I think Joe Manchin would be the biggest draw for both parties.
I did a big thing about this last night. Is it Mike? Yeah. Okay. So Mike, I did a big thing to my girlfriends last night about Joe Manchin and all of that. And the thing I was hit back with was the fact that he is 76 years old. I had no idea he was 76 years old. I thought he was like in his early 60s or something like that. So that would be the knock on him, I think. Just if we're moving away from having people in their late 70s, early 80s.
He's just the middle of the road. I would say he's more of an independent. You're looking at Jimmy involved. I think he can get both sides.
Well, and it's a good point because, like, Kentucky.
I'm interested in writing on the bartender. That's a good night.
Oh, you were so wonderful. We had such a great time with you, Mike.
Let me press in on this for a second, Mike, if you don't mind. Who was nicer? Was it Shannon or was it her husband?
Well, her husband opened up tonight with a $20 tip, so
Yeah, that sounds
no idea who he was. So he's a good guy, but they were good. They were really good.
yeah. He tips me to pay attention to her too. Mike, thank you. We appreciate it. That's good. That's good stuff.
Tip your bartenders, folks.
If the lawn comes and talks to you, just keep her here for a little bit, would you? Another Mike, like
all sounds really bad.
We got a couple more. You want to do this one more? Yeah. Sure. We'll wrap up this question of if Joe Biden was taken off the top of the table, would entice you to vote for the Democrats?
It's Friday and Friends.
Oh, it's Friday and Friends.
The Gary and Shannon Show.
800-520-1534. It's 800-520-1KFI. Deborah Mark live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Voters get to decide whether inmates in California will be forced to work. State lawmakers voted to add a constitutional amendment banning involuntary servitude to the ballot in November. It would also make jobs voluntary for people who are locked up. The armorer on the Rust movie set when the cinematographer was killed once out of prison. The lawyers claim prosecutors withheld evidence that would have favored Hannah Gutierrez Reed during her manslaughter trial. Gutierrez Reed was sentenced earlier this year to 18 months in prison. The Supreme Court has overturned a 40-year-old decision that made it easier for the federal government to regulate the environment, public health, and workplace safety. The court's 6 conservative justices overturned the 1984 decision known as Chevron. We're going to go to the 110 next. We've got a great deal for the KFI family at Thorson Buick GMC. They've got a 2024 GMC Sierra 1500 Denali Reserve with Super Cruise. The savings are incredible. You get a $1,000 Denali Reserve package discount, a $7,200 Thorson discount, $2,700 more than a factory rebate, more than $2,500 of a Buick GMC loyalty rebate, and a $1,000 Costco discount. That is a grand total of $14,526 in total savings. For every new GMC Sierra 1500 in stock is on sale. Call Ted, he'll run you through all of the details. He is the GM over there at Thorson Buick GMC, right off the 210 in Pasadena on Colorado. Thorson Buick GMC. 1-866 offer RC26256 $4,000 reserve package discount is reflected on the original MSRP. $2,500 Buick GMC loyalty rebate requires 2010 or newer Buick or GMC registered to the same household. $1,000 Costco discount requires a current Costco membership as of 4/30/2024 plus taxes and fees. Offer expires 6/30/24. Southline weather from KFI sunny, high 70s to around 100. This report brought to you by the San Diego Zoo. From the Southern California Toyota dealers, traffic's better. Let's go places. Car fire on 110 in Gardena.
Right at the Redondo Boulevard on ramp, and that car fire is on ramp. In Glendale, 134 Glendale Avenue, you've got a small block in the right lane. In time to go on 57 southbound and 50/60 split. Contact crash geared over to the right shoulder, but now on the 60 westbound right after Phillips Ranch Road. Got a new wreck, 3 cars involved making its way to the shoulder, and still trouble at the Coho Pass. 15 southbound after the brake check. That accident blocked the 2 left lanes. With Southern California's only airborne traffic report, I'm Jenny Harden.
Hey, it's Deborah Mark. Are you looking to sell your home quickly and easily without having to deal with repairs or that hassle of a lengthy selling process? Well, look no further than Sellers Advantage. With thousands of satisfied customers, they are the go-to choice for homeowners looking to sell their homes fast. They will buy your home for a competitive cash offer and can close in just days. Not talking weeks or months, we're talking just days. You don't have to repair a single thing because they will buy your home as is. And with the most 5-star reviews on Google and Yelp, it's no wonder why thousands of satisfied sellers have chosen Sellers Advantage for their home selling needs. Sellers Advantage is the fastest and most stress-free way for you to sell your home. So if you're ready to sell your home, call Sellers Advantage, get a no-obligation offer at 888-321-AS-IS, 888-321-AS-IS, 888-321-2747, sellersadvantage.com. TRE number is 1096168.
This is a free iHeartRadio app. Has over 100 original stations like 24/7 comedy. Really don't have balls. That will be a thing. When you need to laugh, just open the free iHeartRadio app and search comedy. iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good. The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts. All in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
What if no one knew who you were? In Colorado, nursing home employees ago, clear morning in June. He's been kept alive on life support ever since. My name is Joanne Perry, and I'm an investigative reporter. I spent nearly 2 years trying to figure out how a teenager ended up unconscious.
And I saw my wife like, "What did you do last night?" I go, "Why?" She goes, "The air conditioner, it's freezing." I go, "I barely made it to bed last night, Jack." She goes, "What happened?" I told her the story. She's like, "Oh, no wonder I faint, Doc. I can't see fucking blood. Oh my God."
You can't blame the blood at that point. You're 400 milligrams. It's like when I threw up and you blame the sushi.
Oh my God, the THC just took the thought and just ran away with it. It was terrible.
Oh.
So for the longest time, I know that's why when I first joined jiu-jitsu, I would smoke pot and go to jiu-jitsu. And one night when I was doing those hip escapes, I could feel my heart pounding in my chest. I could hear it. I had to get up and go outside and take my gi off and just sit outside in the fucking. It was free. You know, you can't believe what it does to your. Anyway.
And you just told me to go to the gym high today.
Yeah, because you never do it. It's good for you.
It's terrifying.
No, it's not terrifying. You fucking.
You just almost passed out.
Yeah,
at,
but
at jiu-jitsu.
Listen, dog. I've been going to the gym high. Well, that's because I was really out of shape. Nobody's ready. Listen, you can go on the Stairmaster for 2 fucking hours a day and lift weights. And your first 3 times in jiu-jitsu, you're going to go, holy fuck. Yeah. It's muscles you've never thought of. Never thought. It's those little things in your hips that you got to pick yourself up like a snake that you're going to leave there going, oh my God, what the fuck? Well, that's abuse. That's abuse. That's totally, you can't get ready for that. Or wrestling. Karate, like if you join karate, yeah, you'll handle it the first week or so. Your legs will be sore from kicking things, but jiu-jitsu, Jesus, you go twice in 1 week, the first time, you're not ready for it. Just little muscles and your knees and stuff. But after a while, you feel great about it.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Do you ever prescribe marijuana or tell people it might help them with their soreness or anything like that?
I can't prescribe anyway, but no, I don't.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what do you, since you're not a doctor, what do you call it if you're not prescribing things?
I can assess and I can suggest.
Okay.
That's about it. Yeah.
Is that a fine line you have to walk because like insurance and stuff like that?
And legal reasons.
Yeah.
And you've been battling this, how long have you been banging this out for?
This Voila system, well, I've been in the business for 20 years now, for massage and personal training for 25 years. So it's an overnight success, Joey. It's 25 years in the making.
You know, the journey makes you look at your journey as a man or a woman, whether you're a painter or whether you're a house painter or whether you're an electrician. It looks at your journey and it makes you. Everybody thinks we've created our own thing, like in our own, and we have. I forgot my train of thought there. I was looking at Lee's shirt, the Flying Jew, and I was getting insulted. No.
Got to represent for Christmas. No, but I see what you're saying.
You incorporate all these different, like I went to your studio yesterday, and you have the thing to go upside fucking down. You got kettlebells in there. You got roller mats. You got a table. You got a deflated fucking basketball. You got 1,000 little remedies. Like everybody you go to has these remedies. I enjoy going to you. I feel the difference when I leave. I like, right now people are listening to this going, Joey, what are you talking about with this fucking guy here? I think that the more you put into your body, the better, and the more you learn about your little things. Both times the breathing thing with the heart rate monitor that I have on here, I learned different things and different ways of attacking things.
Yes.
I love going to acupuncture. I know you also do acupuncture, or you get acupuncture.
I do.
So you also stick needles in people.
No. I get them stuck in me.
And how long have you been going to that?
About a year.
And why do you go?
The woman I go to is Jocelyn Eberstein. She's in Century City, and she's the only acupuncturist that I've ever gone to that actually worked for me. She uses frequencies with the needles, and she's made a huge difference in my pain levels, and she's been amazing in keeping me going for the year. I'm helping everybody else, and she helps me.
How many times a week do you go?
Usually once a week.
And did you ever go to a different acupuncturist before her?
Oh yeah, I've been to many before her.
And this one really
works.
I've been with the same one for 8 years.
Yeah. Once you find a good one, stick with them.
But I went to her, and it was weird. The first couple times we battled, and then one day we just came to an boom, and I found love. And the first couple times I went to see her were for addiction. I went to see her for addiction, and it's like she would staple my ear, and I purposely go from her office to buy blood, like just to see, because this staple ain't working. But if I know anything about the philosophy of acupuncture, I know that it's because I kept going.
Mm-hmm.
That eventually I think about this. Why did I just stop from that? So I kept going. You asked Joel a great question before, which I think applies to chiropractors, acupuncturists, personal training, is why do people keep going? What was the question you asked them?
It's like, how do you deal with someone like you said, if you went to acupuncture one time, the staple didn't work and you just never went back.
Right.
Like it takes.
There's so many people that go to people 1 or 2 times and they don't let the miracle happen.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what destroys me. Like I'll mention acupuncture and they'll go, well, I went 2 times for my back and it didn't really help me. But acupuncture is like anything else. You got to build up the resistance from acupuncture, I think. For me, this is how I know it works. I'll tell you what I suffered from a lot. Colds. For the last 10, before I got into acupuncture, and the 2 years before that, I always got a cold 4 times a year. Acupuncture has built my immune system up in so many ways. I don't get that sick anymore. Now I get sick maybe twice a year instead of 4 times a year. And I smoke pot with people. You smoke bombs, you smoke pipes. That's how you get sick, Still, they cut it in half. Why? Because I kept going.
Mm-hmm.
I kept going to every week. My ankles stay skinny. Yes, I hang myself up at night. I put my feet up at night and do twist on the wall because I work on my ankles. I want the blood to go down so my heart can pump it. Joe taught me about the Chinese heart pump, where you just sit on a plane and move your legs up and down so your legs that blood doesn't clog on planes.
Oh.
Because the Chinese believe that the calf is the second heart, right?
That's correct.
So we don't fuck around here, people.
Well, how do you guys deal with
If you're going to be a fat fuck, at least be a healthy fat fuck. That's all I ever ask of people. And people don't understand, Doc. When people go, what are you talking about, Joe? If you're going to be a fat fuck, be a healthy fat fuck. Let me give you an example. Let's say you went to see Dr. Joe. You went to 1 jiu-jitsu a week. You walked around the block with your grandmother, and you lifted weights once a week. If that works for you, and you want to inhale an In-N-Out burger with no fries and a Diet Coke, you're a healthy fat fuck. Yep. That's the big difference. But you're taking care of you. You're taking your blood pressure medication. You're lifting that kills the diabetes. I'm a healthy fat fuck. I know diabetes is some of my. I'm not a big. Are we sweet guys? You don't see. I don't fucking ask you.
Really.
I'm not a sweet tooth guy. If I'm gonna have, what did I get mad at him last week? This fucking guy got together with his girlfriend for their anniversary, the 6-month diet, and they got 2 pizzas.
1 pizza.
And they got shitty fucking LA pizzas.
No, we didn't. We got
everything fucking.
Listen, brick oven pizza. We didn't go to Domino's.
Great. So I said to him, listen, we got a gift card from our buddies in Seattle. Let's go to the steak down at Ruth Chris. Why don't you take the card? I'll give you my end of the card. Take the girl out for a steak. This fucking guy ate the pizza. Me, I don't waste my calories on those shit pizzas. If it's between a fucking pizza and a gift card from Ruth Chris,
go to Ruth Chris.
Let's go bang out that motherfucking steak, Jack.
Can I defend my?
No, you're not going to defend yourself.
No,
because you have no way to defend yourself. You know why? Because 2 days later, you ended up at a fucking bar with 6 broads. And then 2 days later, you ended up at a macaroon class at 9 in the morning.
Delicious.
Stoned to the fucking gills. So you lost your fucking leg in this, okay?
Normally, 9 times out of 10, I would have chosen the steak. But we planned this for 4 months.
Who gives a fuck? Plans were changed. Plans were made to be changed sometimes.
Even 9 times out of 10? Come on.
Yeah.
10 out of 10.
If I'm going to waste my calories on a fucking pizza and somebody says, Doug, let's go throw a fucking steak. Now, also, when I go to Ruth Chris, I'm not going to get the 22-ounce monster because I'm not a fat fuck. I'm going to get the 6-ounce filet. with the baked potato, a little chopped salad, you know what I'm saying? And then we'll split a cake 4 ways. Am I lying to you, Lee?
No.
At the end with a little espresso, am I lying? So all your calories weren't in vain. To eat a fucking whole chocolate cake from Ruth Chris, you're going to shit blood for 2 fucking years. You're going to walk around, and it's delicious, don't get me wrong. That double chocolate cake.
That one's from Morton's, but yeah.
The Morton's one. It's called right over here in Burbank.
They're chocolate. Well, granted, we were stoned out of our mind, but
stoned to the gills, and they put us by the bathroom. They treated us like Puerto Ricans, Doc. They didn't even know where I was running with a fucking Jew in there. They put out. We had a great time. Some old lady.
Yeah, you were hitting. He was hitting on women. It was right next to the women's bathroom.
Some ladies.
Old women would walk in, and he would go, "You're a savage." It's like in Vegas. He told a white lady to stay black, and most of them look at him like, "Which is crazy." But every week, there's one woman who's like, "Ooh," or
we have such a good time. You know, if I'm gonna waste my fucking calories, I'm gonna get something good,
real good,
like something top fucking notch, and you get half of it. I always tell Lee, you can still eat big wings. You just can't get 16 fucking wings. They got a happy hour at Big Wings. They give you 5 wings and a container of blue cheese, and you get the salad with a nice tea.
Yeah, but the thing, okay, so I agree with you mostly, but the reason why I don't do it is A, because I don't think I can just have 5 wings. And 5 wings is probably 1,000 calories.
No.
I think each one's 200 calories.
Really?
Because they're fried.
And butter.
I would guess they're around 150 to 200. So if I'm going to have 1,000 calories, I would rather have more food. Like I could have.
You'd rather have 2 slices of pizza.
Well, no,
2 slices of pizza ain't bad.
But that's the thing.
That's the thing.
That's 600 calories. For 600 calories, I could have so much more than 2 slices of pizza.
You got a foot long.
That's why
you get a foot long combo.
Yeah, that's why I don't do it that much. The pizza thing was she finished her finals, and I kind of just globbed onto it and got half a pizza out of it. But it was good. It was fun. Macaroon class was fun too. You missed out.
Shut up, bitch. And then you don't bring me no. I make chocolate macaroons.
Where are the macaroons?
Who makes chocolate fucking macaroons?
If I had known you were coming, I would have. Because I can't have my.
Who makes chocolate macaroons? They're supposed to be coconut.
No, that's a different kind. These are French macaroons.
French? Oh Jesus!
Voila. See?
That's it. You lost 2 stripes this week.
Oh, it was so good. It was so good. A little chocolate butter. We made our own caramel. That was fun.
Oh Jesus Christ! You might as well put the skirt on,
right?
So I'm gonna give you a vacuum for Christmas. Now the Voila system. How long does it take to? Are you telling me I go in there? I got this shoulder thing. I go in there. I see you one time. I'm healed.
Sometimes, not all the time.
Okay, that's what I want to hear.
Sometimes it takes a few times.
I want the people to understand that it takes a few times. You got to work at it too. If Joe gives you exercises to go home, you got to go home and do it.
Yes.
You don't know how many people I talk to, and I go, "Doug, when you give you physical therapy, did you do the exercises?" Fuck no, I just did one. I did them at home 3 times a day. I was so fucking paranoid. I was scared that my knee wouldn't go the right way. But that's me. Some lady I bumped into said, "I got my knee surgery by your guy. I'm going to sue him." I go, "What happened? Did you go to physical therapy?" She, "No, I had to go on the set 3 days later." Well, what the fuck you want? You got to work on things.
Exactly.
If your show, John Evans, we were working out one day, and he goes, "Joe, I got to tell you something. Your shoulders are horrific. I don't know how you walk. I don't know how you live. I couldn't even put the weights on my neck anymore." I grew up doing that. I grew up going under a squat rack and setting up my neck and doing a fucking squat. I can't do it. So now every morning when I wake up, I do this little exercise. I push my shoulders back. I push them forward. I stretch them out just because I don't want to fuck. I'm not moving them enough.
Well, I'm sure you deal with it. If I didn't know Joey, I would bet $10,000. Well, if I didn't know Joey went to acupuncture, I would bet my life savings that he would hate acupuncture and that you wouldn't do chiropractor stuff. Like if you told me "Oh, I have pain, go to acupuncture," you'd be like, "What's wrong with 2 Advil?" Or just I'm surprised that you like it so much and that you don't fight it.
I look at the history of it. I see how they treat it. I see the result it does for what it's done over the years for their country. I got exposed to it as a child. living in New York. I went to the old school Chinatown. You know, everybody is misinformed in this country. If you live in San Francisco, or if you're going on a fucking vacation, for all you jerk-offs that want to go, oh, Minnesota, they have to listen. If you want to try acupuncture and you don't have insurance and you want to go on vacation, go to San Francisco. You go to those old Chinatown places, they have donation places. Some Chinese guy is burning incense and shit. He'll burn the fucking hash on your back with the cup and the whole fucking deal. And you try these things. But you have to try that. You know, you have to try that. You go to San Francisco, you walk, get up at 8 in the morning to go for a walk on that one lawn. People are doing this Tai Chi shit. And you look at it and go, look at these fucking old people. They're moving and the symmetry is fucking perfect. And they're not sitting there all hunched up. Oh, my shoulder hurts with a fucking scooter. You ever see an Asian in a fucking scooter? That's white people shit. They get fat and get in a fucking scooter. You never see a fucking Chinese guy at a fucking casino in a scooter. They're moving. Those little legs are fucking mob. You know what I'm saying? That's in their blood. That's that DD Mao blood. They're fucking moving, motherfucker. You know, no, it's true. They live long. Okinawa, they're fucking whatever. So they're doing something. They're doing something.
Okay.
You know, they're doing something that we're not doing. We're depending. Our fucking shit is going to corporations. We're dependent. Everything with our system of healthcare and taking care of everything has gone to the money angle of it. We're going more through pills. Make these motherfuckers do things. Or you, instead of having pain and taking a pill, attack the pain, doc.
Absolutely.
Why would you live like that? I could go to 20 doctors right now. My knee hurts. I need fucking Vicodins, my shoulders. No. You know what? What's the end result? Now I'm addicted, and I still ain't got no knees and no fucking shoulders. I don't want to be an 80-year. I just got blessed with a fucking little girl. I got to chase this little savage. I got to chase it.
Yeah, you're saying she's running around a lot now.
It's a different world. It's a different fucking world, and our feet move. And she just goes. I mean, I saw her outrun the mother. Listen, the mother, all these people, all you people, I'm an MMA trainer. I fucking do this. I wrestle. Listen, I've been watching my wife for a fucking year walk up and down stairs with groceries, hauling a 22 live kettlebell. There's nobody in better shape than my wife. My wife will fuck you up, and I'll tell you why, because she'll go the distance. I'll punch her. If she comes through, she's fucking you up. She's got cardio of a fucking bear. That's a 25 pound, that's a 32 pound kettlebell now. I see her hauling around the corner with bags and bottles and strollers and not missing a beat. I don't even know what the fuck I'm talking about.
No, it's so
I'm starting to feel
true.
this edible too.
It's so true.
I've never seen an athlete like my wife.
Really?
And last night at Universal City, she lost my wife. Just zoom, back behind the table on the fucking thing. Jumped over this thing, fell, got up. You know, she falls and she gets up now. Like, should I cry? No, I'm getting chased. Fucking tremendous. It's a different world. I got to be in shape to be around her now. It's horrible.
It's is that why you're focusing more on health and
Absolutely. Absolutely. You look at this girl and you want to be there and you want to be able to carry, you want to be able to go to her games, you want to be able to shoot hoops with her. I used to shoot 300 jump shots a fucking day. Jerry West, that was nobody better than me in shooting than Jerry West. Fucking white dude from West Virginia. I wanted to move and be those guys like Larry Bird. So when I got up in the morning when I was a kid, for 3 or 4 or 5 years, I shot fucking 300 fucking jump shots. 100 from right under the basket just to work on my form. Do you know, guys, I can't shoot a 10-footer anymore.
Really?
My shoulders don't have the flexibility.
What happened to your shoulders?
We haven't worked on those yet. You didn't tell me all that.
Who knows?
So,
but the reason Joey came to see me is because he couldn't hold his daughter because his wrist was hurting.
That was the original time.
That was the original time.
And then we worked on breathing, and then you came to jiu-jitsu. It was a very interesting story I told about you without you even being here. I don't even know what the fuck I called you on the air. I'm a very big customer service orientated guy. I don't give a fuck what you charge me. I don't give a fuck what you charge me. But do me a favor, when I call, return my call. I'm a firm believer in that. Something that with all the corporations and all the attorneys, we've lost this. We've lost this this gift, this customer service gift that isn't required in a job. It's required of being a human being.
Mm-hmm.
It's not required in your job requirements. It's required when you accept this job as a human being. Forget about when I'm a comic, listen to me, when I'm a comedian, I get paid to go and do, you guys pay me to go on stage and you come. Me going outside and smoking dope with you and taking pictures, that's not in my contract.
You could just leave.
That's not in my fucking contract. I do that because when I'm on stage, I'm watching you guys laugh, and your laughter makes me warm in my heart. That's a feeling you can't pay back. So if you guys want to come and hang out, so do you understand me? There's little things. When you guys tweet me sometimes, when I get 2,000 tweets, I try to tweet as many as I can of you. That's customer service. That's what this is all about, and we've forgotten it there. I told the doc, I went in for his fucking wrist, Joel, and I went in for my wrist, and we ended up talking about breathing. And the next day, he was at the jiu-jitsu place on the floor watching me fucking breathe, and he assessed me the situation and told me what was going on. We did another visit. We spoke about it. He gave me exercises. I got the heart rate monitor on my thing. I still do the up and downs in the mornings. I have it written on my wall right over the same exact note you gave me. The only things I slip on is the hip movement on the bed. Because I hate fucking being in bed. Once I eat ass and I fucking wake up, there's a lot of people who sit in bed and dwell on their fucking, well, maybe I should have been present. No, get up, cocksucker. There's no babies. Get up, you fuck. It's the United States. I hated that shit. I had 2 roommates coming up for years in Boulder that were young guys, Doc. And in the mornings, I get up, I take a pee, coffee's on. In those days, I didn't drink coffee, and I would still put coffee on because I like the smell of it. That's what it meant to me in the mornings, like the smell of coffee. I didn't drink coffee till 35, 36, but I would still always have a Mr. Coffee. I always found a way to shoplift the Mr. Coffee. In those days, it was $17. Who gives a fuck? And I'd get generic coffee, and I'd just buy coffee. You never know who's going to come over. And these 2 idiots I lived with drank coffee, but both of them. I'd walk past their room. What's up, bro? What are you doing for it? None. It's 6. Tick-tock. And I'd be doing shit. I'd leave, come back, 8 o'clock. The TV wouldn't be on. I had one buddy who would sit in bed and just smoke cigarettes for an hour before any movement. He pissed. He whacked off. No, he'd just sit there and think about his future. And he always got fired because he was late. I used to knock on the door. What up? You got to get up, cocksucker. Well, I got 3 cigarettes left. You got to get up. I don't understand that concept of laying there. Anyway, Doc, I get emotional when people lay there. I'm up and out too. You got to be a soldier in the fucking mornings, Doc. Don't get me. Turn that shit off. I'm too fucked up.
So what? Like, let's say Joey came in. You didn't know about the shoulders. Like, what? Obviously, you can't check him out right now. But like, what process would you go through to find out what's wrong with him?
Well, that's what's cool with the Lala thing. I came up with like an assessment program, which takes about 3 minutes if it's real thorough. So it doesn't take long, and I can find pretty much where things are happening. We didn't do that with Joey yesterday. He just came in for his knee, but we ended up working on a lot of other things. But so I came up with this assessment that really hones in on the body and tells you exactly where the problem is coming from.
That's cool. So is it like, so let's say Joey and I had the same exact shoulder issue. Mm-hmm. Could you use the same therapy on him and me, or is it different for each person?
You could maybe have the same problem, but the solution could be different.
Okay, that's what I was talking about.
Yeah.
So how does that happen? Like, how do you change it up for each person? Like, what would you do differently for somebody?
Well, what's cool is the body knows exactly what it wants, and I just ask. So with the system that I came up with, I actually can vector or just push the tissue in a certain direction and test you and see if the body wants to move that way. So your body may want to move one way to get better, and Joey's may move a totally different direction to get better. So I just ask the body what it wants, and it gives me the answer.
How different is everybody? Because like sometimes you'll hear people make excuses about about that hurts, I can't do that, or I'm not good at this, and when like I don't know, maybe I'm just naive, but when you think of people, you think everybody's the same. Like you think every workout should work for everybody. Like there shouldn't be that much difference between people. But is it just everybody's body is completely different?
Hey, I'm no comedian. I can't stand up and do a comedian, so that's everybody's different.
Well, yeah,
everybody is different.
Yeah.
There may be some similarities in movement, but there are no patterns.
Okay.
Really aren't. So you just never know. It could be your daily physical life and what you do is different. You may you just do things different, so your body's going to react differently.
Okay.
I came up in Boulder. And when I was in Boulder, I go to the Rope Institute a lot and hang out there. My friend Lenny ran the fucking place to eat there. But even before that, I would go to the Rope and just take the classes. They had like little workshops and shit. And a friend of mine's girlfriend was big in the Rope. And we discussed my shoulder pain with her. This is when like my left shoulder hurt. I remember she made me take my right foot off, my right sneaker off. And she was Chinese and she did some pressure points and blah, 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 blah. The thing that, thinking back to it, was at that time I was petrified of a doctor, but I was also like any other American. I was a quick fix artist. I didn't know. At that time, there was no internet. You didn't really read unless you had an encyclopedia or whatever. And who fucking had an encyclopedia, So I was a quick fix artist, but I always thought about that, how interesting that was. And then years later, I think I read about it, how the foot controls a lot of things in your body, and that's science, But I would have never known this stuff if I would have tried. But at the same time, now, knowing, I tore my shit up as a young guy. I was infatuated with traps. Okay, if you saw that picture of me, the high school picture I sent you, remember me playing basketball?
Yeah.
How bad was my shoulders look?
I don't remember.
Oh my God! When I was a kid, I had this. I played basketball, and I was getting that basketball body where you have no traps. I had that Phil Jackson. You just look like a fucking. I look like a coat hanger. I look like a fucking coat hanger. And it was the most embarrassing thing in the world. So I went to a guy named Ira Wolf, who was a kinesiology guy, a trainer. He ended up going as a trainer to the 84 Olympics. Guy was a big motherfucker. In fact, he's still alive. This guy used to fluctuate in weight and diet and try different diets since we were in high school. He was a gym teacher. We were in high school, but he was also in charge of the weightlifting team. And when I moved to Colorado, the guys I lived with were three of his weightlifters. So they always, talked in the way of Ira Wolf. And, Ira Wolf wanted balance, but he also believed in core strength. So Ira Wolf, the craziest thing he would make us do in the 80s was squats off the bench. So you did bench squats and you had to pick up your legs and shoot up, for football. And that, for some reason, my body took to it and made me gain weight. And I was like in shock, just eating Cuban food and drinking some shakes, no steroids. I would put on 8 or 9 pounds. So Ira Wolf had like this fucking shoulder workout at 5 sets of 6 with no dumbbells in those days. No dumbbells. Ira Wolf just believed in a straight bar. 5 sets of 6 in front, 5 sets of 6 in back, upright rows, and the shrugs. And then you took 2 10s and you went all the way around and clinked your hands up, and that gave you the fucking burns. And then at the end, you just did little simple cleans to really fucking destroy your fucking lats. You got Ronnie Lott motherfucking lats. Your lats are coming out of your fucking ears, Jack. And that's what I strive for. But when you're dumb and what's the expression? Young, dumb, and full of cum, you forget about, you don't know, and people come to you and go, dog, be safer. Listen, unless you're playing professional sports and you're getting paid, lighten up with the weights. You don't know that when you're 20. You're just in 16. You're just in the garage fucking killing yourself. So today I suffer from the damage I did in that. I didn't know that you had to continue to stretch over the years. I sleep on my shoulders. This is 300 pounds on your shoulders every fucking night. Every night. I just pushed 300 pounds on your shoulder. What do you think the mobility is going to happen to it? So
how do you sleep on your shoulders?
I don't fucking know, Lee. I got sleep apnea, so when I'd be on my back, I'd be choking, so I go up on the side.
Oh, okay.
Well, what do you think I do? I stand on my head on my fucking shoulders and stand with my legs up like a yoga dude.
How'd you sleep last night?
Tremendous.
Nice.
When I was getting out of the car just now, when I was walking up the street, I thought to myself how nice it was that I'd been home because I've maintained my sleep pattern. It's brutal what I go through throughout the years, guys. And thank God Lee and I came up with the 8 o'clock at night podcast, because that's 6 o'clock in the morning, 2 days a week, plus Thursday, plus Friday radio, plus Sunday to come back, was killing me. It was putting weight on me. It was, I couldn't think straight. I was angry. I didn't even, it was just brutal. It was just too much. And you need your fucking sleep and your rest.
Yes, you do.
And I could live on 1 to 7 now. 3 or 4 nights a week, and then one night get a good 10 to fucking get stoned to the gills with Lee. He'd go back on Monday night and sleep from like 11:15 to 8. If I get one of those a week, and the rest of the nights get 6, I'm okay. And I always catch a Puerto Rican nap.
You did yesterday.
Did I?
Yeah, on the table.
How long do I go down for that?
A couple, 2 or 3. You went down.
Nice, nice.
That was the hardest part about working like a traditional job. Setting your alarm for like 7, and you don't get home until 8 or 9, so you stay up for a couple hours, maybe get 6, 7 hours a night, and then you have to drive. That's probably my favorite thing about not having a full-time job anymore, is not having the hour commute each way, and having to wake up at 7:30 and just being tired all the time.
And you motherfuckers that are sitting at home and going, Joey, you sleep, and what the fuck are you talking about? Listen, bitch, from the age of 15 to 7 years ago, I didn't know what sleep was. And from the early 80s, I never slept. And in hindsight, I see it in what I felt, how I felt differently, my views in the morning, thinking correctly.
I don't know how people who have like 2 minimum wage jobs, like I did that for 1 summer, and that's all I could do it for. And I did the podcast and a full-time job, but this isn't as physically, but like people who work at like McDonald's and then hardware stores, like 2 of those kind of jobs, I don't know how they do it.
You just do it, Lee.
Yeah, you just survive.
I go on the road and I meet feature acts, and I really like them. And I ask them about their careers, and they tell me how they go to towns now, and they don't get hotels, but they get $600, $100 a show. And I leave there and I feel bad, but then I go, what the fuck do I feel bad about? I did it. You figure out a way. You sleep in your car, you meet people, you sleep on their floor, you sleep on their basement. You do anything to save $40 a night. I'm sure there's nights you have to cave. But you're learning and you move on and that's it. It's doneable.
But it's amazing how important sleep is. Like that lady just passed away like a month or 2 ago. A mother, she was sleeping in between like her 3rd job, and she just died. She was working 3 jobs trying to support her kids, and it's like she's working.
That's the new America.
Yeah,
that's the new fucking America. That's a single mom. That's the new America. But 3 jobs, and we live in hard times right now. Like I said, we're very fortunate in this area. In Southern California, we really don't see it. It's where you travel east or to the Midwest that you see these towns and go, what the fuck happened to that mall? I just did something in Simi Valley. I just shot a movie in Simi Valley. I see what that mall looks like.
What happened? Oh, it's all for lease?
All for lease. You walk through that mall in the daytime, it's fucking Lonelyville. It's a GNC, a Starbucks, but there are like 6 businesses that are empty in between that. So you look at this and you're like, oh my God, how is this going to survive?
Yeah. How has it affected your industry or not really?
Absolutely. Yeah. Because, I'm kind of like a luxury item, It's like people look at their health as last because they got to feed their family, whatever. So they'll put that on the back burner and they'll just stay with pain for as long as they can until they just can't handle it anymore.
And so would you, like, it sounds bad, but not selling yourself, but let's say I had some money, but if I didn't feel like it was necessary or important, like how do you convince people that it's not like it's a good use of their time and money?
Well, you can only help people that want help. So if they don't want help, then you really can't help them anyway.
Mhm.
So you just kind of can show them some of the benefits of what you can do to help them. And that's one of the reasons I created this quick assessment, so I can show you what issues you may be having, and then I'll do like one quick correction so you can see the change. And then I'll leave it up to you to decide if you want to continue on or not.
Okay.
Yeah. Because I can't convince you otherwise.
Right, because like I just had to start buying my own insurance. Like I got off my mom's. So it's $300 a month, and it's going up by $20 a month next year.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just it's hard. It would be hard for me to go and see, okay, you're not covered by my insurance, and it's $100 a visit. But like it sounds like for you, Joe, it's like it saved your life. It's like that sort of work is well worth the time and the money.
What's that?
Any of the work you're doing, any of the acupuncture, the physical therapy.
No, I got to explain something to everybody at home here. I'm very fortunate because I have insurance. Insurance that I never touched from 97 till 2003. I never used it. I didn't even know what I had available to me. I got a package once a year with a card. What do I do with this card? That's how fucking ghetto I was. I didn't know what to do with this card. When I hooked up with Terry kept saying to me, you know you have great insurance. You go get your teeth fixed, this shit that you can't sleep. She would go with me to the doctor the first couple of times. She would go all the way in with me because she knew I would climb out a window or I would pass out. And she knew. She fucking, and she would go with me until I made relationships with my physician first. And I took a couple physicals, and that was a nightmare. I would cancel. You know how many times they would shove the finger up their ass, do the lung x-ray, do the ear, and as I was going for blood, I'd run out of there. And they call me and beg me to come back, and I have to go back on Monday morning at 8 o'clock, and they take fucking blood out. But I feel so much better now in my mind. For years, I walked around 400 pounds, not knowing. The people, the physicians on the longest yard were coming in. They were coming in, and the people liked me so much. I got along so well with the firemen I got that he would come in and take my blood pressure and go, Joey, I can't let you go on the fucking field unless it goes down to this. I can't let you out of my sight. In fact, in 10 minutes, if I call back and it's here, I got to call an ambulance in. That's how high I was walking around in the mornings with my blood pressure.
And were you amped up, or was it just because of your weight?
It was weight, diet, smoking cigarettes, cocaine, no sleep. I was doing all the things that's an early fucking grave. No exercise, smoking cigarettes, smoking weed, diet was horrific. The sleep apnea was under control, but I was still doing blow. So the sleep wasn't still there. 3-4 nights a week, I was sleeping 2 nights, 2 hours a night.
Oh, yeah.
So 3 nights, you're sleeping 11 hours, you're binge sleeping. So you're not really sleeping, kind of, So it was bad, guys. So I had to work on each issue now, And now, there's nights I don't get enough sleep, and, whatever the fuck it is. I'm still a fat fuck, but I exercise, I stretch a lot, which I think is very important. It's what makes me feel a lot better at night, even on, like today I won't exercise. I don't do it 2 days in a row anymore. My knees can't handle it. This is something I found out for me. At this age, at this weight, at this part of my life. But these are things you find out by trying different things.
Absolutely.
Unless you try different things, it's not going to work out for you. My insurance covers either one chiropractor or one acupuncture per month or something like that with a copay. If I sit at home and I don't use this, these benefits just go to rot. I just went to the dentist, not because I wanted a fucking root canal, guys. Not because I'm at home with leather on going, I can't wait for my next fucking root canal. Fuck you. Because the money is there. And if I don't use it, I fucking lose it. So I go down there and go, hey, fuck it. Do what you got to do. Oh, you need this tooth. Do I need this tooth? Listen, I'm a soldier. I don't even need teeth. I'll bite through that motherfucking apple like, You understand me? There's something you go with or whatever. If you got 2 teeth on this side, you can put it together. You can put it together. Who the fuck are you kidding? We see people every day homeless in front of a 7-Eleven working it with 6, 7 teeth. 2 of them got cavities. They're working out there, working that fucking jaw. They right or wrong. But whatever, the dentist says you need this tooth replaced, everybody wants it themselves. I'll take care of you, I'll throw the cleaner in, don't worry about nothing. You know, these Armenian dentists are the best ever. If you're not dealing with Armenian dentists, you don't know what life is. I love you, Doc. You're a good man. You know what the fuck you're talking about. You provide a great service. But you got to go into business with Armenian. You got to get involved in it, Doc. You're in the wrong side of town. Because they do insurance scams. Those motherfuckers, they'll give you cash back. Forget the fucking copay. We're giving you a 50. There you go. Bang. Make sure you come back. Here's a calendar. The whole fucking thing. They don't fuck around.
I need to check it out.
You really know. What do you think? You're right here. You're 2 miles away from fucking Armeniaville. This dentist I go to, he don't fuck around. They don't fuck around. They gave me the root canal was on the arm. That's why I'm getting my wife's whatever there. Because he says, you know what? We think we made the mistake. When we made the assessment, we should have seen that up close and build it. So they build insurance. I didn't have to pay for it. Not a dime out of my pocket. So that makes me even happier.
Hell yeah.
That makes me even happier. You know what I'm saying? So if it's there, if it's available to you guys, you got to use it. You know what? You're sitting there going, Joey, what the fuck? You live out there with those granolas. You're eating. It's true because people listen to this in the Midwest and Ireland. They're fucking bad motherfuckers. But you know what, Ireland? There's got to be some Chinese guy in your neighborhood that's a fucking cook at a Chinese restaurant, but he's aspiring to be an acupuncturist. Go down there, let him throw a couple needles in your neck. You know what I'm saying? What the fuck? What the fuck? You don't know what's going to happen? Just give it a shot. Columbus did. Right? Columbus went to China, stole spaghetti, did acupuncture. That's how he got the energy to go to Cuba and kill the Indians. What do you think they had? What do you think they had?
I have no idea what you're
We just had fucking Red Bull in those days. You got on a boat. Red Bull duck? Fuck no. He took a Chinese guy with him for sticking those needles in my feet. We'll go, I'm taking you to the top, cocksucker. Let me give some shout
Let him
outs.
throw some needles in your neck.
Who gives a fuck? Right? Tell him, Doc. A couple of needles in your neck.
Any acupuncturist want to sponsor?
Why do these Chinese people fucking sling dick to their 90? Because they stick needles right to their nutsack, right to the muzzle and top. It's all over. Bam.
Muzzle top?
Yeah, that's the name of my nutsacks. You didn't know that? That's what I named them years ago. Mazel and top.
Which one's muzzle?
The right one. They say he's the heart of the situation. Toph is the sidekick.
Do you have a name for your dick?
No, not really. I'm an adult. His name is Dick. I don't even name him. I don't talk to my dick. I just put him in my
You
hand.
named your balls.
Huh?
You named your balls.
Because they're the heart and soul of the operation. They're the ones that put it together. Think about it. It's your heart. It's connected to your nutsack.
You need to make your next thing for your website is going to be a pair of underwear. It says muzzle and top.
That's it. That's my nutsack. Mazel tov since 1981.
And
Right,
sweet Auschwitz dick.
That's it. It's an Auschwitz dick. That's what you're giving tonight over there to the Mexicans. What do you,
I told her about it.
After this little reunion with the fucking with Selena and her family tonight, you going back to your house or you gonna leave her over there?
I'm gonna leave her over there because I'm going back tomorrow.
Jesus
It's
Christ.
Christmas, so she doesn't want to wake up at my house. She wants to wake up with her mom.
Fuck. She wants to wake up at your house on the big tree, on the tree of life. What over there with those Mexicans? They do a bed. She wants to be over there with you rubbing her feet.
I'll ask her. I don't think she does.
Yeah, you're going to wake up and go, come on, wake up. I got something for you. Because the whole family's staying over there tomorrow for Christmas. The brother, the ex-wife, you don't want to be over there with her tomorrow night. Pull her out. There's going to be like 10 Mexicans over there.
Yeah.
So
That's my whole life now.
I know it's your whole life, but you don't want to sleep down the floor.
Oh, I'm not sleeping there. Come on.
Oh, okay. No. Just say, come on back in my apartment. You know, we'll have a little fucking get together over there. We'll work off these tamales. Right? You're going to be eating some tamales. You're going to have some energy, right?
Oh, yeah.
C. Bass, Wild Bill 23. Michael Kern, I love you. Cocaine tamales, you bad motherfucker. Corey Layton, Kyle Schiff. Leon, who loves you more than me. Julio Padilla. What's my boy in Germany?
Leon?
No, the other fucking guy. The guy in Germany. Constantine Rain.
Oh.
What's his name? Constantine
Yeah.
Rain? All right, that's his fucking
I didn't know he was in Germany, too.
I don't know either. I don't know where these people live. I see him on Twitter with fucking Nazi.
Is Leon from Germany?
Leon is a Spanish kid that lives in Germany
Okay. All right.
or somewhere with Constantine Rain or something like that. Talk to me. Tell me something. You're sitting there like a fucking robot. Sit there, say something, Doc.
I don't know Constantine.
I thought you knew him. I thought you used to run with him over on 155th in Amsterdam.
No.
So have you wrapped your presents yet, Joey? Joey, you got mad at me yesterday because you said I was gonna wrap my presents.
What happened?
I told you I was gonna wrap my presents, and he told me I lost his stripe.
Oh, you've been losing stripes throughout this whole fucking holiday season. Forget it.
What do you do with your presents?
No, it's always
Put them in a bag.
Yeah, you put them in a bag. And you take them over there and you slip them to your girlfriend and go, wrap these. They're for your family. Well, now
Yeah, but what about her stuff?
Who gives a fuck? Same thing. She's an adult. She knows what she's getting. How old are we now? There's a tree dying because you want a surprise, so you want to be a magician.
I don't know.
Just give it to her, shake her hand. What a surprise. Just give her what's hers, right? Tell her what to wrap for the fucking people and put hers in like a fucking expensive bag like Macy's and keep it on you, like guard it. And then once it comes time, you just drop the bag on it and she'll take everything. Oh my God. And then you have a stocking for it too, right?
No.
What the fuck kind of
They don't do stockings.
Who gives a fuck what they do? It's what
I'm Jewish. I don't have a stocking.
You gotta get a stocking with a fucking yarmulke on it, or 8 stars or something like that, or a big black Jew dick or something like that with a picture of Hitler on it, something. And you gotta put that's what Mexican people like, that little stocking.
Yeah, gotta do the
I'm
stocking.
telling you, who the fuck do you think you're dealing with here? Have I ever steered you wrong?
Yes, many times.
No, when we leave
I'm in the middle of that right now.
No. You're not even on here.
Yes, I am. What are you talking about?
I gave you 10 milligrams. You're as tough as nails.
I wrapped my gift yesterday, and I swear a 3-year-old could have done a better
Oh my
job.
God.
I ran out of
Oh my
Scotch
God.
tape.
I don't fucking know. You never prepared for that shit.
You bought the duct tape. You're like, I gotta work.
Oh my fucking God. Who's prepared for that? Once a year, you got to put up with that. And you can't do it at a store. You feel guilty. But there's always somebody lurking that'll do it. Like somebody. I'm like, what are you doing right now? You wrapping his? Hold on. I got like 8 feet of it. That's the fucking hardest part about Christmas.
Yeah.
Fucking
I can't. Mine look terrible. I used to, at the mall in Boston, they have like little school groups who will come and you can pay them like $1 or $2 a present to do it. I was somewhere this weekend and they were charging $8 a box. I was like, God, I can't. That's too much. But
Wow.
it's a good scam that you can do it.
I'm fucking loyal.
I think we should go into business wrapping gifts.
You don't put reindeer. You don't put those reindeer antlers on your car windows.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna go out there right now and put reindeer antlers, and I'm gonna take one of those antlers and shove them up your fucking. You fucking. I don't know. I mean, what? How are you supposed to act for Christmas? Am I supposed to run up and down the street, jumping up and down this Christmas? I don't know what the fuck.
I don't know. What are you going to dress up for Santa for Mercy? Are you going to do anything?
Oh yeah. I got the suit, the costume. I just picked it up from the Chinese guy over there. He ironed it for me. Get the fuck out of here.
I don't know. I'm Jewish. I don't know what Christmas is for people.
You fucking know. You're surrounded with these fucking Gentiles. They dress up. They put Christmas trees. They put presents under the fucking trees.
Yeah.
All right. And then
Do you have a tree?
Yeah.
When do you go like you get a real one or is it fake?
I don't know what my wife does.
Oh, your wife
I
did.
don't ask me no questions. You know what I'm saying? I came home with it. It was a tree there. I don't ask nothing. Why am I gonna fuck up her world and fuck it up by asking her questions? I didn't want her to get a tree early because the cats take it down.
Yeah.
She did something. She tied it down with fucking trees and got the cats out of there. But some way, Superbad got in there and got into the chimney sweep. And he's black. We think he's Superbad. He's black. And my wife's fucking soup biscuit. She gave him a bath the other night. But he keeps going to the presents and he shoots up the fucking sweep. He's black. Fucking church to what's happening now, people. A little laughter, a little physical fucking help here for you. Got pains, you get a hold of the doctor over here. Joel. I shouldn't call you the doctor. I shouldn't be calling you that shit.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine.
You know, when I was in Boulder, also, I took a kinesiology class, but it was more about nutrition and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the girls in the class was a trainee. I don't know what they call them on the field for the football.
Just like trainers.
They just wrap you. You know, wrap your wrist, wrap your
ankles.
And I asked her questions like, where do you go from here? She goes, well, if you intern through here, then you go to a college for a few years, and then your main thing is to work for a professional, something like that level. Have you considered that? I looked on your webpage, and there's a young picture you doing fucking jumping jacks like Jack LaLanne.
Yeah.
You were a personal trainer also.
Yeah, I've been doing that for 25 years.
So that's your main patois, the personal training.
It used to be. Not now. I'm more into helping people with pain and injuries.
Okay.
And I got into that because of pain and injuries of my own that I've had. And I've basically worked on myself to get myself better. So that's kind of how this all came about.
How often do people injure themselves working out? Because I just do cardio because I'm too scared to do the weights. But do people? He always told me when I first started, he said, "Don't go on the treadmill because when you're fat, you can't do the treadmill." And now every time I go, if I see a fat guy or a fat person just running and it looks like they're in pain, I don't do that because I can't really get injured on the elliptical. But does it happen a lot?
I think the treadmill is one of the most dangerous pieces of equipment in the gym.
Really?
Yeah, a lot of people get injured on the treadmill. So I stick with the treadmill, the elliptical that you're using, the bike, stuff like that. That's fine. But just go on YouTube and you'll see a lot of really interesting workouts on there.
Yeah.
Where they're getting hurt so bad, like all of these CrossFit videos and stuff like that. I mean, CrossFit has some great stuff, but they also have some people that are just trying to do just the craziest stuff that they can, and they're just getting killed out there.
Listen, it's fitness. You're staying in shape. Okay,
Just move.
You're staying in shape. So there's so many different options that you can do to stay in shape. It's picking one that keeps you healthy, that you also get to know your body. A friend of mine said, Joe, I'm turning 50. Last week I went to scratch my back and I threw out my elbow. People don't stretch enough. One thing, I was a fat fuck and I was drugged up, but I always stretched. And I always stretched because of the martial arts as a young kid.
Mm-hmm.
So I always stretched. At the end of the day, I always taking my pants off and my underwear on, all naked the whole time, just sit on their carpet, balls out, and just fucking stretching when you're naked and doing little yoga moves that you learn throughout the day. Again, and your body tells you what to do. There's nothing better than being balls ass naked in a hotel room. You move the beds and you just fucking stretch and you fucking do little yoga breathings and you sit
I
your
wish there was
hands.
video of that.
I'm serious, man. You just fucking breathe and you do little push-ups and you sit on your knees and you stretch out and breathe and lay your hands to stretch your shoulders. There's so many things that I've done, over the years. Even when I was a fat fuck, I was too embarrassed to go to a gym.
Mm-hmm.
I would do these in a hotel room. You could always swim with a t-shirt on, whatever the fuck, because I always believed that if the blood kept moving, no matter how big I got, if the blood kept moving, and that's why, I hate needles. Yeah, Lee, I'm the last person that would go there. I got to go for a blood test for arthritis. That prescription's been down there for 2 fucking months. Wait on. They even called me about 3 weeks ago. Like, Mr. Diaz from Bomb Hope Medical Center. We got a prescription here. You got a blood test coming up. I said, I'll be there next week. That was 3 fucking weeks ago. But if Dr. Amy calls me, I go there and let her stick 55 needles in me.
55?
Whatever.
Okay.
She does, I have a system when I go to see her. She cups me. And as soon as she starts cupping me, she starts throwing those needles on the other part. Then she decups me. Then she goes down my spine and she cleans all that stuff up. And I'm in and out of there. But I wouldn't know about this if I didn't try this. I met Joel and I went to see him. And even from my wrist, it felt better. But I knew from my wrist that I would have had to go see somebody and get x-rays. There's some things that and there's some things that you just keep avoiding.
Mm-hmm.
People go, well, instead of doing that, my friend, and they'll keep asking, hey, your wrist ever hurt? No. Like, they'll ask, like, Joel, they'll say, Doc, your wrist ever? Yeah. Maybe you should go see somebody. Oh, no. Some fucking bum in front of 7-Eleven says bursitis. Now, what the fuck you asking me for, cocksucker? Because we don't want the truth. And sometimes, with this, I know that if I go, the insurance is going to go, yeah. And at the end, there's going to be a cortisone shot.
Yeah.
This is all this is going to be. So I got options. So I got that little thing, the machine, for $69.99 on Amazon. You put the electrodes on your wrist at night. I massage it. I could put some ice in that motherfucker. And then I do little exercises to put weight on it. So if anything ever happens, at least I know how it's going to feel, a little bit of pain. and I could do 5 or 6 of them now. And I just lay off it. That's I get a little pain. I do the cleans now with the kettlebells. They're not too bad. Then you learn how to, whatever. I'm not gonna work out. I'm not gonna work out because my wrist hurts, but my wrist don't hurt to eat fucking those cheese nips that are sitting over my fucking refrigerator. Because how come nobody's ever in pain enough not to eat the fucking extra sandwich? I can't move. My back's been in pain for years. Let me get that foot long. What the fuck? What the fuck? Gotta have the goal.
How am I gonna go to Christmas Eve today?
Who gives a fuck about Christmas? That's 6 hours from now. So
I just want to know how many tamales they made.
Oh, I picked them up last night at 9 o'clock at the grocery store.
What?
Because they don't drive, so they took the bus there and I picked them up because they.
Oh, okay.
She bought 6 of those reusable bags worth of stuff, and I texted my girlfriend at 11 o'clock. She's like, she's done the second batch. She just goes to town with them all.
Been up all night.
Keep this conversation. I gotta go pee real quick. Sorry. It's a Christmas podcast.
So you started with physical training?
Yeah, I started personal training 25 years ago.
Yeah, my brother's into that, and so how did you get from there? Because you said you were working on yourself.
Mm-hmm.
But how do you make this going from working out to like, oh, I have a skill in this? And
well, I played football in college.
Okay.
So I had a big injury in playing football.
What happened?
So I had a neck injury.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah. So that kind of spoiled my career. So from that point on, I started working out, and then like 20 years later, just all those injuries started popping up again. So I'm like, all right.
How dangerous is football?
It's pretty dangerous.
Nah, because I keep watching on the NFL, and Joey makes fun of me, but I like ESPN, so I watch ESPN just when I'm home and doing other stuff. I'll have it on in the background. And like this player last week, because there's been a lot of people who are getting these concussions, and are committing suicide, and maybe I don't know if it's because of concussions or they don't know yet, or they're not telling us. But this one player came out, I'm not sure who his name is, and said a career in the NFL is worth a shorter life. It's like he was like,
yes.
He's like, listen, I get to play in the NFL. I don't mind dying at 50. Like,
it was a white dude. He was a safety, I think.
Yeah, he was on defense.
Yeah, and everybody that plays will agree with him.
Yeah, I can.
That's
a crazy mind thing to think about. Like, when there was a thing with one of Joey's friends, Joe Rogan was telling a UFC fighter a week or two ago that he should consider stop fighting.
Yeah, I work with a lot of MMA guys, and I see some of the fights, and you can almost tell when they're walking to the ring that they don't have it anymore.
Yeah,
either the look in the eye isn't there, that eye of the tiger kind of thing, but also even when you see them in the ring and their brain is thinking it, but their body is delayed.
Oh yeah,
and you can see it. It's so evident.
So what was it like when you had to stop playing football? Like, was it hard? Did you keep playing longer than you should have, or was it just it's such a bad injury you just couldn't?
It was such a bad injury I couldn't play anymore. But what was interesting though is they're talking about, because I've had a couple major concussions and suffered the effects from it.
Really?
Yeah.
What
So
happened?
I mean, I wouldn't remember your name 2 years ago. But with the breathing stuff, that's really helped me with that, and getting me out of that depression too. And you don't realize you're in that depression, or that I call it a brain fog, until you get out of it. So you're just kind of surviving. You're just kind of in it. And there definitely is a correlation to the brain injuries that these people are getting and the suicides. There's definitely a correlation.
I mean, that's just crazy. But even just on a playing level, like Wes Welker, he used to be on the Patriots, now he's on the Broncos.
Mm-hmm.
He was great, and now this year he's been all. So is it just when you're getting that many hits on the brain, even if your body is still physically fit, you just can't. It doesn't work.
Well, these guys are at such an elite level, that if they lose, just say half a step, that's a huge step in the NFL. And it's the difference between avoiding a hit and getting hit hard. It's a big difference.
Yeah.
You know.
And it's great. I mean, I was a huge fan of Junior Seau, and then this Ohio State kid,
Mm-hmm.
and it's like LeBron James is saying he wouldn't let his kids play football. It's just, I didn't play football. I played 1 year of football. I played freshman year, and I got him like 2 times.
Okay.
So I never had a concussion, but I've seen people get concussions, and it's just they didn't treat it as scarily as they're treating it now. Like it seems like it's like a huge issue.
Back when we did it, you're back out on the field.
Yeah.
You know, but now they are taking their time. But it is interesting. Just take the NFL because you love the NFL. Is these guys are getting a head injury and they're back playing within usually 2 weeks. They just have to pass a test.
Sometimes the same game.
Yeah. And then you had to take a Major League Baseball player who got a concussion. He's out 6 months.
Really?
Yeah. So you're like, really? Is the brain really recovered in a week or two? No, it's not.
What is it? I've never had it. So what is it like to get a concussion?
Oh, boy, that's a great question. You do see stars or bells or whatever.
Really?
For me, it was a bright light. You walk around like a robot because you're just trying to survive, and you don't realize it. You're irritable. You're angry. So
it sounds kind of like what you were going through, Joy, with when you were going to faint last week. It sounds like a concussion sort of thing.
Well, it's kind of a PTSD in a way where you become you're not right, so you think you're prey. So now I think that you are going to injure me, so I'm going to lash back at you before you injure me.
Oh, okay.
It's kind of that weird thing, dance that goes on, and it's not pretty.
And so how do people recover from concussions?
Sometimes you just got to let the brain rest and get the swelling out, because what happens is the brain gets pushed against the skull and then bounces back and hits the skull again.
Okay.
So like a lot of the hits you see, there was actually a big one the other night where the guy got hit, but the injury actually happened because his head continued to hit.
That's what they were saying. At one of the games I was watching, they were saying that people always look at the head tag, because there was one quarterback who got a helmet-to-helmet hit this past weekend. And they were saying, yeah, that's terrible, but a lot of the concussions people are getting are from getting hit in the chest. Or was that on a podcast? I don't know.
I'm not sure.
I think it was on ESPN, and they were saying just because it causes your head to go bad.
Yeah. Yeah, a knee to the side of the head is brutal too. That'll do it. You know, there was actually one, was it last night? No, Monday night. The safety for the Broncos, he had his head cranked, and then another guy hit him, and it just, so, you know, he's probably got one too.
Do you ever get a concussion?
Yes, when I was younger, and it was what was diagnosed as a concussion at that time. I got into a motorcycle accident with a helmet on, thank God. But it was the impact of my head hitting the beam. You know, if I didn't have a helmet on, God knows what would have happened. The helmet really saved it, how I landed. Listen, I don't, when you're doing anything like that, you don't know what the amount of, somebody just punched a kid in Washington State or something, knocked them out and killed them.
Oh, okay.
It could be a tap to the head, or it could be a fucking bus hitting you.
Yeah.
You don't really know. You don't know how your body's going to be lined up, the how fast you're moving towards the object that's going to hit you. There's so many fucking variables, you know. You just get up every morning and put your life in God's hands, or whoever the fuck is watching over you, Buddha, you know, whoever the fuck it is, or whatever you believe in. That's all you could do. You don't know. There's people who play football for 55,000 years, and you see them, and they're shaking hands, and they look great. They're doing blow Joe Montana, you know, but then there's people that you haven't seen, and you wonder what happens to them. And now, with the power of the documentary, they pop up, and they're broke, they're fucking in a wheelchair, they can't walk, and these were your fucking idols when you were growing up. So what happened? Did the system fail? Did they fail? Who the fuck knows? Now, more than ever, do I hear about concussions.
Yeah.
When I was a kid growing up, whatever football, you got hit in the head, you got up and you went out there and fucking played and you drank and you flew. I don't know. What's going on? What is it? Something in the water? Is it something in our...
I think people are just huge because basically with what you do, that didn't exist back then.
No,
I don't think so. I think they're stronger. But then we were talking earlier this week. There was a player who said that a career in the NFL was worth him dying early. Like, is there? I don't think you'd say that about comedy. I know you wouldn't say that, but like, is there something you would like you would do like that? Is at that level for you?
When you find something you love in this life, think of how many people walk around their life miserable, doing fucking McDonald's and sleeping in their fucking car, and maybe they made a mistake in their life and they never recovered from that mistake, or didn't know what was available to them. You know, think about that. So, think about a guy. Is this guy white or black?
I think I don't remember. Don't say he's white.
He's a white guy. Okay, who the fuck knows? This guy's been playing football since he was 5. Who knows if he had 3 brothers? Who knows if his mother made cookies for the fucking team? Who knows what his experience is like? For some of those fucking guys from Iowa or Jersey, they've been playing. Some of my friends that I have been playing fucking football since they were in the bitty football season. You know, pee-wee football season. They played all through high school. It saved them and made them who they are today. You know, in my town, a couple of weeks ago, the high school coach died. They closed the street through. You know, they're who they fucking are today. So think without football, they have nothing. When you go to Denver, what is Denver?
Broncos.
Think of, what I perform at the Comedy fucking store 3 nights a week. I say it to you like it's nothing. It's nothing. Like, let's go down to the fucking store. I got a 10:45 at the store. You know how many fucking people who wish they had a 10:45 at the store tonight, Christmas? I got a 10:45 tomorrow night. Christmas night. You guys are looking at me, well, not you, you're Jewish. Well, you're looking at me going, Mazel Tov, you're a bad motherfucker. Squeezing $15 out of a motherfucker on a Christmas night. You're the real deal, Joey. You might as well get your honorary yarmulke. But a normal person is like, what the fuck are you doing, Joe, with your life? I have the opportunity to perform, to do what I'm doing. Doc, whatever your fucking name is, Chair, Joel, you have the opportunity to live in Southern California and help people get fucking healthy.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We're blessed.
Are you fucking kidding me? This is I don't know what my dream was, but it wasn't this. I thought I was going to be in a jail cell right now, fucking selling fucking gambling cards and making tamales and selling them for 50 cents and thinking I'd have a great life. I didn't know. Look, just by trying something. You don't fucking know, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, would I die for comedy? I was told where you're sitting. Bobby Lee was here the other day. It saved my fucking life. Because it gave me something to get up in the morning, and every day I put more stock in the belief for comedy, so I less believed in drugs. And I less believed in that lifestyle. And then all of a sudden I met a girl, and you believe in life. You believe until one day you don't need all those things to distract you and to make you a weaker person. You know,
I guess that is a good way to look at it. Like, most people were kind of crapping on him this week. But I guess if you're like, listen, I wouldn't have lived to 20 or 25 without football. So the fact that I got to 50 is great.
Fuck, man. Who the fuck knows? But nothing's going to... Listen, God forbid for me to say something like this. If I had a 7-year-old child today, would I let him play football? Oh, my God. I'd have to. I played, and I'm here with you guys. I talked to Steve Avillo once a week. I talked to Lebrano. They all played in that craziness, and they ran up hills in the fucking summer. They used to call them suicides. They run up the hills with their fucking helmets and holding on to the helmets in 104-degree August humidity in New Jersey. I saw them do it, you know.
I remember those days.
But there's some kids that died on the field 2 years ago in the heat of the fucking summer. So,
no, I think you bring up a good point, though. I mean, it does teach you life lessons, definitely. I mean, no other sport can teach you what football teaches you.
What happens? Let me ask you this, guys. I'm here with 2 gentlemen. I don't know how many people are watching this, how many people are going to listen to this. What happens if I'm fucking playing baseball and you're playing first base, and you throw a 90-mile hit at me, or whatever they throw in Little League, a 76, and I hit it because the faster it goes in, the faster and the harder it goes out. I hit a line drive, it hits the first baseman in the head and dies.
Yeah.
Happens all the time.
Mm-hmm.
All right? What happens with fucking soccer? You know, I go to kick the ball, and the kid hits his beam against the ball.
They say there's a lot of people who, because the headers would get concussions.
You know, there's so many things, but am I going to lock my kid in front of the fucking computer and say you're not allowed to do anything? Oh, you get on a skateboard, you might fall off and get a concussion.
A lot of people are doing that.
If you ride a bike, you might get hit by a fucking car. But what do you do with your child? Do you just protect them in a bubble?
That's what a lot of people are doing.
And you let them play computers all day? And then when they grow up, now she fucking call. It's amazing the fucking people you call. And you call them like 2 or 3 times, which means fucking call me back while you're shitting, while you're fucking shitting. I don't give a fuck if you're pissing or shit. Even then, just call me. It takes 3 minutes to fucking shit. I'm not going to hold you on the phone past that. Drop your fucking logs and call. She calls you when you're doing a podcast, too. What was I talking about? Hey, we're on a good subject there.
About letting what you let your kids do. Yeah, because I was actually
wondering.
I mean, but now you can't even. I was about to say, like, with Mercy, she's not going to be into contact sports, but now girls are doing UFC and stuff like that, so she could want to do that.
I'm gonna walk Mercy over to a karate school and show her and say, "Is this what you want to do?" And I'll take her to a jiu-jitsu school and say, "Is this what you want to do?" And I'll take her to a fucking knife throwing contest.
It's experience.
And they'll tell you after a month, this ain't for me, and they'll say, "Oh, what is for me? I can't." But my mom pushed me to baseball. I played basketball. So pushing ain't gonna help you. It's what you like and what works for you and your body style and your system. Did I get hurt playing bat? Oh, one time I was shooting a hoop. I like Dr. J. So you know me, I think I go out to the field, I'd see Dr. J do a move, I'd write it down. I'd go to the basketball court at night. That's how creepy I was. I'd go at night and I'd practice the move.
The finger roll.
The whole finger roll under the baskets. So one day, what the fuck you think happens? I'm on a fast break. I cut over to the left. Boom. I take it down the left-hand side. I cut through, and right here in front of the basket, some gorilla chops me. I hit the fucking pole. Perfect. It's outside. I hit the pole perfect right here. He's here, which makes the pressure, the impact, a lot faster. I could control. It took the arm all the way around. How my arm didn't fall off is still beyond me. Did I go to the hospital? No. Did I fucking go see a kid? No. I fucking
rub dirt on it and kept
some dirt on it and fucking kept that wing alive, you know. So 1,000 things could have happened to my shoulders over the year. That's all I'm trying to say. What's the website? Give me the website. Because I went on it today. It was very interesting. I read some stuff. I can't lie to you. I didn't understand the big words. You know? I can lie to you and tell you I looked it up.
And I'm trying to make it so everybody can understand.
Let's do it. Tell me what you got.
But it's Physio Care Center. That's PhysioCenter. That's long, I know.
No, he's laughing because I'm stoned. You know, he just sends me to death in front of my mother-in-law. When she walks out the street and she smells weed, she goes, marijuana.
You can't smell the edibles.
You got 5 hours to straighten up.
5 hours? With these edibles, I sleep, and the next day I'm still high for 5 hours. It's going up.
I'm going to teach you how to do this. I'm going to teach you how to take 2 waters, go to 24-hour fitness, do your little workout on the bicycle. You got your camera, and you got your...
Already done.
You got your earphones.
2 waters.
You got
2
your
waters are gonna do nothing for me.
Yes, they will. I'm trying to help you out here. It'll clean you out a little bit. It'll cut that THC level down, and you'll piss it out. Yeah. Plus, you're gonna sweat some out. So this is what I'm saying. You're very important. You go to the fucking 24-hour fitness and get this over with. Get that 50-minute on the fucking elliptical and lift it up today, and drink 2 waters.
So scary.
No, you gotta eat tamales. You're gonna do the whole fucking thing. You gotta do this.
Take some vitamin
Don't
C.
do it for you. Don't think of yourself or Paul. Look at that flag. Take a look at that flag and what it stands for. Huh? You understand me? Get it together. You got the Flying Jew t-shirt on. It's the holidays. You're the last day of Hanukkah. Get over at that 24-hour fitness. Get on that Stairmaster.
I was going to, but
Dude, what do you mean going to?
Get there.
You're still going.
he worked out high. It's terrifying. He told me that he couldn't go out into the sunshine. He's like, I had to stay and do a lifting workout because I couldn't leave. I couldn't go into the sun. Did you jump off the bike once?
Oh my god. The son's anarchy is chasing me. Oh my god. Oh fucking way.
So physiocarecenter.com.
Yeah, physiocarecenter.com. And then I'm going to be doing a couple of seminars next year. I got one here in Los Angeles, March 21st and 22nd.
Do you have Twitter?
Yes, Physiocare LA. Physiocare LA.
Where's the other seminars and what are
I have one in April in Columbus, Ohio, and working on the date there, people up the 18th and 19th, and then in New Jersey on May 2nd and 3rd.
Where in New Jersey?
Oh boy, I don't exactly know.
You're slipping.
I am.
I know these things. I'm going to fucking New Jersey. We'll do dates around here. So I'll be in Columbus, but in January, Super Bowl weekend, and that's the weekend you should be there. That's when the fucking weightlifting thing.
Oh, Arnold, yeah.
That's the weekend when you should be there giving out fucking cards, telling motherfuckers what's cracking.
Well, I brought cards for you to hand out.
Did you?
Yeah.
I like it. What do you think? You have to look at your shoulders. Maybe rub your feet. Maybe.
Right now, can you do anything with marijuana?
Got some vitamin C around here.
Too much?
Tremendous.
Merry Christmas.
I say kick up that vitamin C.
Oh.
That'll help?
Oh, yeah.
Fuck it, Lee. Go over there like a soldier and shit. No, there's going to be tons of food. Lee.
You should go over to Scaff's and get some Turkish coffee.
There you go.
There.
You need some Turkish coffee, Lee.
Yeah.
That'll make my heart. I don't want my heart to go that bad. You look at paranoid.
Again, who thinks about their heart when they're drinking coffee? You understand me? You understand people what I have to deal with.
So if you get
Most people give them like a line of coke and they're like, dog, I'm worried about my heart. I understand. This guy's worried about his heart from Turkish coffee.
Well, when I'm on this, I can't tell you how many times I'm going down that street and I have to turn around because I'm convinced I didn't turn the candle off and I didn't lock the door. It has to be 10 times at midnight. Stone out of my mind in that back parking lot, which is terrifying. At like 11:30, I have the flashlight. I take the flashlight to my phone and I turn it on. And I have a Volkswagen, so I flip the key open and I run to my car and I lock the door as soon as I sit down because it's terrifying. And there's always some guy standing there, and it's horrible.
We gotta figure out how to get to front.
I don't. The key doesn't work. I think maybe the owner only has a key.
Fuck, we need something to the front.
It's scary, right?
Damn. Joel, you're a fucking savage. I'm happy I went in to see you yesterday. Like I said, the pain went away. I have soreness in my knees, but they'll be gone. It's just,
That'll be a Christmas gift tomorrow. It'll be gone.
Yeah, it'll be gone. So now that little thing in the middle there was the only thing that was bothering me. And I was just going to wait and go back and maybe have the shot to give me for the rubber again to coat the knee and to prevent the arthritis from stress. Who the fuck knows anymore?
How do athletes come back? Because there's ACL and MCL. It almost happens every week.
Mm-hmm.
And I see, Joey, you've had 2 of them, and I see that you're still sore. How do these players come back at what seems like full strength?
Well, what you typically will find, they'll have another injury.
Well, yeah, like Derrick Rose had it happen 2 years in a row, and just different knees.
But why these guys are coming back so quickly now is they're actually injecting stem cells into there right while the surgery's happening. They just put stem cells
You should
in.
get stem cells.
I do. That's what you ate this morning, stem cells. Those are some of the edibles I gave you.
Yeah, that's why these guys are coming back so quick now.
Okay.
Yeah.
First off, I want to say something, all right? To the church family, I love you motherfuckers with all my heart. Me and Lee want to send you guys the best wishes to your family, to everybody around you. We love that you're part with us. You listen to us twice a fucking week. We come on here, we get stoned. We talk about some shit you want to hear. You are our number 1 sponsors. Thank you for being a part of our fucking lives. Thank you for coming on the show today.
Thanks for having me,
You're
Joey.
a savage and you provide a great service. I always feel better when I go see it. And that's why you're on the show with us. But we mean that from the bottom of my heart. These are our sponsors. On It, always doing a tremendous job. You want to feel better. On It's got Alpha Brain. That's how the party starts. I've said it 1,000 times. I'll tell you again. You're going to a Chinese restaurant. You order pork fried rice. If it sucks, you pay the bill and you walk the fuck out of there. You understand me? Because if they fuck up the pork fried rice, you don't want to see what the Mugu Guy Pan's going to look like. That's what I'm trying to say to you. Right?
You're a big Mugu.
You don't want to see what the Mugu fucking looks like, okay? From one fucking fat fuck to the other one. Fat man alert. Fat man alert. I'm just dropping on you correctly. Same thing with On It. Don't fuck around or get something crazy. Just listen, just don't with what they talk about. They just tested it. I don't know what the test labs were. People coming back. People that are dead come back. Alpha Brain. That's how we fucking do it. 100% money back guarantee. We don't even want the fucking pills back. Nobody does that. Go to your Coke dealer. Tell me. If I don't like the Coke, I'm like, what happened to it? Well, I snorted it. If it sucked, you know after 2 bumps, you're not getting your money back. Alpha Brain don't even want it back on it. Just tell them it sucked. Give them the receipt and they'll send you your fucking gears back, all right? And it starts there. It's all about being at the top of your fucking game. Whether it's Alpha Brain, Shroom Tech, New Mood, you're always pulling forward.
You like the protein powder?
And the protein powder is the Hemp Force chocolate is fucking tremendous. It's like a Yoo-Hoo meets a Carvel chocolate shake. You can't beat that shit. Late night, you come home, you're lonely. Nothing better than a nice little chocolate shake to get your spirits up before you bang one out by yourself on the couch. You know what I'm saying? You ever drink a shake before you jerk off? It's fucking tremendous. Your fucking jerk off mind goes, so what are we talking about this shit for?
I don't know, dude.
On It. Go to onit.com and press in.
Church.
Oh, and get 10% off of your order. Don't forget to click the button and stay on it program where they send it to your house at the beginning of the month. You don't have to leave. You don't have to go to no fucking bodega and get on it, nothing like that, all right? My main man, Dave Foley, over there at Iron Dragon TV with the classic fucking films, regular martial art films, all original, Sonny Chiba, Ip Man. He's Jackie Chan. If you like Chinese, old school Jackie Chan. What I'm trying to say to you, if you like Chinese people, this is the channel for you, okay? That's what I'm trying to say to you. What do they get over at Iron Dragon TV?
You go with Joey and you get 2 free rentals. It's
2 free fucking rentals. Two. Some people give you 1, snoop around, get 2. I dare you to fucking look around there and just want to just get 2 movies. As soon as you go there, you're going to go, I got to watch this. I got to watch that. They got war Chinese stuff. They got martial arts Chinese stuff. They got classic type Chinese stuff. And more importantly, they got mafia Chinese stuff. So if you're like, that fucking Yakuza shit and Triad, people cutting their fingers off and serving it to you as fucking egg rolls.
And then perfectly for tomorrow, because movie theaters are like $20 a ticket now.
$20 a ticket. What are you going to do?
Get friggin' Chinese food.
On me. Go there, get 2 fucking things of fucking movies of classic kung fu on the church. That's how we're rolling tomorrow. If you like it, you're going to keep signing back up because these motherfuckers over at IronDragonTV.com are the future. Break it down for me. What are you pressing?
Code word Joey, and you get 2 free rentals. It's perfect.
2 free rentals.
Guy Pan and Iron Dragon TV.
Don't get the Mughal Guy Pan. I didn't say that.
No, but
you start with the fried rice.
It's good.
Let's say you've been there before. Tomorrow you got to bust out the Chinese menu late night. You could just eat that turkey. Well, you can't eat one more fucking turkey. You know what I'm saying? How much turkey can a fucking man eat? You're like, yeah, this is great. Fuck that. Call the fucking Chinese guys. Tell them to deliver. Get some nice spare ribs, some nice egg rolls, some white rice, a little fucking Mongolian beef, maybe some shredded Szechuan. Oh, shit. Some shredded Szechuan. Oh, tremendous. Go to IronDragonTV.com right now. Get 2 free fucking rentals. See what they're about. They're showing up this fucking January with the 4K TV technology. Nobody else got this shit. That's how we're dropping on the church. Do me that favor right now. Iron Dragon TV right now.com. Get 2 free movies. What's the code word?
Joey.
Well, and just when you thought you're safe, you're sitting there in your underwear tomorrow for Christmas. You've been sitting there for the last 2 weeks thinking to yourself, what do I want for Christmas? What do you need? Look around you. Do you need new shoes? No. You know what you need? It all starts from within. Beauty starts from within, but if your balls ain't right, It don't do nothing. MeUndies.com. You know why? Because your underwears are in the fucking future. Why are you sitting there with white underwear like some fucking mook from the other side? You want to be fucking fashionable, right? I just saw a billboard on Melrose for MeUndies.com. They're not fucking around. Go to MeUndies.com. Look at the selection they got. They got thongs for your lady. They got thongs for you. If you want to jump up and down on Santa Monica Boulevard, they got the underwear for you. You understand me? They got the cute little boxer style underwear. I wear those for jiu-jitsu and the workout. You know why? Because your nuts don't pop out in the middle of your workout. You ever get on a bike and your nut pops out? That don't happen with MeUndies.com. Number 2, you could be completely sweaty, stick your hand in your nutsack. It feels like you got a yeast infection from the sweat. Now with MeUndies, it controls the sweat down there. You don't sweat that much in your nutsack. It keeps them fresh. Let's say you go to the gym and you bump into some freak who wants to swallow your fucking nutsack, right? Boom, you'll be fucking confident. You don't have to wipe them with toilet paper.
That's the worst when that happens.
Sure, let's say you meet a freak. You don't want to take your eye off this fucking dirty freak. You want to go in the back. You know, what I'm trying to say to you is go to MeUndies.com. The selection, you want to get a nice present for yourself. You want to get a nice present for your girlfriend. Go to MeUndies.com right now. You're going to be happy when you go there. You know what I'm going to give you?
20% off.
And free shipping in the United States and Canada. You know why?
Because
that's how we roll, bitches, here at the church of what's happening now. Stop with those underwears. You've had them for 7 fucking years. Look at the inside of your underwear. You know what they look like?
Death.
That's right, death. You got shit stain, blood stains. You got VDs. Throw those motherfuckers out. Get 3 pair of MeUndies. Wear 2 of them 2 days a week. Like a Puerto Rican. And you wash the other ones, and that's how you do it. Fuck it. You start small, but you go big. Go to MeUndies.com and press in.
Joey.
Oh, shit, in the box. And what do they get?
They get 20% off of their first order and free shipping in the U.S.
Like a motherfucker, because that's how we roll. Merry Christmas. I didn't hear you say thank you. What? Oh, shit. Here we go. Now I'm going to drop the best of the best. How do we end this? How do I end this? By giving you something for free. Everybody's looking for something fucking handout. You know what I'm giving you? Nutrition. Nutrition. Just like Joey. What's nutrition? Let me break it down for you. Naturebox.com. Tremendous. Nutritionist approved snacks get sent to your house direct. You don't got to go to the fucking store and stand online at some fucking liquor store eating that unhealthy shit. These are all fucking tremendous. Gluten-free, vegan-free. I mean, unbelievable. The cocoa almonds. I'm getting a box for Italy.
What?
I should be getting a box for Italy.
I'll be over later.
Maybe I'll drop a little bag on you.
I got to be there when the mailman gets there. The cocoa almonds are gone.
The mailman gets there right now while you're fucking driving home to give them a drive to the bodega. I'll be eating your fucking almonds, cocksucker.
I've never got cocoa almonds.
Because you fucking get there to it. You're always busy, jumping up and down playing Mexican bingo.
When they first started, he came over to give me. He's like, they sent us a box, and I was like, just so you know, I took the cocoa almonds.
Yeah, fuck yeah. First one. They're delicious. That's what you eat if you're a stoner. Cocoa almonds. Oh my God, the spicy sriracha cashews.
Yeah.
Delicious. Do me a favor. I don't even want a dime out of your pocket. It's free. Go to naturebox.com right now and press in
Joey.
And they're going to send you a sample bag. 4 small bags.
1 big bag.
1 big bag direct to your house. No fucking around, no strings attached. Once you get the free sample box and how they send it to your house direct every month, you're never going to go back to conventional again. Trust me when I talk to you about this shit. I know all about this. I'm a fat fuck. Sometimes you're sitting there, you're looking around, you're hungry, you're sick of peanut butter. You open up your door and there's a box in front of you.
We are high. It's the best.
It's the best. Trust me when I'm telling you. I wouldn't lie to you. Go to naturebox.com. Get this party started. Get the sample pack. What do they press in the box?
Joey.
Boom. You get a free sample box direct to your house. I don't want a dime out of your pocket. Always. Thank you for supporting On It. Thank you for supporting IronDragonTV.com. And thank you for supporting MeUndies.com and fucking Naturebox.com. And that's it. Happy holidays to all you cocksuckers. Thank you. Joel, how do they find you, my brother?
PhysioCareCenter.com, or you can call me 310-430-5145.
Don't forget about it. Call them breathing heavy. You should breathe heavier first. Go, what are you wearing, Doc? You love all that type of freaky shit.
Oh, I know you're open up for that. I hope you have a secretary. You're going to need a new one with all this. With freaking Nelia Samuels calling him. Remember this one friend on Twitter who writes like terrible, awful things, but they're hysterical, like the dirtiest
We can send me the Twitter. Oh, thank you for an amazing year. I hope you have a great holidays with your family and be safe. Don't drink and drive and all that shit. Don't argue. You know the fucking deal. And we'll see you over the weekend with a podcast. No, we'll see you Monday morning. Or Monday night. I don't fucking know. We don't know. We don't even think about that.
What's with the questions?
That's right, God said that.
Now that the show's over, don't forget to go to naturebox.com and sign up to get your free sample box of great tasting healthy snacks. Forget the vending machine and start snacking smarter with healthy and delicious treats like barbecue kettle kernels. Go to naturebox.com/Joey. That's naturebox.com/Joey. And there's also a box at joeydiaz.net with all your tour dates, Joey. Or at the Ice House for New Year's.
Yeah. Ice House for New Year's. Buffalo, New York and shit. January 22nd. Buffy coming home, Papa. Oh shit. Super Bowl weekend. Columbus, Ohio. Don't tell me I didn't fucking tell you.
Also, go to MeUndies.com and /Joey. Sorry, MeUndies.com/Joey and check out all the pics they have of the different styles of underwear. And for girls, they have hot-looking boy shorts. Right now, you're going to get 20% off of your first order when you go to MeUndies.com/Joey. And for a limited time, they're going to offer free shipping in the United States and Canada. Go to Onnit.com and use code word church to get 10% off of all of their great supplements: Alpha Brain, New Mood, ShroomTech Immune, ShroomTech Sport. They have a new one for testosterone, and they also have the Stay On It program. And lastly, go to IronDragonTV.com and you're going to use code word Joey to get 2 free rentals of all the great martial arts movies Joey was telling you about. They have some really cool Jackie Chan, not Rush Hour, like Jackie Chan stuff you didn't know existed, and he does all his own stunts. It's awesome. Use code word Joey to get 20%. Oh, no, sorry, 2 free rentals.
Get together, Leah Slipper. Merry Christmas. Fuckers. What's up, Lisa? Yeah, where the fuck you been?
What's the question?
You've been with the little Mexican chick kidnapped you all weekend. You're fucking full of tamales.
Oh, they're so good. They're good, aren't they?
Good. Those chili cheese ones were delicious.
Oh, my God. And I didn't know it was a Christmas thing for Mexican people. So, I like our friend brought you some, too.
Silent Bomb.
Yeah,
Rodrigo.
Yeah, Rodrigo brought you some, too, and they're good.
They use them as presents. It's fucking tremendous.
Well, they make 80 of them. Her mom made like 100.
Are you serious?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
How many did you eat?
Like 5, I think.
That's it?
I went there. It was Christmas Eve. We had those for dinner, and then I had like a couple the next day. But I have 4 in my house.
Yeah, nice time, huh?
Yeah.
It's a different culture, isn't it? They fucking really work on it.
Have you ever seen End of Watch?
End of Watch. What's
it's
that?
It's a cop movie with Jake Gyllenhaal and that Mexican dude.
No.
And they're talking about how it's just, for Jewish people, family is important, but it's like the holidays. You don't, at least for my family, I wasn't with them at all times. There's always someone at Paula's house. There's always a cousin or someone, and it's if you like them, it's great. Like I have some cousins who I'm not huge fans of, but it's not that fun. But when it's people who you like and enjoy spending time with, it's fun.
And you do the traditional Jewish dinner every year for Hanukkah and all that.
Yeah, with brisket and latkes and then Passover, and it was great. I love my family, but
brisket
it's
left in your house.
Fuck yeah, in the freezer. In the freezer, my mom made a bunch.
I'm a latkes.
Yeah.
You still got latkes
in the freezer? Yeah, fuck
You're
yeah.
A filthy motherfucker. What's happening, Brody Stevens?
Great to be. Oh,
Stephen Brody Stevens.
You got it.
818 representing this motherfucker.
Yeah, I feel it.
Where'd you model at? Beirut.
I've done some in Serbia.
Serbia.
I had a photo shoot with ISIS on Friday. They're in town accepting portfolios.
That is kind of fucked up. There's a lot of people going to ISIS, like Canadians and British people, and
good.
A lot of
white get their fucking head chopped off. Fuck them. Don't come crying to me. Don't let me see your fucking pathetic parents crying. We knew he was weird. He always liked hummus. Fuck you. That's what you get now.
I mean, why would you go over there? I mean, I understand that there's health workers and aid workers, but it's just always the guys are getting the head chopped off. They're very, open-minded, which is great, but it's kind of what maybe got them into trouble.
Off, see?
Yeah.
If they would just been stupid and mind their fucking business, they still would have had a head, But now they're walking around with no fucking head. The parents are crying because they got to be fucking,
They're not walking.
No, or whatever the fuck they're doing. Well, maybe they are. Maybe they're extras. on Walking
like
Dead.
that zombie stuff.
Yeah, like zombie stuff. Maybe they're still living. Not have a
People are desensitized. I hate to get. I saw Walking Dead, and it's over the top. I guess, right? Is that the fun about it? It's over the, or is it the story?
I don't watch that shit. That shit scares the fuck out.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, it
That shit
scares
scares
you?
the fuck. I don't want to see that craziness. When I was a kid, listen. First off, when I was about 13, I think I had a window pane acid. Not a window pane. I'm lying to you people. I took like blood acid, and me and like 8 gorillas went down and watched Dawn of the Dead.
What's code word for gorilla? Something?
His buddies, people. Who
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know what kind of podcast
They're
this
not
is.
usual people. They're not. My friends were not the usual Gentiles
He thought he
that
meant
got
black
sandals and went to the Starbucks with and talked about, oh my God, the interview was such a great movie. Those were not my friends.
Was it a good film? Did you hear?
I don't know. No,
It was pretty bad. It wasn't as bad as I thought.
Oh, you saw it?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Joey.
That was the whole thing. So these were people, you went and you saw there was one scene where the black guy goes under the helicopter and the helicopter chops his head off and he's still alive. And you giggle for an hour and that's it. And then you go home and you have nightmares for a week and you never got to see, I forget the guy's name that used to do those. Dawn of the Deads, and he did all those movies when I was growing up. And they were kind of weird, and I liked them. But I don't know, a TV show every fucking week with zombos walking around and people shooting them, it's not for me. It's really not for me. I don't know. I get nightmares.
I don't. That stuff is it's just so much content on TV. You have to keep up. You have to binge watch, and you have to talk about it. But there's just so much content. I don't know how I started getting stressed 10 years ago when you would go to the video store and there's DVDs everywhere in your face. Now it's just, it's too much almost, and I've pulled away. I've become a hermit.
Do you have Netflix and Roku and all?
Yeah, I have Netflix. It's
what
great.
Do you think? Yeah, pretty fucking cool, huh?
It is. Let's be honest. You can get locked in, but I've been bad recently not watching films, not reading books. I'm trying to actually appreciate things. It's like I go on the internet, but it's like Yahoo, Drudge, UK Mail, Yahoo, UK Mail, email, I'm just like wasting time, and I feel like I need to take action. And part of that is seeing a movie. I saw Nightcrawler.
How was that?
I loved it.
That's Jake.
It looks great.
Yeah, that looks really good.
But the thing is, say what you want about the interview, it'll be interesting to see how much money it makes.
It made a ton of money already. They yanked the public again.
Did it?
They got Cosby'd again. That's what it's called, getting Cosby. You get lullabied. You get put in a sleeping pill.
Yeah.
Whether it's the iPhone standing online or whether it's something, you get swamied.
Yeah.
And now they're getting more obvious. I mean, we're talking to a nation that believed that Osama bin Laden existed and is dead, and that they shot him and threw him off a fucking ship.
Didn't they?
Listen, these are American people. We fucking show people our fish.
Our fish.
When we go fishing and we catch a fish, we show people our fish. We come from a society that when we kill a bear, we take pictures of that bear and send them home.
They do.
So you're not going to send a picture of an Arab that blew up the World Trade Center?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think they wanted to cause problems.
No.
Let's just do it and get it over
out of here. Get the fuck out of here. I never saw that guy. I never saw that guy walking around. I never saw him in the States on a plane. Fidel, I saw. They did a documentary. This guy, I never saw this fucking guy. This guy could have been made up.
I hear
as far as we know. This guy could have been made the fuck up. This could have been a whole made up fucking thing with some picture of some little Arab guy walking around. He's still alive. And now people come up to him going, "You look like Osama bin Laden." He's like, "No, that wasn't me." They took pictures of that fucking guy. We shoot a goldfish. We take a picture of it. If we go hunting and we shoot a lion, we take a picture of it. This guy was the world's biggest lion. Yeah. We didn't take a picture of it? Really? Come on. Save that for somebody else. Save that for... Oh, yeah, because I have a...
So, you think he's around somewhere?
I don't think he's around. I just think that... I don't even know if he ever fucking existed.
What?
I don't even know if the guy ever existed.
He was a hologram?
Who knows? Who knows? We don't know. Think about it. We don't fucking know.
I mean, they have videos of him from a while ago, but it's...
Videos.
Yeah. Maybe he's been dead for a while. He did have kidney problems. Who knows?
Yeah, I think he's an Uber driver out in Glendale.
Maybe.
Been waiting to get that bit in for about 90 seconds. You saw me trying to fight to get that in.
I mean, it's just, I don't believe it till I see it. I'm from Missouri. I'm from the motherfucking show me state.
You are? I thought you were from...
I'm from Jersey, but I'm from Missouri.
Where's Missouri?
I'm an American. So that means
So
I'm from
am I.
Missouri. We're all from every state. You're an American.
So why are you from Missouri?
No, because it's the show me motherfucking state.
Got it.
And you have to show me. I'm an American. Show me.
Me too.
Show me a picture of Osama bin Laden with his eyeball blown out. Let me ask you this: when Mexicans were killing fucking people, weren't they putting them cutting their heads off on YouTube?
Yeah.
Listen, we should have seen the picture.
I don't think they did because they didn't want to inflame any. They didn't want to inflame the Muslim community or the terrorists.
So let's inflame Americans and show these fucking slipper-wearing motherfuckers.
I don't think
pulling our heads back and slicing our heads back. What hurts an American more? Seeing these guys in orange suits on television, getting humiliated with their parents, begging for their lives. What would piss Americans off more? Showing an American getting his cut off, or showing a picture of Osama bin Laden fucking dying?
Well, that would fire people up. They would get excited.
Sure.
Well, when you think about it, they showed video of whatever his name. Who was the old guy in Iraq? Fucking high. What's his name?
Saddam Hussein.
Yeah, they showed Hussein, and then they showed that Gaddafi guy getting stabbed in the asshole.
Come on, guys.
But that was viral on YouTube.
Yeah, but still, it went viral. Nothing else goes viral. Osama bin Laden. What my point is?
All right. So he could be around.
We're becoming Cosby'd, and we're getting Cosby'd by everything. We're getting Cosby'd by.
What does that mean exactly?
Getting put to sleep and fucked in the ass.
Whoa!
We're getting lullabied and put to sleep and fucked in the ass
by
society.
I agree.
Who knows? Who knows what it is? So so now you're putting body armor on the cops. You're putting cameras on the cops. You're putting cameras on the cops. Didn't we see the film of the black guy putting his hand up saying, "I can't breathe"?
Yeah.
So what do we need a camera for? We already got the proof that they choked him and they killed him.
Right.
And he still got let loose.
Yeah.
What do you mean he got let loose?
They got innocent. They were innocent. They were.
They didn't even get to that part. They just said they weren't going to charge him.
They weren't going
to
charge.
What do you think about what the cops are doing in New York? Like turning their back on the mayor.
Well, I don't know what De Blasio did. I don't catch the whole story. I've been busy with.
I do. All I do is read the news.
So why
I'm talking about like how I'm not going to movies or reading books. I'm addicted to the news.
Right, but you're paying attention to the most important thing that you should be paying attention.
News and comedy.
Who gives a fuck about the interview when you're paying attention to comedy and what's important to you, the news? When I wake up in the morning at 6 and I throw on the news and they're talking about a family got shot to death in Glendale, that's got nothing to do with me. I feel bad for the families. That's not what I want to wake up to at 6 in the fucking morning. I don't want to wake up to the first 3 stories on the news about a car accident with 6 kids in the car, 3 kids who got drunk, and a mom and a grandfather who got shot. 2 Mexicans got shot at Guadalajaraville somewhere or something. It could be black people. I don't want to hear about it.
Could you send me the link, please?
To what?
All those great stories.
So what we're trying to do is you want to hear news that works for you. I want to hear. So I put CNN on, and they tell me all this shit, again, that I don't want to hear. So all the news outlets are telling me I want to hear 10% of the 100% bullshit they're telling me.
Well, you got to go on the internet for that.
Right,
you're gonna get the real deal. I mean, less not as not censored, but you know what I'm saying. Like the regular news, it's kind of. I'm not saying it's down the middle. It's not down the middle. No, you have Fox, and then I guess you have everybody else. But you go on the internet and get to read the comments.
Well, the beautiful thing about the internet, and it's for years I always heard that media controls everything, and I used to giggle at that. Now it controls everything, but it controls everything in not a sly way. Like they tell you the news that you need to know about that black kid that got shot by the white cop.
Right. There's a lot of that.
That's the first thing that comes up.
It pulls me in.
That's the first thing that comes up.
I'm there.
Or the white guy who got shot by the black suspect in Arizona.
I'm clicking.
So it's like now you don't hear about school shootings no more. No more school shootings. At this time last year, 2 years ago, school shootings were huge. The year when Batman, the fucking idiot, got shot, the Batman movie theater. It's so weird what they want you to hear and what they don't want you to hear.
So you're saying that kind of stuff is still going on? Those kind of shootings?
Well,
like a mass shooting?
I don't know, but we don't hear about them.
I don't think...
It's like we don't hear about them fast enough. It's like some news is 1960, some news is 2015. They determine what comes up to the top first.
You don't go ahead, Lee.
Oh, no, it's good because you have that at your fingertips, but the issue is you don't really know what to believe a lot of times because there are right-leaning, there's left-leaning, and there's a lot of websites now doing fake news stories.
Are you serious?
Like, not even just the
It's
Onion.
called The Onion.
No, they have...
You beat me to it, Lee.
They have The Onion, which was hysterical today. They said they were going to wear a patch for all of Roethlisberger's victims, the Pittsburgh quarterback who, assaulted a bunch of girls. But they have these websites that are posing as real news, and they'll write a story that's so close to being true, it could be true, but it gets a lot of people messed up, and Like today, they had one like there's going to be a new season of Breaking Bad, and it's harder to know what's real and what's not real.
I don't look at none of that shit. Those things they put on Facebook,
Right.
I don't click none of those things, nothing. Because you could tell those things are just fake.
I go to Drudge, ESPN, UK Mail, Yahoo is like cheeseball-y. Some of their stories aren't very good, and I do look at comments. Who go, you go straight to comments and you see and you understand that it's. I'm not going to say it's a racist country. I guess it is, but it's like every comment is kind of conservative.
On what?
On most news stories, I that are involving. Like culture stuff, black, or it's always blame Obama, and then it's, racist. It's just a bunch of that.
Are you racist?
And I love reading it. You got it. Thumbs up. Yes, anonymous. Kidding.
What's been going on with you? You been behaving? Everything's good in your world?
Yeah, I'm good. It's like, I think working's important for me, and you would say that even actors, they go up and down. They always talk about not having a consistent schedule. But I also think being a comedian, you can kind of make up for those down times, and also podcasting. Things have changed. But you know how the old
You're always, listen, as a comic, as an actor, you could always be busy. Like I could be busy 24 hours a day and still not get all my work done. Like just writing material. How much of that takes up your time? And some days you get something, some days you get nothing. Some days you write all day to get a fucking line. But at least you get that line. You're marketing yourself. You're booking yourself. You're trying to get spots. You're trying to stay healthy and do kettlebells or run or get sun. Or, there's such a process. It's just not, I remember when I first watched comedy and said, this is what I think I want to do. I wish I would have taken a test and saved my notebook. I thought it was just writing jokes, and I had my idea completely wrong of what writing was. I thought writing was, I just write this and go up there and they're going to howl, And you went on stage. And when you get into comedy at first, you do that. And then there's no book to tell you what you do as a comic. Like, if I lived in Michigan, my day as a comic would be completely different than my day in L.A., correct?
Yeah,
you're doing warm-up here.
But I will say there are books on comedy.
Well, like Judy Carter and shit like that. But when was the last time you co-headlined with Judy Carter? When was the last time you saw Judy Carter at an improv?
Well,
you haven't. That's my fucking point, okay? So all these people that give you books are written by people that you don't even see do fucking comedy.
Well, Judy is very busy right now.
Doing what? Open up.
No, leave her alone.
Show me what fucking club Judy's at this fucking weekend.
Leave
okay?
Judy alone. She doesn't deserve this.
Judy hasn't worked in 90 fucking years, so things change. Every year, if you're a comic, things change.
Yes,
the rules change.
I agree.
When I got here as a comic, if you did a co-star in a TV show or you recurred, people went to see you on the weekend. Yeah. That's it.
Okay.
People signed you, an agent signed you, a manager signed you. They went to the comedy store, everybody was jumping up and down. People wanted to suck your dick. Boy, is it not like that.
It's the internet now.
And it changes every year. Well, when we got
that
here,
was a big thing.
When we got here, it wasn't the internet.
Well, it became cable, and then it became...
But when you and I got here in 98, you had to go out every night on stage.
Mm-hmm.
You had to write jokes.
Yep.
You had to go to auditions.
Yeah.
You had to go to Fox and do warm-up.
Yeah.
You went and did warm-up. I went over there with you and did sketches.
1,000 shows. You were on there tons.
You do all these things as a comic that are completely different. They come first. I remember having a conversation with Mitch Hedberg and him telling me that I write 3 hours a day and I turn the phone off. That's how serious he got about it.
You have to be like Kobe Bryant.
Like Kobe Bryant. And there's so many different aspects that go into being a good comic or a great comic or a mediocre comic. I knew when I was a mediocre comic what I was doing. And now that I'm a little better, I know what I'm doing. And it involves so much. It's like MMA training. You just don't box. You got to do jiu-jitsu 2 days a week. You got to do conditioning 2 days a week. You got to do karate 2 days a week. And then you got to fucking box 2 days a week. And you got to put it all together and hit wrestling and get your dick sucked. Do radio, do promo. It's a whole process. It's just not getting out.
Laundry.
It's just not getting in your car. And
Well, was it hard for you when you stopped having full-time jobs? Like, we talked about it when I first started, and I'm still not great at it yet. I've gotten better. But now that I worked a full-time job from the time I was 16 to now, and I went to school. So I always had something to do during the day. And when I first started doing this full-time, I part of it was I was being kind of lazy. I would just watch TV. But now, even when I'm working a lot, I'll feel like I'm being lazy because I'm at my house, and it's hard to fill as much time as you think you should. But also, the schedule is a lot different. So even though I'm not doing stuff at 4, I'll be out until 10 or 11 o'clock at night. So it's a hard transition, I think.
You know, for years I just wrote jokes. It's funny. I crack jokes with my buddies in Jersey. They'll call me and we'll have a conversation. I'm working harder now at 51 than I did when I was burglarizing houses. I mean, I'm working harder now when I was burglarizing. When I was young, I was a burglar. I was a part-time burglar. Whatever. You do whatever you got to do.
Shocking development.
But it's so weird how I work. I get up at 5 and I tweet and Facebook for an hour, and then I fucking write for an hour in the morning. I set my day up, and then you have the baby. Then my wife takes a shower, and then she comes out, and I do something with the baby till 10. Then I do something for an hour, and then she comes back, and I have the baby, And there's writing involved. There's emailing involved. There's talking to agents involved. There's just so much in your day. And I remember when it was just very simple, when you're an open micer, and you get up, right? We get up and go to our job and then meet at the underground.
It's just crazy in terms of, the internet was a game. For me, it was like cable was a game changer. And then like internet, satellite TV, it turned into TV. It was like turned into 60 channels to 200 channels. And then the internet came on and that blew everything out of the box. So you have that. And then even on, look, everyone spoke pot tonight. But I also think that we only still have 24 hours in the day. And now you got that 2 hours. That was when we were in Seattle, that 2 hours of social media wasn't there.
It was not there.
It wasn't there, but a lot of people listening might be like, oh, so social media doesn't work. It's fun. It's Twitter. It's Facebook. Both of you guys are amazing at social media. And I say that from seeing comics and even not comics who aren't and how much it hurts their career. Because in reality, Twitter shouldn't be that hard to do, but to stick to it and be good at it, which both of you I think are amazing at it, it's a skill at this point. You guys could be social media coaches if you think about it.
Yeah, you got to be in the game for the most part. I mean, it's fun to do. I like doing it. I just sometimes don't like to hate tweets and when it gets like that. But I think Twitter's great because podcasting, that was another game changer. It's like, I don't think there's any negative with podcasting. It's probably better for a comedian now. I mean, what comedian doesn't like
talking shit?
Right.
I work on this. Every week I sit down, I go, this week I'd like to get Brody on, and me and Lee talk, and Lee will go, hey, how about Brody? And I'll think about Brody, and what we'll talk to Brody about, and what else comes up, because I don't like them to be topical. I never wanted somebody to listen to this 6 years from now and go, well, what are these guys talking about? They're talking about today. They're not talking about their lives or how this affects them. That's why I didn't want it to be topical. I don't want a topical comic of we're going to sit here and make fun of somebody and giggle. I like coming on here and talking about our shortcomings and how we can make them better, or how we could be better as human beings, or, eliminating fear from our lives. I never put that audition on tape. I had an audition for a De Niro movie. I never put it on tape. And I just didn't want to. You ever have that feeling when you just don't want to do something? You look at it and you go, you pre-qualify it, like you write yourself off. But over the last 2 days, I've been thinking that maybe it was a little fear. I just didn't want to deal with it. I just didn't want to deal with all the fucking bullshit. Like, when my agent called them, they said, no, they didn't want to see me. I wasn't the type. Then a week later, they go, all right, let them put it on tape in New York. What the fuck? So it's like, you deal with these things. This is the shit that affects me. Today, I trained with this dude today. It's a badass jiu-jitsu guy. I train with him whenever I'm home, at least twice a week.
Is it a guy named Eddie Bravo?
No. It's a guy named Dave. I met him at Hegan's, and when I first started going down there, he taught me a lot of jiu-jitsu basics that I had gone to other places and they never taught me. Shit that it's very easy to see that this was the bridge. So today we were doing something. I go, hey, man, I've been practicing these at home. He goes, let me see. And I started doing this jiu-jitsu move for him. And he was like, Joey, when you first fucking came in here, you couldn't even go to that one leg. Now you're throwing me over. And he goes, you did it 4 times in a row. This isn't luck. you're doing this. And I asked him, I go, how did you know about this? And he goes, I didn't. After I saw you one day, I went home and thought about you for 2 nights and thought about why you couldn't do that move. So we worked on that. And it was just your hand and your elbow movement, you know? And he goes, I learned from watching you and breaking it down. You and I have had discussions about comics on Twitter, and that they've had conversations with us. And we've said, and I've said to you, if they just watch what I do, this would be easy. I don't twit all day. I refuse to twit all day. I got better shit to do than twit all day. I'll give you those 2 hours in the morning. I'll give you those for free. I'll do that all day, but I can't twit every time I go to a restaurant or stop and take a picture. That's why I'm not on Instagram. I can't. I just can't. My day is my day. I live my fucking life. I can't be on there all day twitting cheeseburgers and fucking grilled cheese sandwiches, and pictures of black people with handcuffs on. I can't do that shit. Whatever the fuck. You know what I'm saying? I'm not making fun of nobody. I'm just saying here that I don't have time for that. I give you what's on my mind in the morning, what eliminates my fear in the morning, what I'm thinking when I'm waking up in the morning, you know, that you don't know about.
Mm-hmm.
I think social media is very important. But then again, I always ask myself, would Richard Pryor go home from the store at 2 a.m. and twit?
Probably not.
But it's 2015. He'd probably have to.
Right.
You understand me? You have to.
You think so?
You have to. We had a guest on the show, a good friend of mine that Lee's become friends with, big fan of Lee's. Lee's a big fan of his, Ray Canella. And he worked for Sci-Fi for 20 years. And he told us how he would go home and watch his kids. And he kept going to Sci-Fi saying, guys, TV is changing. I'm watching my kids. They watch shit on demand when they want to, on Netflix and all this shit. You people are missing the boat. And they kept saying, no, you're getting too old. Let's face it. I mean, I'm not going to lie to you. We've been friends for 20 fucking years. 5 years ago, we were on the same boat. We didn't have much going on. Well, we were all waiting for the next movie. You know, you had Hangover. You had successes with the Hangovers.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask you something. Remind me to ask them about the Hangover.
Okay.
Nobody really knew the next move. All of a sudden, these things came.
Podcasting.
You know, when you leave here and you go south 3 blocks, there's a Ford dealer. I had applied at that Ford dealer to sell cars. When I moved to the Valley 5 years ago in April, maybe 6 months after that, I had a decision. The decision was I was going to quit comedy on the road. I was going to do comedy in town. And one of my friends called me with a movie role or a TV role. I would do it for insurance. But I was done with comedy. And then the fucking Jew hit me up on Facebook and said, do you want to meet? And he had all these ideas. And I would go, slow the fuck down. Whoa, Nelly. I'm an old man. If I stayed that old man, I would have been selling cars. If I didn't take his advice, and then he kept bugging me after I had the Felicia podcast going, do the Felicia podcast, but you got to do something in the morning. You're twitting and you got these fucking people on there listening to music and saying to suck my dick and God's going to help me today, whatever the fuck. So we did the podcast. So I started thinking like a young man. I had to. That's the only way you're going to stay in this game. When you got to the store, remember there was a bunch of older comics? They're not even around anymore.
Why?
Not even one of them. Because they didn't grow. They didn't evolve. Comedy's an evolving game. I wasn't making fun of Judy Brown before. I love Judy Brown. If you go to my fucking house, Judy Brown's comedy book is in my space.
Judy Carter.
With the fucking tab ripped off it. That's how long I have it. You know how many times I bought the Judy Carter book? 5 or 6 times.
I've got that book.
Jean Perot.
Yep, for writing.
That's what you do. Jean Perot must have had 16 fucking workbooks. I think I did 3 of them, and I would get pissed off at Jean Perot. If I was doing those workbooks for that, I would hit Jean Perot on Facebook and tell him I hope his mother gets hit by a train, cocksucker, because I couldn't do those exercises. I couldn't figure out. He used to write for Bob Hope.
Oh yeah,
I'm telling you, Jean Perot workshops.
Well, it's just back then. Books were the way people found out stuff. So you bought books. Now there's probably a guy doing a comedy podcast, how to do comedy podcast, or how to do comedy YouTube video, and it's just the way it is.
It is that way. But you get these guys, stand up is about doing it. I don't want to compete against the YouTubers, but I feel like comedy is the real deal.
But YouTube saved me. YouTube, listen, Comedy Central's never going to give me a 1 hour. HBO's never going to give me a 1 hour.
Right.
So I got a couple options. What's the matter, Leela? You're going to cry.
No, I'm just high. What's
Either
up?
Netflix gives me a 1 hour, or I
Yeah.
got to shoot my 1 hour.
Crackle,
Or
Amazon.
Or me and Lee shoot 10 minutes a month. Post it every 2
Right.
months. And I got my own special on YouTube, which will get more hits than you'll get on Comedy Central. Because Comedy Central, they're going to play your special on Friday
And
night.
that's it.
And that's it. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, that's it. And then they go on for DVDs and sales. So if I don't DVR it or whatever, your thing is fucking gone forever. On YouTube, I can publicize it. 10 minutes every
And
2 months.
it's yours.
Brody Stevens YouTube page.
You edit it.
You edit it. Brody Stevens YouTube page. And every 60 days, there's a new 10 minutes by Brody Stevens premiere.
And look, I don't have any problem disagreeing with that.
No,
but also the other problem is this warm up. It's energy. You're putting out that crazy energy, and then you also have to go. You know what? I'm on a little roll right now because if you ask me, I like the internet, but I'm also old school. I get a kick out of getting to be on MLB Network or
Absolutely.
the NFL Network or Fox Sports and those shows. I'm old school. I like that. I know that Funny or Die and, like I said, those internets, they're more, but there's just something about TV. It just makes it, I feel like it's more official. But
what I'm trying to say, I told Lee to remind me about a question I want to ask you.
Yeah. I'm high too.
I did Spider-Man 2. I did The Longest Shot. And somebody once told me something after The Longest Shot that makes a lot of sense. It's that sometimes we do movies and we don't think we're going to get out of them what we wanted to get out of them. And he goes, these movies go in cultures. You know, I'm very lucky right now. Grudge Match is playing on HBO. And they've been putting on at 8 o'clock with Ride Along. So it's like Ride Along, Grudge Match, and something else. For me, I need 3 more weeks of that. I need 3 more weeks to Grudge Match to play because it's free advertising for me for casting people.
Oh, that's what I was getting. I'm sorry.
That's the one sense of it. But did you get what you wanted out of The Hangover 1? As big as the movie was, biggest movie of the summer, $200 million at the box office. You must be getting some great residuals.
Okay, I had some decent ones early on, and once in a while I get it, but it's part of my act. It does feel good, a little bit of validation, or just kind of cool.
Absolutely.
It's a cool little
absolutely.
Crush.
I did Spider-Man 2. People come up to me and said, "We saw you in Spider-Man 2. It was fucking cool." One line, even I felt cool. I can't lie to you people. I do shit all the time. I don't feel cool. I did Spider-Man 2. I felt fucking cool. You know, it was a cool movie to do. If you come to me, I'll tell you 10 times the same thing. It was a cool movie. My question is, when you shot The Hangover and you went home, in the back of your mind, between you and I as brothers, I've known you 20 years, did you say to yourself, this is the one that's going to push me over the top? And the movie comes out, and yeah, your friends come up to you, your mom comes up to you, your agent's proud of you. But did it really push us to where we wanted to go? I probably did The Longest Yard. I ain't going to lie to you. Listen, I quit doing blow in 2007, not because I've been doing blow since 79. But after The Longest Yard, I went into one of the biggest funks in my life because everybody told me, once the movie comes out, you're going to be writing your own ticket. When I didn't, I didn't know how to. I already had a plan to succeed. I didn't have a plan to fail. Do you know what I'm saying? And that failure made me snort triple the amount of coke, maybe put on 20 more thousand pounds that I had already done. When you did The Hangover, how did you feel?
For me, it was just all bonus. It was all playing with house money because I never, ever thought I would be in a movie and I just didn't think so. And even when I shot it, I felt like, okay, I've been in a couple little things. I could tell it was a big movie and I did it. I stayed professional, but I didn't think it was going to change my career. No, I just wasn't. I come from a baseball background, college, and very structured. So I just kind of play things close to the vest. Even with I knew my TV show that I had on Comedy Central, which is kind of hard to say that, but I did. There's no denying. I felt like that would have given me a boost to help me push through, and I think it kind of has with the combination of these other things. I've kind of like pushed through to a new level, but I also feel like I'm in the opportunity right now to go even one more level. And then I can, quote unquote, chill. And I think some of it, honestly, is just getting out of warm up. Like, the thing is, I get mic time, I'm getting paid, I get to perform every day for Comedy Central executives and, Funny or Die executives, audiences, the comedians appreciate it. You know, when I did it at Best Damn Sports Show, I never auditioned. I mean, I obviously auditioned for I did for The Hangover, but pretty much I gave up auditioning because I wanted to ingrain myself at Fox Sports, where I would know every executive, everybody involved. And just do the best job I could do. I ended up doing 1,000 shows, and guys who were like, segment producers like Eric Shanks, he runs the whole network now. And, George Greenberg, executive producer, he runs it. I mean, all these guys are there. So it is relationships, and, I went for that. But I feel like now I just got to ride the wave. It's just warm up takes a lot. This particular one's
How many
hard.
hours does warm up take out of your day? Every day from midnight.
For me, I do 4 shows a week. I'm on the clock for 2 hours straight. From the minute I get out of my car, I walk across the street, and boom, I'm on. I work with the audiences there. I hit them there, and I have to stay on and focus for 2 hours. There's no letdown. And this show is very joke heavy. Joke, energy in and out. It's just high energy. Kind of like how Chelsea was. But Chelsea, had her books coming out. It was a lot of these young girls from, San Diego and Arizona. And it shot over by the beach. But she had just had a ton of fans. And it was just basically it started out with paid audience, but then she just blew up, and then it was just kind of keep the audience under control, warm them up, keep them under control. And it was hard, but I wasn't like beat up after. I'd hang out. It was like I felt good. Whereas this show, it's like I'm trying to do the same thing, but I'm not, though, for different reasons. It's an adult show. It's hard to get adults there at 3:30. You can't get the college groups like I would get at Best Damn. It was just a lot of. So at the end of the day, it takes a lot out of me. And I appreciate it. I like doing it. It feels good. But I'm also seeing that, you know what? I should be podcasting. Imagine if I took that chance, podcasted, because people, that's all they asked me to do, podcast, build up my audience. I will go out on the road. I will do that. And I don't hate warm-up. I'll do it. But it's I think
you're good at
it. I'm good at it.
You're really good at it.
Yeah,
I mean,
I don't not like doing
have you
it.
ever
Don't
seen
get
him
me
do
wrong.
Yeah, my girlfriend and I went and saw you in Irvine at the Audible, and I've been very lucky that I've worked in TV, and I've been able in Los Angeles. I've been able to go to a bunch of TV tapings, and they're fun. But everyone in this room knows how bad canned fake laughter on TV shows sound. There's really bad warm-ups, and if the warm-up's bad, then they're not going to laugh. They're not going to be a good audience for the show, which is super important. And I've seen you there. I've seen you at the Comedy Store a bunch, not doing warm-up there. But it's kind of like how the internet kind of gets looked down upon. Like you said, you enjoy doing live TV better. I think you think warm-up gets looked down upon, but it really shouldn't.
It shouldn't. No, it's a skill.
I
It's definitely a skill, and I see him on stage.
yeah, it's amazing.
But here's the deal. It's kind of like, maybe I think you were talking about this before. Yeah, you do the warm up. You're in front of 115 people. 3, you can be up like Key and Peele and the guys from Reno 911 or whatever. Chris Hardwick. You get all that, but only that's who sees it. You do a podcast, thousands see it.
That's true.
Or hear it, hopefully.
But
so I'm not saying it's wasted in there, but I feel right now I'm at the point where maybe I could put that energy and go for it. But I also know that I'm good at it. I don't not like warm up. I just can't be beat up. I just feel I'm getting beat up a little bit.
I remember when I first moved here, I would go to shows. I went to Politically Incorrect, and I would see my boy warm up.
Danny Vermont, did he do it there?
Was it Danny? Oh my God!
Long hair.
Yeah, no, I know who Danny is. It was either Danny or what's his name?
Robert Lungblade, or a bald guy, or
KB Kapara. What's his name? KT.
Chunky B.
No.
KT
No, he wouldn't have done it.
No, it was a long time ago. But I remember there was a guy that I see now from time to time. But the worst warm-up ever was the guy on news radio. Joe and all those guys used to call him Captain Date Rape.
Oh,
Because he looked like a date rape guy. And I remember sitting at the warm-up going, like, what do they pay this guy? I got to get in here.
I mean, that is one thing where...
he was really bad. And then I worked with Brody on the Best Damn Sports Show. And I know Brody a long time. And one day they're micing me. And I've got my back to Brody. Like, I've got my back to the stage. And they're micing me like, they're like, hold on, come on. You know, like they're doing it in a rush. And I'm hearing him warming up this crowd. But he's not doing the traditional warm-up. He's talking about foot fungus or something. And I'm fucking howling because they're looking at him like, what are you talking? And he's just going off. He's not even looking at them. He's got a football jersey on, a whistle around his neck. And he's talking about foot fungus or something. And me and the girl that was doing the makeup or the mic, whatever, we just looked at him, looked at each other and like, that is fucking amazing. And I could see that I had been to 1,000 tapings. They don't even let you go out in that type of boundaries. They don't even let you go out where you were going as a...
Oh, they let me.
They let him. They let him. Not saying fucking clean. No.
Keep it clean.
Just very clean. But just talking about something that has nothing... They were so... Like, give me the 3 actors from The Godfather. Like, they were doing quizzes and shit.
No.
It's the biggest thing in this industry is there's very few Craigslist job postings. You get jobs, and you've got a bunch of jobs from people you know. So, Brody, you've done a bunch of shows because people ask for you. So that's the best kind of job hunting. You're not people are asking you to do jobs.
Yeah.
What was your first warm-up? Was it
Best Damn
Zach
Sports Show?
Oh, it was.
Yeah.
You had Zach in between there.
I did.
On VH1.
Yeah, I did Zach's show. I got fired. The guy thought that I worked like half the shows. He thought I scared the audience, and it was like Fred Graver. He ran the show. He was like at Travel Channel or something. But he said I scared the audience. But the thing was, the whole audience, it was the same audience from Best Damn Sports Show. You know what I mean? It was like them sitting there. So, but what upset me was I didn't get a note. It just got fired. It's like I'm working with the same guys. I know the audience. How can I scare an audience that knows me? So you could have just given me a note. So then Zach and got it. This is a long. So Zach is, it was a long time ago. But Zach did they tried to get me back, and I did come back, and then I worked some of the shows. Show got canceled. Sorry, Best Damn Sports Show. I got in trouble a couple times there, but for the most part, I stayed with it. 1,000 shows. Chelsea, 400 shows. They left me alone. 7-year run. Ridiculousness leaves me. It's like leave me alone. Wanda Sykes. They got rid of me. They got rid of her.
What show was that?
The Wanda Sykes show.
And you were warm up for that?
Yeah, I did like 10. I did like 10 shows. Here's the deal. I take care of comedians. It's like I'm focused on taking. Like when at Chelsea, I want to take care of these comedians, and at the end of the day, what does it do for you? It's like, but I know that Kevin Hart knows me. I know that Jeff Dunham from Best Damn Sports Show knows me. I know that if I really need something, I took care of these guys. Whitney Cummings. This is before they had everything. So I didn't do it for that, but that's what drives me. And that's why I feel like I like having the respect of the comedians. But I just fume when the crowd isn't good. It just boils my blood. And it's like not healthy sometimes. But I'm like a coach, like, let's go. And just, it's not easy. But you have to, I'm good at it. But to get there, you can't just, I have to prepare my day. I don't audition. I have to leave. It's like preparation. I have to get up, do the same stuff. That's how hard warm-up is. And then I'm done, and I'm just like wiped out after. Not wiped out, but kind of grinded out for this particular show. I'm that good. I've created something. So I'm not hating on warm-up, don't get me wrong, but I definitely need to be podcasting more. And I know that would be a big difference. And I think I should have a YouTube channel. And that's it. But here's the other thing. In the back of my mind, I'm doing other stuff. I did do MLB Network. I was on a Fox Sports, fantasy football show all year. So it's not like those things aren't happening. So I kind of put my energy into that. Warm up in TV. I went from doing warm up in the road. You know, I did everything about my show, and then warm up came, and then warm up, and then do the road for my show. And then once the road stopped, still doing warm up, then I focused on, you know, the Fox Sports and doing the NFL stuff, and then getting a cartoon, put my energy into that. But I think that for 2015, I just need to be, I'd like to like figure some things out. There's just, you know, I don't want to get too break behind the scenes, but I'm just not, I know I could be, because I've done the show. I was on a TV show. So I know what it's like to feel good, to work half the time, to put in half of the stress and make twice as much and be seen by thousands. That's what I'm saying. Like warm up, yeah, 115 people see me. You know, yeah, it's a steady paycheck. But I've been on the other side where it's like, wow, I got a dressing room and, you know, they're doing makeup for me. I feel accepted. It's like, I can do this. And so I put my energy into that. And kind of my mind has been wandering, you know, just doing so many different things. But
have you ever got
these are good problems. I'm not complaining.
Have you ever got somebody at a show saying, I saw you do warm up for the show? Or like, have you seen them around the country?
You mean like
audience members who saw you warm up from Minnesota when saw you when you were in Minnesota?
It happened. Yeah. That's, you know, cool. Not so much though. Here in LA, I get kids that come up to me that remember me from high school. Like their high school, basically every high school came into Best Damn Sports Show, every community college. So living here in LA, kids will come up to me and go, hey, I remember you from Best Damn Sports Show. I was in high school.
We did the thing at Loyola. For the Best Day, you and I, over on Sunset Boulevard. There was like a school there. And I did the bit about the pine tar. With he was going to be on the show that day. So we did the bit on the pine tar. It was just a fact.
You were great on the show, by the way.
Jelly on everything.
Kind of remember.
Yeah. They were great. They, you know, at first it was kind of hard, but then they started. That was my first TV gig. It was 150 an episode.
How many did you do?
You did a lot, like
20 of them, maybe.
Maybe even more.
But
you knocked it out. Joey would come in. This is a live to taping. It's live, basically. And Joey, every time, I'm not just saying it, you knocked it out to the point like, this guy's good.
Rich Williams is writing.
Rich Williams
the
wrote.
Kid with the red hair that's still around. I still see him around. He was a good writer for me. They wrote that I was the non-whatever sports analyst. I was the non-committal sports analyst.
You were great, and then Lonnie Love was the other one. She was on a lot.
Great,
it was like you two, and then the Farley brothers.
The Farley.
That was about it. It was like those are the guys doing stuff. Yeah. And you know what? When you're doing warm up, that's another thing. I never, and I think it comes from my baseball background or just kind of being a team sport guy. My mind is so bad. I'm sorry. Like the whole night, I'm.
What happened, brother?
You know, I'm talking about pushing guys. Yeah, who knows? I forgot. What does that mean? I'm so like discombobulated recently. It could be because I took a beta blocker, and that's the thing. I'm taking my meds, but the minute you want to like you don't. Like a Klonopin, which is an anti-anxiety, you take as needed. Like it's like if I don't take just a little bit, after a day, I get a little absent-minded and that sort of stuff. And plus, I smoke pot. You got it.
Now, what we talked about this with Greg Fitzsimmons. You know, I've had addictions. I know about weed. I know about mugging people. I know about fucking robbing drug dealers. I don't know about the symptoms that you had. Like, I don't know about really what you have.
It's called Judaism. Being a Jewish guy, that's what happened. For me, you know,
How stoned are you, Lee?
I'm really stoned.
All right, good.
I mean, I'll give it to you in a nutshell. Like, I grew up in the Valley, typical divorced Jewish 80s single mother. All right, being a Jewish kid. So my story wasn't really all that different than other kids that had the same exact situation as me. And what I'm saying it wasn't that uncommon. So I did that, but I was still like, you know, I was playing sports, whereas maybe I should have been playing drums, or I should have been maybe doing comedy. I don't know. I did sports because I had a good arm, and it was an outlet for me. But looking back on it, maybe I should have done the art. So when you're doing sports, it's it's a jock world. There's a reason why a lot of Jews don't play sports. They're sensitive. So you're in that jock world, big nose, hairy, goofy, gay, and it's like got to me. Now here's the thing, I'm not blaming, parents being divorced. If my dad was around, he was an active member in my life, but there is something about having that strong male presence in your life. So again, my mind is wandering on stuff, but my life wasn't all that different. But I would fight with my sister. I'd and had a Jewish mother. So all the symptoms that make comedians probably great comedians, they come from effed up backgrounds. Mine was, typical, but a little more. My sister, me playing sports. And then I went to college, same thing, getting picked on. And then I went to Seattle, started doing comedy. And I was just like, I just needed something to relax. I didn't I just wanted to slow my mind down and not be so sensitive. And then I took the med, like a antidepressant up there. And it just kind of it gave me confidence. It gave me like a little buffer to be to be myself more, like to be myself and not be so let things hurt me. And then I also felt like it's comedy. It's good to be hurt. That's when I started reading those Judy Carter books and all that. So I felt like and then early on, the guys up there, the comedians, we can go on and name them all, but like Kermit, Todd Sawyer, Rodney Sherwood, whatever, they would, encourage you and say, hey, you're just funny. Keep doing it. It's very supportive. Whereas I came from that jock world, and then I went into comedy. It's just so refreshing. And then, you get on that merry-go-round with medication. So I took it there, and at first there were like side effects, but I felt like it gave me a little bit of a buffer. I don't know. And then I went to New York, and I really wasn't on anything. And then I felt like maybe I need, it's like I'm constantly having my mom, the Jewish stuff. Well, Stephen, I want you to be happy. You should go talk to a psychologist. You should do this. It's like, leave me alone. That's the Jewishness. Like, give me a pill. So I took like Ritalin to help me focus, but
these were all prescribed.
Oh yeah, nothing illegal. But after 3 years of New York, I just kind of wanted to get out of there. And then I came back to LA. And that's where when Facebook started to come in. So I was feeling pretty good. And then now you're getting inundated with Facebook. You're in LA. I got to make it. That's where I said, I got to get back on like an antidepressant. So, and it took the edge off. And then at that point, I just kind of went for it. And then that's when my comedy started taking off again. And it's just hard to get off the meds. It's not like I would like to be clean, or whatever you want to call it, but it's just hard to get off it. So people go like, why don't you get off it? I don't want to feel like the meds made me who I am. I'm still who I am. If they don't make me high, but I'm not on a lot of stuff. I take like 10 milligrams of Lexapro, and I take Lamictal because they tell me to as a backup. And that's it. And I take Klonopin just in case. It seems like sometimes I'll get I could feel me racing a little bit, like my palms, and that's probably just the addiction. It's not like I'm nervous about something. It's like, oh, I'm doing Joey's podcast. I'm nervous, or I'm doing a spot. It's like my body physically wanting it. So that's not, it's like I was telling you earlier. It's like I don't want to be relying on that because the situations aren't making me nervous, but sometimes they are. There is a reason why I am taking it. It's like getting those opportunities. I feel like when I'm on TV. If I'm going to be on, like when I was doing Chelsea the last couple, I was taking my meds and I felt like I was more relaxed. So that was a stressful show, but I don't need it for warm up. Sometimes I would take it on the Fox Sports show, but I think there's certain times that I guess they do work, a beta blocker but I always and there's no shame in it. There's no shame.
No. I'd rather now when you had your problem last year, 18 months ago.
Yeah.
Did you just stop taking your meds?
Well, kind of, yeah. It was like I was out of warm up, and I was working at Chelsea, and I left kind of on bad terms. I left on bad terms because everything was so great for a while, and I was just shocked when this moment happened to the point where it shocked me to where I left. But I also knew in the back of my mind that I had an opportunity with HBO and all that. So me leaving wasn't like I was leaving to nothing. I knew I had something.
Right.
But it wasn't like this is going to make me a millionaire. But I knew I had to give it my all. So anyway, when I left, it just, you know, it hurt because I went from like being in to being out right away. So that hurt. Stayed on my meds. And then I started doing the HBO stuff. And I felt like I just wanted, it's like I felt like I couldn't drink. I couldn't like enjoy myself. I felt like when you were on Lexapro, if you drink a beer, you get nauseous. And I had to get up in the middle of the night and go and pee. And I go, I didn't want to do that anymore. And I go, I'm feeling good. So then I went to Scotland to perform. And I know I've got the HBO show. I've been doing TMZ. I'm over there. I cut back. I ration my meds a little bit, and I'm feeling fine. Drinking, feeling good. I felt like open, and it just kind of spiraled. And then when I went straight to Montreal, and I got super sick, and they gave me an antibiotic, and I stopped taking my meds. I just couldn't even swallow, but I got the antibiotic. 24 hours, I felt better, and my mind was clear and super open. I was happy, and I remember, you know, people tell me, Brody, celebrate, take a victory lap. You know, you're on you got the show. They got picked up. Aren't you excited? You're getting to host TMZ. You know, you're on the Laugh Factory thing. You know, they love it. So I was hearing all that. Take a victory, and I was feeling good. I wasn't feeling bad. I was feeling good. And then I came back, and it was just I just kept spiraling up. I was not taking my meds. But I came back full of confidence because I did Montreal well. I did well over in Scotland. I'd never been, or Ireland, never been there. So those are two big things. Hosting TMZ coming up when I came, and I'd already been on like every week for the last month. And then they asked me to host. Had the HBO stuff happening, telling, you're great, take a victory lap. So I came back and I was like all excited. And I think like Zach or my friends were just not, I was out of character. And I agree, it was out of character. And I was irritable. And I was but I was also happy. I was having a typical manic episode. All the markings were there. Check. You know, delusional, check. Not sleeping, check. Cursing, check. I had it. So I was just, you know, I went on Twitter, and that's the whole social media. Yeah, the whole social media thing. And I was just going on it. And
Joey's life is a manic episode, pretty much.
You know, I was just doing that. And I was out of character, and I was also on an antibiotic. You know, throw that into the mix. It was a perfect storm. And so then I said some silly stuff on Twitter, basically within a 5-day period. It was this whirlwind, and I knew it wasn't like I could fly.
Who did you go up against on Twitter? Who did you find?
Well, anybody who was like a jerk to me, you know, in the past, like Adam Carolla, like not him, but I did a show and his freaking fans, just 7 pages of comments ripping me. So F you call yourself a stand-up now, so you're in the ball game. F you. Jim Gaffigan, who was like not cool to me one time, or whatever, nothing. That's just, and I said something. He wasn't not cool, but you know, maybe I took it the wrong way. It's always been like, you know, we've known each other for a while. So I kind of lashed out at him. I lashed at Jeff Ross. I was just on a roll, like I'm like Charlie Sheen. And the people liked it. I was like saying funny stuff. Again, I wasn't like, I was like wide open. It was like I was on cocaine. And again, it felt good. But I knew I was on a bender. I knew that I needed some kind of, you know, intervention or a vacation. But I was just on a roll. Things were happening, but it was too much. And so they like, you know, took me away. I laugh now. It's like when I got taken away, it was like, once I was in the hospital, like recuperating, it like became like funny to me, you know, kind of that it's rock and roll. That's what happens. I goofed up. It wasn't like, this is something that happens all the time, like you're here again, or had a drug. I did have a drug. I stopped. But I had something that it was just rock. It's almost kind of funny, but not funny. You're going to a hospital. I did not expect it. Nobody ever made jokes that, oh, Brody, you're going to flip out and go to once in a while. Like I just, you've heard, Brody's going to come in and shoot somebody. They're not like not you, but because you hear about those guys. But
a couple of years ago, we had Rudy Sarzo on, and he was talking about how there's a thin line between mental health and talent. And I go down to the store, and I got to be honest with you. When I first met you 20 years ago, I used to break your balls, and then I took your car.
Oh my God!
Went to Gig Harbor, and I took your car, and I did 90.
Volvo station.
Because you pissed me off. You kept telling me
You stole his car?
You can't tell me that I can't do something in 2 hours.
Oh,
I could make it here from San Diego in an hour, 20 minutes. When I was snorting coke, I could leave San Diego
I was
at 12,
very scared.
and I'd get here at 1. And one night we were going to Gig Harbor to do the contest, and he kept telling me I couldn't get to Gig Harbor in a certain amount of time. So I said, get in the back. We put him in the back of his Volvo, and I did
station
90.
wagon.
I did 90
and
all the way
chicken
down.
teriyaki.
This is 1995. The best chicken.
Yeah, number one teriyaki next door.
The best you ever had.
She would cut it with scissors.
The best you ever had in Seattle, next to the Underground.
Yeah.
I must have had that 7 times.
Oh.
It was $6, $4.
It was great. Chicken teriyaki, number one. It's called number one.
Number one.
Teriyaki next to the Comedy Underground.
Me,
Swannies.
Josh Wolf, and you must have had.
Oh.
I had that.
Get it to go and the little
styrofoam. You could go down to do the comedy and get it.
Oh,
so good. That's all you thought about. Like you really want to eat at 6? No, because I'm going to go there at 8 and do the open mic, and I'm just going to go next door and get it.
Yeah.
And Josh, sometimes if you call Josh and said I'm on my way, he would buy 2 of them. When you got downstairs, he'd go upstairs and pick them up.
They were good.
Oh my God. We wouldn't go anywhere without chicken teriyaki, dog. And here, I can't get no chicken teriyaki.
It was good. The sauce.
The sauce was
everything.
Tremendous. Once you had the sauce, nothing here. Nothing. The one that we go to, the expensive one, is okay, but it's just chicken teriyaki. Like chicken up there was chicken teriyaki.
And it was
the fucking salad.
No fruit. Oh, yeah, the salad.
The fucking salad.
Thank you.
Oh, my God, Lee. The little fucking salad in the
crispy.
My
I can taste it now.
Is it still open?
No, it's gone.
It's gone.
I could taste it now. It had it was like a blue cheese ranch almost.
Oh my God! Yeah, like this. Whatever they put on it, whatever they put on it,
was
tastes
great.
Good, but the lettuce was crispy.
Yeah,
like that with
clean.
the rice. Clean, Bobby.
White rice.
Clean, Bobby.
Who's Bobby?
Bobby Kennedy. Bobby.
It was good, and she would cut it with scissors in the back, like actual scissors from Office Depot.
I put sriracha on that motherfucker, on the rice and on the chicken, and mix that motherfucker in with that salad. Good googly moogly.
And it was no frills. It was
No
just
frills.
It was just table and chair.
And it was filthy in there. Filthy. Filthy. Them Japs were filthy.
Some of the best Chinese food I've had has been a B rating.
Yeah, please. And the best you have is a D rating. When the guy's picking his nose and playing with a mouse from the mousetrap.
The food wasn't all that bad at the Comedy Underground. They had good burgers. Nachos were their thing.
Fucking Lionel.
Lionel was the cook.
The cook.
I remember him.
And we used to steal the big-headed chick's nachos, the transvestite.
Rita O.
Rita O. She go. Stop it.
Rita O. Al Fox. Chaz Ablin.
Didn't you fight Al Fox? Al Fox was a handicapped kid.
He got mad at me, but he also got mad at you.
Me?
I have it on the video.
He went to war with me.
What? Don't talk to me the way
he went to war with me, Al Fox. And I called on stage and go, I'm sweating like Al Fox at a disco. Because he couldn't walk. He had So
we have it on video where you're yelling at him. He's getting
I'll kick your fucking head. He came up to the stage and put his finger in my face.
This one was in the back. We have it. I was in the where the comedian sat in the back.
In the back
there. That's where it happened.
Fucking crazy.
Comedy Underground was. That's where I got my start doing stand up. That was the spot where I just learned everything about the fundamentals of a 3-man comedy show. Seattle. You're learning about jokes, stage time. Not right down the middle, but good comedians came out of there. It was a good spot to be, don't you think?
I cut my teeth at the original room, but I looked in the mirror at the That's the first place that featured me. I opened up for Laurie Kilmartin, Labor Day weekend, 1995. The first place ever to offer me a feature spot. So I took, I stayed. I stayed for the contest. It was a mirror. It was a good wake-up call for me. I will never, ever forget my 18 months of comedy in Seattle. It was an education. I learned a lot. The funniest thing that happened in Seattle was thinking I had an idea. And then a man by the name of Doug Stanhope came to town.
Mm. And
that Friday night, I nearly stopped doing comedy.
He was good?
He was one of the best live performances I ever saw in my life on a Friday night. And he brought Rico up to do a guest spot.
With the
beard on his face, the spider on his face. 1 minute guest spot. A 1 minute guest spot. But I saw Doug Stanhope rip an audience, just do things that night I never saw a regular stand-up comic do. And I went camping. I was supposed to go see Alanis Morissette the next night on the other side of
the gorge.
The gorge. And I said, I ain't paying $65 for Alanis Morissette. I paid $15 for Pink Floyd The Wall. And me and the stripper went camping. And that night she went to bed and I just cried. I was like, I got to do something in my life. Because if I'm not going to be as good as Doug Stanhope, I'm not going to do this. I got to do it like that. That's what I have to do. This shit I'm doing, whatever I'm doing up to now, is done tonight. Monday, when I go back to that open, how big was Mondays and Tuesdays in our lives?
Big.
It was it. Monday and Tuesday was Madison Square Garden to us. That's all. It was your open mic. And Fred was his name? What was the name of the guy?
Carl.
One of the
Carl Warmhoven.
One of the best men you ever meet in your life. Did more for me in comedy. Taught me how to put the there instead of this. Take that fuck and put it over here. Watch what happens to that joke. And I would look at him like, what the fuck are you talking about? And I'd go up there and bam. And then once he made me a believer, I was done. Every Monday I would go up and go, Carl, watch me. Let me know what I'm doing wrong. And he would tell me. And I took it like a man.
He was very love comedy.
Loved it. Like you, Lee. He loved it. And he knew it. He didn't do it, but he knew it. And I remember one night he called me up and he goes, when are you going? He came down on a Monday night and he goes, what number are you in this list or something? He goes, we have a guest spot tonight. And it was Rick Dukeman.
Mm-hmm.
That's the first time ever. And I didn't know who the fuck Rick Dukeman was. He goes, you're going up after Rick. And I went up after Rick and I didn't know who Rick was, so I killed. Do you follow me? If I would have known who Rick was, it would have gone into my head and I would have bombed. I can't follow Rick. The guy does movies. He just did a fucking Bruce Willis movie before this time. Can't follow Rick. He was on the fucking Tonight Show. He's been on Letterman. I'm not going to follow Rick. But I did so well after Rick that I became friends with Rick. So Rick was my mentor when I came to LA. Rick was the one who got me the meeting with Tom Hanks after The Longest Yard. Rick called me in Houston and said, hey, dog, Tom Hanks is looking for you. You made his kid laugh. That's how good friend I was from Carl Warmhoven. He's gone now. I think he passed away.
No, he had a stroke.
He did have a stroke.
Yeah. He's alive as far. I'm sure
that's what I heard. I heard he's not doing
him and
well.
Ron Reed ran it. But that open mic, that's what you did. That's on you. You were there. And then Wednesdays
was 65% of the door. All of us could get a night. So we would all do the show. We'd get the check and go to McCormick.
Oh, one of those deals.
70% of the door. So we got 15 people. We made a little money.
And then Wednesdays would be Tacoma at Crossroads. It would be a contest. And if you won it, you come back and do like Thursday or
the
Friday.
Next Monday.
Something like that.
I would drive down there with no gas, so I would have to win. And then you got to follow on Monday, so you picked up another 100 to follow on Monday. That was big in those days.
Ken ran it. The guy named Ken.
Ken and the chick.
I forget her name. Susan.
She's on
like a big girl.
Big girl. She's my friend on Facebook.
She did like SEMA jokes.
Fucking amazing that we were doing that scene.
Seattle was great for me.
Seattle was great for me.
Just coming from Phoenix to Seattle. Those are two opposite cities. You're coming from golf, conservative, to Seattle, rain, open-minded. It was just, I was in heaven as somebody, like, I wanted to jump into that culture. And it was great. I have fantastic, vivid memories of doing shows and hanging out and being in the rain and the fresh air and I really enjoyed it. But excuse me, the minute I moved to New York, I never looked back. When I went to New York, it was like, that's it.
That's it.
Never thought about Seattle again.
Well, that's what happened to me.
Maybe I'll go back to Seattle when I can relax. I do like it's probably too crowded now. But you told me, Joey's the one guy who told me, says, Brody, you got to go to New York.
When he told me he was going to New York, I said, I gave him the green light. In life, I said, you have to do it. You're young. You got nothing to lose. You got a little money put away in the bank. Go do your thing. You already were doing the show with Tana.
Yeah.
You had experience. You were in New York. New York. I remember being in L.A. and playing tennis with Doug Stanhope. And one afternoon, as I'm leaving, a kid by the name of Mitch Hedberg pulls me. He goes, hey, I got to ask you some questions. I go, well, come to my house. I got iced tea. Carol, the stripper, used to make sun tea.
Mm-hmm.
And Mitch was like, I have an opportunity to move to New York. What do you think? And I'm like, what are you, fucking crazy? There's nobody like you. You want to go where there's nobody like you. Why would you want to go where there's 1,000 Jews? And they got to fight fucking Jews. Well, they're looking for Jews for this movie. You want to go there? There's 1,000 Jews. You want to go where there's no Jews. Then you stick out. So you stick out. Even though you're Jewish, your comedy was going to stick out. Because there was nobody as crazy as you. They were all trying to do something happened on the way to the store. You're up there talking about 7818 forever. So you're a model in Beirut. You know?
I just kept at it. And you have these breakthroughs. And it's also, I always felt like, could I be funny back east? Okay. And I went to Seattle. I saw, okay, I'm funny in Seattle. And then I was a tour guide at Radio City. And I had every school from like the Eastern Seaboard, high schools, and I was good with that, and then I barked at the Comedy Cellar, and I was good. So that's what New York, it's tough. These guys, it's a tough town. They're tough. I know it's changed now. It's not the same, but I had to go there, and I had to do Lower East Side comedy that went until 2:30 in the morning. Seattle, you're done at 11, but New York is just something raw was there that, opened me up. And if you, it's like, if you can make it in New York, you can make it anywhere. I did 3 years, and I felt like, and that was my plan, to do 3 years in New York, come back to L.A. in the year 2000.
Well, I bumped into you in 97 in L.A. We went to Coaching Horses with the chubby blonde.
Yeah, and your
And
apartment.
the stripper and the apartment.
Yeah.
Fucking
I remember. No, who else was there that night?
Carol, me, you, and the blonde. The chubby blonde chick. That was hot. She had big
I don't
titties
think
and
I
shit.
sex.
When I left you with her, I said, Brody's going to fuck her in the
She probably left me.
And Kulo, I got to ask you something, Brody, because it was talking about a young comic, 25-year-old comic, and I had to give him the talk. To talk about it. This is what you're going to do. You got to still get off the bowl, blah, 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 on the road and this. And talking to you makes me, I was feeling guilty about giving him the talk, but talking to you on the podcast makes me feel like I did the right thing because it's an experience at every level. When you're 25, if you have to go to New York for 3 years to do comedy, you're not missing nothing, Lee. That's a fucking stripe. That's like me sending you to Ranger School. Lee, you go to Ranger School. I really don't want to. What are you talking about? You're going to learn how to shoot motherfuckers in the head from 50 yards away with a gun and then learn how to open up cans of tuna fish with no fucking can opener. You're going to learn shit. And, this is the thing with comedy. You just learn. You just adapt. Did I get something from those 6-month tours I used to do by myself on a Greyhound bus with strippers and going to Toronto we discussed last week? Sure, I got something. I built character. I built a certain confidence that you can't take away. You keep talking about these YouTube guys. I feel at times like I'm a YouTube guy. But you know the difference than me being a YouTube guy and half these other guys? I got legs to back it. I've got a spine to back it, a comedy spine to back it. You can't take nothing away from me on stage. You could take away my IMDb page. You could take that away. I could take away your HBO show. I could zap it, that it was never even existed. But I can't take away your stand-up. I can't take away the effort you put into that. That's always going to be there. This story I told, I asked, what's his name? Why did the singer from Guns N' Roses go crazy? Sometimes people can't digest the success. Yeah, probably. They can't absorb the success. whatever comes my way, I could absorb it because I did the work.
And I'll tell you what, like you tell comedians this, and you told me, it's go away. You would say like leave LA for 6 months and come back, and they'll see that growth. You're gonna grow by doing the road or wherever you go, and then come back. Oh, if you're there too much, you're at the Comedy Store too much. They don't see the growth.
They don't see it.
There probably isn't much
And
anyway.
if you're hanging around, they don't see it. With your nose wide open. You can't do that. You have to become a commodity. You have to become like, they want to do business with you. One thing I didn't know about LA is you have to make them seem like they want to do business with you. That's it. Everything else is background music.
This is the major leagues. That's what I tell.
That's what Joey says all the time.
This is it. What's the number? I heard an expression the other day I hadn't heard since I was a kid. It's a baseball term. And this baseball term...
Home run.
No.
Strikeout.
No. Everything's real in the field.
Oh, I haven't heard that.
Oh, my God. When I was a kid, that's all...
Everything's real in the field.
Everything's real in the field. That's it. That's a baseball expression. Everything's real in the field.
New to me.
And
I like it.
This is it. Everything's real in this field. This is the major leagues. You come here, both your guns got to be together. You got to have bullets in there. Your guns got to be clean.
People skills.
Your shoes got to be shined. Your fucking spurs got to be ready to show up somebody's ass. And I see how many people have come and gone since you've been here. I ask every guest comedy-wise, how many stars have come to this town that have come to you and said, I'm a regular at the Laugh Factory Improv and Comedy Store. I'm going to Montreal. I just signed with 3 Arts and Dave Becky. I'm with Gersh. And where are they today? How many people?
Well,
you're still here.
I look at the positives. I mean, this is what I say. I tell these comedians. It's like you see a couple guys, they're like living in the 80s. They come to the comedy store. Nobody knows them. They hang out. They may have done like a couple shows in North Carolina or in, Houston, whatever. And then they come to LA and they hang out at the Comedy Store. And it's like, I understand like going here and checking it out, but don't come to the Comedy Store until you're invited, I think is a good thing, until you're like asked to come there. And then, you gotta do the road. Go to Chicago, go to New York. Don't come straight here. I don't think. Not that there isn't the exceptions and things have changed.
Are you guys glad you didn't start here or New York?
I'm glad that I left.
I'm glad that I started in Denver. I'm glad that I came here and that I grew here as a feature actor, become a headliner.
You can grow in LA.
You can grow in LA. And you will, listen, as soon as you walk into the Improv, as soon as you walk into the Laugh Factory or the Comedy Store, compared to your hometown, you're going to grow. You're going to grow just because the competition's more fierce. You're going to grow a little bit. It pushes you a little bit. If you do a set at the Ha-Ha, or if you do a set at the Comedy Store, it's 2 different sets. You feel differently before both sets.
Yeah.
At the Ha-Ha, you don't go far. Who's going to be in Burbank? Mickey Mouse.
I mean, the Comedy Store original room is a tough room.
It's the toughest room in the world.
It's hard.
The easiest room in the world. When you're flowing, it's a great room. But now those lineups are killer's rows. Everybody who has to follow everybody's got a fucking problem. It's not like there was holes in the, years ago there was like a fucking hole here, or they throw like a broad at 10:15. Those days are done. There's not a week. Argus is the weakest thing on the fucking chain, and that's 9 to 9:15. Once 9:15 comes,
I could be out
because you're in. You're in that lineup. You got Ian Edwards, you got Tony Hinchcliffe, you got Gerard Carmichael. I've seen Rob Schneider. I've
David
seen Sarah
Spade,
Silverman,
Louis C.K.,
Louis C.K.'s been showing, Chris Rock's
Dave Chappelle.
These fucking lineups have
one weigh-in, brother.
Oh, thank God. Both of them don't show up with the hats with the Asian chicks. Listen, bro, it's 8:30. You said you want to rush. If you want to stay, you're always family. I want to be around, brother. It's Monday afternoon. What the fuck?
Let's do a few more minutes.
Let's
do it.
Do this shit.
Because, when I say you can grow here in LA, I got warm. I mean, I got warm up. I'm different. I'm an anomaly.
Pick up the pieces when somebody breaks your heart.
Is this Dean Martin?
This is
Tony Bennett.
Better.
Oh, Is this a duet with Lady Gaga?
Solo.
He's hip.
He's trying to be.
Yeah, I was a little absent-minded early on, and then I got comfortable. And I'm happy with the podcast. It feels good.
This is family. We're here. This is it. This is not even a podcast. This is two Jews and a Cuban having a conversation about life.
But when I say you could grow, I feel like here in LA, the crowds are pretty good. You know, they might be a little cheesebally at some places, but for the most part, they're supportive. They're, you know, like they go in New York. Yeah, they are tough. You know, you're going to be cranking out jokes, stand up tight in New York, but you can also out here, you can grow as like a spirit, as a care. I know it sounds corny, but there is something to like the energy here, the wherever it is, the mountains, the sea, that allows for like, you know, those kind of freedoms that I take on stage and do these little energy things. There is something to it. Like people talk about networking and yoga. There is something to that. And then you tie in a little bit of a baseball sports regimented, you know, spring training, take 500 swings. Everything's just over and over, like Kobe Bryant, over and over and over, like John Wooden. Preparation. So you combine the two, you can work on stuff. Like I'm working on a lot of stuff, but that's the thing that I look at 2015, doing a lot of different things. Maybe I can tighten up and be smarter. But you know what? I got a great reputation. I'm happy. It's fun to go out, and I don't mind having.
You're out 7 nights a week.
4 to 5. 4 to 5.
What do you do the other 2 nights? Read.
You know what I've been doing? I have been taking it easy. I try to get my naps in. When I do have off time, and I haven't much because I've done the road quite a bit at the last year, but I'll go down to my mom and I'll help. And it's like, I guess that's off time, but it's not really. So
no, it's not. No,
it's not. And, you know, when I unplug, I really try to unplug and just nap and get super lazy and just let my battery drain. Yeah. And
Netflix, you sit in front of it. Listen, for you to grow and to write, sometimes you have to get entertained. Sometimes those Jew mothers, they're pretty fucking funny.
That's true.
You know, you get a kick out of it.
Well, you get inspired.
Just entertaining, just watching somebody else. You know, I was telling this Dave guy today, I go, that I was having a hard time with jiu-jitsu. You know, I'm 51, I'm a fat fuck. It's not for everybody, but you try. And I wasn't making the growth I was getting. But I go, you don't understand why I go to jiu-jitsu. I don't go to jiu-jitsu for what most people go to. I go to jiu-jitsu because I'm hoping that none of you guys know I'm a stand-up comic. I'm hoping that all of you just think I'm an old fat fuck. Because that's all I want to be in here. I leave my cell phone in the car. I want to come in here. I want you guys to choke me. I want to sweat like an animal. And I just want to leave. That 1 hour, to me, is rest. When I don't have to think of anything. When I see Lee, we goof on each other. Lee, the Mexican, the Cuban, the cat.
Mm-hmm.
But after 3 minutes, we go to business. When I see you, how you feeling? You know, I love you, Brody. Everything all right? We talk about business. There's times I don't want to talk about this shit. I want to talk about arm bars. I want to talk about how come I can't do this or how come I can't.
Well, that's what baseball does for me.
Right,
that's what
man.
Playing catch and throwing bullpens and shaggy, you know, that's why I like baseball. Oh, it's boring and this and that. You know, maybe it is. But if you're have some skill or you could be a pitcher and get a great workout. Throwing batting practice is a great workout. But I go out to the park. My friends, you know, coach in the major leagues.
Yeah, you got to go in the dugout at Wrigley.
Oh, yeah.
That must have been cool.
I've had a lot of great opportunities to check out fields.
I always wanted to go to Wrigley.
But there's just nothing like throwing the ball and pop right to the chest and the glove popping and boom. It's like, for me, that's something I really enjoy. And I wish I could do that more. I just need to be proactive. And part of it is like, I am on a roll right now. And I kind of, but maybe they're excuses. I don't know. Maybe on my body, I'm just not into that either. It's okay if I'm not driven to do it, but there is something to getting it going and getting those endorphins. And I feel like that's another thing. Like since I had my quote unquote breakdown, I've been careful not to take too much caffeine and be edgy, especially like a workout pill. Be getting like road rage at times.
You don't go to Starbucks no more?
I do. No, I mean, I can do a coffee or two a day. But any type of when you would take a workout pill, it helps you work out. You get the caffeine, the guarana. It's like 20 minutes later, you want to do your kettlebells, get all that in. You don't take that, you got to really push yourself. So
You take energy pills?
not really. I'm just like slowly getting back into Red Bull, or like I did a 5-hour energy shot. It does clear my head.
People have shot me those things, the energy stuff before workouts, and they make me too edgy. I get in too bad of a mood.
But if I'm working out, I could pitch angry. I could lift weights angry. I can't do comedy angry. So sometimes, there's residual effect, and I just got, I just don't want to be edgy. I could lose my job screaming at an audience, losing it. But, it's just hard, it's like I stretch. Stretching doesn't take energy. I've been able to elongate my muscles. I mean, honestly, it does feel good every day for people going, "Oh, Brody, you're in good shape." I'm like, "You're a big guy." Jesus. So I do enjoy going out and going to Starbucks. And
Did you tell him that?
do you fart all the time?
No, I
Yes, he does.
Well, every like 4 episodes, like I guess, So you got to include it in the podcast.
Did the mic pick it up?
Yeah.
Oh,
How can I not? We have to replace that chair pretty soon.
But you don't smell it.
Yes, we do.
No, you don't. Don't smell it.
I haven't smelled.
No.
I haven't smelled it.
No. It's an air fart. It's
I've been in the car with you with the windows up. It smells.
I mean, like a
Everyone
little
smells.
bit, but not right now. This is just.
Do you take fiber, psyllium husk?
Oh, please.
I do that
Every day?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
I take glucosamine. I take Honey Nut Cheerios.
You work out a lot, Brody. Does working out make you not shit? Because ever since I've been working out, like I don't crap that much. I have to take fiber now.
I don't think I think taking fiber helps me, keeps me regular, and I feel like
I never had to do that, but I was like, Jesus
Look at
Christ.
the shape of your
I'm
eyeballs.
fucked up, yo. That's not fun.
what? The shape of the what?
He gave me a huge edible.
I gave him 35 milligrams of
Which is
Chiba
fucking a
Chew.
lot.
No, it's
Oh, Chiba Chews, are those popular?
yeah, they're the best.
My friend is involved with them.
Nice. What does he do for them?
I can't talk about it.
Sure you can. We get them. We know the guy from marketing and shit.
What's his name?
I have no idea. Why no names? What do you know what's his names for? I just
He
know.
just shows up at shows.
Yeah,
with
he just
bags
shows up a
full
show with bags filled.
I haven't done edibles for a while.
That's your
ever.
problem.
Should I do them?
Oh, no.
Do some people do edibles every day? Like wake up and do a little bit?
Every day. I did them through Hanukkah. This fucking gagoots.
Joey has a
I lit the
dispenser
candle
of
and then fucking did an
Do you
edible.
get paranoid at all? With certain
Sometimes
ones?
that's part of the fucking whole program. That's part of it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's the whole thing, my brother.
He gave it to me on Christmas Eve. I had to go to my in-laws' house where their 2 little kids running around talking about video games.
Yeah, I've only had one experience. I've done edibles, and like only one time I felt like it did something for me.
Oh,
It was a brownie. I don't know what was in it, but it was.
I got a
like,
cookie at the house that'll do something to your soul.
But when I'm afraid to take it. Do I take it on a day off? Do I take it?
No.
Take it on a week off.
Take it when life is around. People like this fucking gagoots. I've been trying to tell them, you eat one and you go mingle. And you go live your life with
There's no
people and get on the
mingling
fucking
on that.
exercise bike and shit. He don't do it.
Do you ever go out and like smoke pot, and then let's say you take a hit or whatever, and then you go
Yes.
out to get coffee or whatever.
yeah.
Okay, and you take a hit, and then bad things happen. Do you know what I mean? Like
What?
just like a car cutting you off, or I always feel like sometimes when I'm high, it's like a yin yang. It's like, okay, you get to be high, but the drawback is you're going to pull in some negative energy. I feel like sometimes,
Really?
yeah.
No, I don't think like that.
Well, but that's what happens. I'll smoke pot and I go, some negative. I'm not saying because of the pot, but it pulls in some negativity. Like
It pulls in comedy.
I don't disagree with that.
It looks like negative energy, but that's your opportunity to write a joke or write it out, and you go, "Oh, that was the universe throwing me a tidbit."
Yeah. No, but like you have bad luck. Oh, this guy's cutting me off. Why am I behind this car? Oh, they messed up my. You're not complaining, but you're like looking for the negative. It's like a negative energy.
Look at the shape of this fucking guy. How are you gonna go home to Paul
Oh, it's gonna be bad. I'm gonna stop at Subway.
and do what?
Get sandwiches.
How many
Get a sandwich.
sandwiches?
No,
Joey.
like 500.
I got to run over the hill.
Do your thing. We're
Okay.
gonna finish this without you.
Thank
know
you,
I love
guys.
man. Happy New
Positive
Year.
push.
You got any
Yes.
dates coming up?
No, I've been single for a while.
No, fuck
Oh.
comedy dates. You're fucked. You say I got to deal with?
I will. I'm in town in LA. I usually do the Comedy Store. I'm doing the Improv tonight as well. You can see me at midnight doing audience warm up during the week, and then I'll be in Chicago for the Cubs convention in January. I'm also doing La Jolla in February, and got some. Who knows what's going to pop up? But
I got to tell you something. Over the last couple of years, you've become one of my favorites as a human being. I love you with all my heart. Thank you very much for doing this, Lee.
Thank you very much.
Asked me to ask you because he's
you,
Jewish and he
Thank
loves
you,
you.
Lee.
So
thank you.
thank you very much. I'll see you at the store.
I'll be there
this weekend.
Thank
this
you.
week. Thank you for coming in. Take a water with you. I don't want you to be parched.
You got it. May God bless you.
Let me give some shout outs to some beautiful fucking people. My main man, Bobby Sharon, and his girlfriend, the official Chinaman from the fucking church, Chung K. Kennedy. I love this motherfucker. Oscar Nunez, I didn't see him in Miami last time. He hid from me, but I'll see you next time, cocksucker. Shane Mills, Ricardo Perez, congratulations on the job. Greg Powers and Lynn, we love you. We fucking love you. You're one of the church people. You're the officials. My man Jay Bennett, Lady Ranicorn, and Biff Swahili. I don't fucking know what your name is, cocksucker. What's up there, Lisa? How you feeling, my little brother of death? All right?
I'm good. I'm super high.
One more time, my main man, Brody Stevens. You gonna clap or you gonna leave me like the one-armed fucking soldier, you cocksucker? Making an appearance tonight on the Church of What's Happening Now. It's fucking New Year's week, cocksuckers. Make your resolutions, set your goals for the new year and what you want to do. This is how you do it. A man without a plan is not a fucking man. It all starts this week, right now. You should be looking at that notebook. Go to fucking CVS, buy yourself a one-subject notebook. Go to the back and write your goals out for the year, what you want, how you're going to get there. And that's all we got. You know what I'm saying, Lisa? What's up with you, baby boy?
I feel you, buddy. I'm high as
You have a nice Christmas holiday?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I did.
I'm
Paula got me a PlayStation.
She did?
Yeah.
And did it get zapped the other night, didn't they?
I don't really play that much online, but yeah, I couldn't get on.
You couldn't get on?
No, but I
So this PlayStation, what does this mean? That you're going to sit on your ass more?
Hell yeah.
This is what this means? And what games do you have?
She got me Grand Theft Auto. I bought the UFC game, and her brother got me a couple of Modern Warfare games, I think.
No shit.
Yeah.
All right.
I've only played the Grand Theft Auto. I played for like a week, and then I get bored a little bit. But I don't know, man. I'm fucked up.
Good. What are your plans for the week, bro? You gotta work out tomorrow?
Yeah, I gotta work out. Not much. I don't know when we're doing the other one of these, and then we have Wednesday. I have a podcast Tuesday. I don't know. I'm really interested to see. We were talking about the interview, and I'm cutting cable like in the next 2 weeks because the last playoff game was today, and it's just interesting to see all the new stuff we can watch, and like with Iron Dragon TV, I'm kind of scared to cut cable, but it's kind of cool.
I was telling Lee this weekend that we had a fucked up week this week with one of the cats. You know, last Monday I come home some nights and I like staying up late. And I like staying up late. I take a notebook with me and I bring some weed in the living room and I make some coffee and I smoke a hit e-cig, the cigar, and I make notes. But I basically stay up past midnight because the cats come to and I watch them playing, especially Harry and Demi and Superbad. They fucking play rough at night, you know. And Demi, Harry and Superbad are always at fucking war. But Fidel's my oldest. He tortures him. Fidel could kill Demi on any given day of the week.
Yeah.
But he lets Demi fuck with him. And I saw Demi fucking with him. Like Demi will
Look.
I could see it. And you people at home are like, what the fuck are you saying, Joey? You know what I'm saying. The two cats staring at each other. And then the other day, Fidel jumped on Demi and fucked him up, right?
Yeah.
And then he went after Harry. But Fidel's not a bad soul. Fidel's not hitting you to beat you up. Fidel's just hitting you to stick up for himself.
Fidel freaked me out one of the first times I got high at your house.
Really?
He went to take a shower and he chased me around the coffee table because he just looks at you and meows at you. It's freaky.
He's really pretty. He's really pretty and he's really got a good heart. So that happened Monday night. But I said to him Monday night, Fidel, stop it. And he came over and jumped and started with his meow because he loves to fucking meow you. So I hugged him there and I was watching TV and I was looking at his eyes. They're almondy. And then Wednesday morning, which was Christmas Eve morning or Christmas Day morning?
Yeah.
Christmas Eve.
No, because we did the podcast Tuesday on Christmas Eve.
Okay, well, whatever the fuck it was. Fuck all. I'm telling you, New Year's Eve is Wednesday. It was Christmas Eve, Wednesday morning. So I got up and I opened the door, and Fidel was by the gate meowing. And I go, fucking Fidel, because it was like 5:30 in the morning. He's meowing loud by the babies. So I ran out.
This show is sponsored by NatureBox. NatureBox ships great tasting, healthy snacks right to your door. Forget the vending machine and start snacking smarter with healthy and delicious treats like dark cocoa almonds. Support this podcast by ordering a free NatureBox sample box at naturebox.com/Joey. That's right. Free NatureBox snacks are found at naturebox.com/Joey. You get 4 small bags, 1 big bag. It's all completely free. Go there and check it out. You're going to love the snacks. Oh, wait. Let me turn you on. There you go.
Free, cocksuckers.
Cocksuckers. Also, for the cocksuckers and the cocksuckies out there, go to MeUndies.com and check out the pics of all the different styles of underwear they have. And for girls, they have hot-looking boy shorts. Go to MeUndies.com/Joey, and right now you're going to get 20% off your first order. That's 20% off your first order at MeUndies.com/Joey. And right now you're going to get free shipping in the U.S. and Canada. We don't know how long the free shipping is going to last, so get it now. Joey loves them. Everyone loves the shorts.
Are great. Today. Don't
they
fuck
have great
around.
Shorts.
Don't fuck around.
Go to onit.com and use code word church to get 10% off of all of their great supplements. New Mood, Alpha Brain, ShroomTech Immune, ShroomTech Sport, Strong Bone, everything like that. It's code word church to get 10% off. Go to Iron Dragon TV and use code word Joey to get 2 free rentals of all of their great martial arts movies like the Ip-Man series. They have Jackie Chan movies. They're going to have technology in the new year. They're going to have it on your Android tablet in the new year. And for all of you tech people, if you're going to CES, Consumer Electronics Show in Las Vegas, Nevada, you have to go check out the Nanotech booth. It's booth 15423. That's booth 15423. When you go to that booth, Nanotech is the parent company of Iron Dragon TV. They're hosting a meet and greet with a top UFC middleweight and decorated Special Forces veteran, Tim Kennedy. That's right. Tim Kennedy is going to be at their booth at the CES Consumer Electronics Show in Las Vegas. Go to the Nanotech booth at 15423 on Wednesday, January 7th at 2 p.m. Is that it?
That's it. Yeah. Let's do this shit, cocksuckers. It's Tuesday night. The last podcast of the year legally on paper. Here you go, motherfuckers. We're going to do a special call-in.
Whistle.
Oh, shit. You better break out that bong. You better pull that fucking skin back and clean the helmet. You better lube for your asshole. The church show was happening now on a Tuesday. It's a new year, 2015. Wash your pussy. Clean your toes. You're going to be a bad motherfucker next. But Lisa Yat in the motherfucking house. What's up, baby?
I'm already fucked up.
That's right. You're supposed to be fucked up. The rule is, if you ain't high by 2 o'clock, go fuck yourself. You don't even get high till 8 o'clock at night. I don't say nothing to you because you're family, and I like you. You
say a lot. You say it all day. It doesn't stop with what you're saying.
I don't say nothing. I make believe like I don't know. I turn my cheek because I love you.
You never turn your cheek.
You should be getting up in the morning doing 2-3 bong hits and starting your day. You're a fucking techie guy. You're a smart guy. You could be thinking of plans how to take over fucking Israel.
That's not what I think of when I'm high.
What the fuck do you think about?
How Cheetos are delicious.
Oh, disgusting.
How donuts are great. On Sunday night, Paula saved me. This is how I know she's cool. I got home. I was fucked up.
You ate the Subway sandwich?
I had the Subway sandwich.
How bad was it?
It was good.
Oh.
I ate a Subway because I made a turkey club. What you hate?
Because you use that Subway bacon. Have you looked at that fucking Subway bacon? I mean, we're family.
It's not the best bacon. It's not the best bacon.
It's not the best bacon. It's not even fucking bacon. It's somebody's French poodle. Look at it. It's fucking. The meat looks like it's already been to look like bacon. That scares me. They take it and it's got a coating on it. They throw it in the microwave and they heat it up for you. That can't be good for you.
No, it's not great. But I mean, it was Subway. But anyways, I got home. We ate that. And she just looked at me and she wasn't even.
Now was the
up.
bacon turkey bacon too?
No,
it's real.
They don't make turkey bacon at Subway, or at least I don't know. You say everything at Subway's
all the cold cuts are turkey based.
I don't know about
That's
that.
what.
But I believe you. But
no, you don't. When you go to fucking Subway, do you see a sign for Thulman's or quality cold cuts? They don't even mention it because they're all turkey products. All the meat, the pastrami is really turkey. The ham is really turkey.
That's fucked up then.
You didn't know. That's what I've been saying. That's why it's so low in caloric intake. Well, I think when you go there, it's 500. When you go get an Italian at fucking Jersey Mike's, it's 14,000 fucking calories.
Oh, that's true.
Because salami, capicool, that whole fucking patois put together. Even the provolone cheese is made out of fucking turkey at Subway.
Well, you know
I don't
what?
know about that.
You know what's not made out of turkey?
What?
Yum Yum Donuts. That's where she said. She just looked at me like 11 p.m. and she was like, "Do you want some donuts?"
Yum Yum Donuts
a couple
is
days
who
off.
fucked my diet up when I moved to the Valley. When I moved to the Valley, I was 273 pounds.
No way. Had you already done Weight Watchers?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And I would walk around, and one day, boom, I bumped into Yum Yum Donuts. And I went in there, and they had a coconut fucking donut over chocolate, and I tasted it, and I was done. Me and Terry were going in there every fucking night, eating 2 or 3 of them. Then we started bringing them to Felicia's. We would eat them at fucking podcasts, and, we were throwing down a dozen.
Oh, that's not hard to
Because
do.
what the problem is, when you walk into the Yum Yum, if you get 6 of them, you might as well get a dozen, because for another $1, they give you 6 fucking
For
donuts.
another $1, and then I've never been in there and had them not give me a free one. They gave us a free one the
Let
other
me tell you
night.
something. They don't speak English, but they're the nicest fucking people in Los Angeles. If you're ever in the Valley, I think they have. Well, I had the
They
Yum
have
Yum
them all
Donuts
over.
in Gayville. You know where the
Santa
transvestites hang
Monica,
out?
yeah.
Santa Monica and Vine?
Yeah.
Right there. They hang out in front of the Yum Yum Donut. And I had one in there one day. Not there. There's one on Lancashire.
Yep.
Across from Subway. It was disgusting.
Oh, really?
The one across from
I've
the
been there,
Subway,
yeah.
it's disgusting. They piss outside and shit.
Oh, yeah, that's homeless people.
But the one over there is pretty cool. I thought I was doing an open mic at that one.
You should.
A fucking open mic on Tuesdays. 15 people, you sold out. Like if you get 50, if you get 18 people, the fire marshal comes. Hey, we got.
Everyone get the donut.
Everybody gets a donut. That's what it's. And listen, in Boston, they started that comedy at the Chinese restaurant.
Yeah.
I love all that stuff. I love that different aspect of comedy that you could do. Yeah, you could be at a comedy club, or you could be at a jazz bar, or you could be. That's what I do like about fucking stand-up comedy. That you could do it fucking anyway.
It is pretty cool. I've been going down to the store with you like once or twice a week usually, and I was telling you last night how my favorite part of you going up now is like the little add-ins that will never be in the show again, and it makes you laugh. Like if you guys ever go to one of Joey's shows and you see him laughing and not being able to like continue with the joke, that's the stuff that gets me because like the rest of the audience is busy laughing at the punchline, and you'll like slide something small in. Like yesterday, you did like 20 seconds on where'd the rain dance go. Whatever.
Yeah, what happened to the rain dance? 20 years ago, there was no droughts because you called 4 Indians. They showed up. Everybody started hooping and hollering. 20 minutes later, you had fucking hail, snowstorms and shit. But the fucking Indian got pissed off. He don't want to do rain dance no more. So now
you said last night, you said, why'd you come with smallpox in their blankets?
They did. They had to put smallpox in Indians' blankets. That's the truth. The fucking white man did that. I said something about the black people in the bowl. I want to sit next to the black guy with.
Yeah, you said, do you think a guy with a bowl ever walks in and just says, fuck it, I'm going to call on somebody and just like doesn't go to quarantine?
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. So that's it, guys. It's 2014. You really got to think about what did you fucking do this year? Like, that's all I've been thinking about the last 2 weeks. Like, what did I really do this year? Yeah, I cracked some jokes with you guys. I put out a CD that was mediocre. I thought it wasn't as good as the one 2 years ago. You do a few movies, you lose some weight, you gain some weight, you got some goals that you were going for, maybe, I was thinking about it today how I haven't been going to jiu-jitsu lately. The last week.
Really?
I got the vertigo. Yeah, I go down there. I go down to the academy.
Oh, yeah, I know that.
But I do like the classes. I do like the drills and the fucking the tune-up class they have that fucking kills you. They do all that shit with balls and stuff and fucking flying through the air. So, and there's been really no jiu-jitsu. There's been nobody in the morning class. Everybody's out of town. There's always been one guy in Hegan. So I just said, you know what? I don't have a babysitter. I let my subscription run out of VMAC because I never went anymore. John Evan left in the daytime. They went to Nogi in the daytime now. The night classes, I'm with you on Monday and Wednesday. I can't make the night classes.
Right.
And then 90% of the time, I'm out of fucking town on a Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So I'm just not so. I don't know what I'm going to do till after the new year. But I've been working out. I've been sticking to my diet. Today I kettlebell. I've been cutting back. I've been doing less. I've been experimenting a lot just because of the pain in my knee.
What did you do? Because I was looking at pictures. I was trying to do something. And you got like, what do you think? Like 30 pounds skinnier than you are now?
Yeah.
Whenever I've lost weight and then put it back on, I always put it all back on plus 15 pounds. How did you stop putting weight back on? Like, because usually people don't do that. Usually you have to lose it again.
I was 418, and the menu that I was eating was absurd.
Right.
I'm not drinking soda no more. I drink green tea or this. Every wild day, every 6th day, I'll drink a Coke Zero. Last night I drank a Mountain Dew with diet. It was fucking delicious on the way down to the comedy store because my wife had something done to her teeth, so she couldn't drink coffee. So she could only drink Mountain Dew in the morning through a straw. So that's why I went in to get the Mountain Dew. And I said, the diet Mountain Dew with 0 calories, and I got one because I don't drink fucking Mountain Dew ever.
Right.
It's been a lot I cut back on. I didn't gain the weight because I didn't go to eating how I was eating. That's why I didn't gain the weight back. There's no way I could.
Did you make a conscious decision? Did you notice yourself getting weight? Like, I can't go all the way back.
I went all the way up when I was in the testosterone. I went all the way up to 330.
Oh, okay.
And that was horrible. I could feel it. I could feel it on me. But it wasn't. I was hungry, and the edibles were making me eat at night. And I wasn't counting my points, and that My Fitness plan keeps me in the neighborhood.
Right.
In the back of your head, it makes you liable for everything. So that's helped. Have I lost 55 pounds? No. But I know the workouts that I'm doing, I'm cutting some fat. I know that my pants, I could pull the thing. I haven't weighed myself because I don't trust the scale at the house. So when I go to the YMCA tomorrow or Friday, I'll weigh myself, But no, I like what I'm doing now because of the knee. Like last week, I rode the bike for 45 minutes and I did a kettlebell workout. I couldn't walk for 3 days.
Oh,
it
really?
defeated the purpose. It was the law of diminishing returns. So this week, I just did the bike for 45 minutes. And then today, I just did the kettlebell workout. And that's it. I did some stretching. I did some sit-ups, some fucking parachuting, and all that shit. And that was it. So I'm experimenting, I'm not 22 no more, so different shit works. So, but that's what you look at these last 2 weeks. You sit there and you think about what the fuck did I do this year? Did I go back to school? How were my grades? How's my future looking? Did you think about any of this shit lately?
Yeah, I thought about it because you asked me last podcast, like something about what happened this year. And it's been a crazy year for me. And it's been just personally, like just thinking about, if I didn't write a Facebook message on your wall 4 years ago, this year, I probably would have been in Boston. But even if I somehow was still out here, I'd be stuck in a small little cubicle office for 10 hours a day, driving an hour back and forth to Santa Monica. And I got to go to Austin. I went to Tempe. I got to see some really cool. I got to go to Ari's TV taping twice. I got to be in all these really cool conversations. I got to meet Toking Lair, who's like one of the coolest dudes ever. I went to my first UFC, I was fucked up, but it was a lot of fun. It's been a fun year. It's November was a year for me not having a full-time day job, and that was crazy. Fuck, it's
really the weather's going to be bad in Los Angeles. No,
but it's been crazy.
You judge, and you started your diet, you started your working out.
Yeah,
it's going to save your life. It's going to save your knees, your feet. It'll cut you a couple of years on diabetes, God forbid.
Oh, I was talking about that with Paula and her mom. If I got diabetes, I think I might die because I don't think I could do the needles. Do you think you could?
You don't have to do needles because you got diabetes, and then there's diabetes type 2 diabetes, which is the most popular one.
Yeah, but isn't all of it you have to put insulin in?
No, that's controlled by a pill, depending on where you're at, and dieting and exercise.
Well, I still don't want it, but I just
drinking water. No,
I've seen people have to do prick their fingers and have to do the insulin into the liver or something down there.
Yeah.
Fuck, I don't think I could do that.
That's why I have to exercise all the time because I'm avoiding that. When you lift the weights, cut back on the osteoporosis. You know, I'm leaning on the other side now. I've been listening to some of the old podcasts that we've done. Some in January, some in the old office, which were a disaster. And I noticed that there's you're 26 years old. I'm 51 years old. You know, it could be double your age. You know, and it's I'm happy that you're here, and I'm happy that there's guys that listen that are your age, because I don't sit here and talk about my successes. I talk about a lot of mistakes that I made. You know, and you guys learn from my mistakes, or you don't. You know, we laugh. You know, we kidnapped Vellum. We called them, and I apologize. We laugh, but it's not funny. And I don't want it to be funny for you guys. You know, I don't want you guys to giggle. I'm thinking of kidnapping the neighbor. Well, you can't kidnap the fucking neighbor because it's not funny. But
it's my stick.
Yeah, I want people to learn from these mistakes, and it's been done. And with you on the show, it makes me young. Like I listen to you and I talk to you and I hear about Netflix and all this shit you talk about and fucking Roku, whatever the fuck it is.
Roku.
But I don't know. I'm very happy that I do this podcast, because I know a lot of people listen to it and they take tidbits and they apply it, because they know I fucked up, and this is what you do.
It is really
cool. Live and learn.
It's really cool when people will come up to you or me when I'm at a show, or even on email, and just say, like, because of this I did that, and if that's true for, like, even one person, that's pretty cool. Like that helped, that I didn't even want to be a part of. That's pretty cool.
I fell asleep at 3 a.m. last night thinking about our conversation.
That was a crazy conversation
scary.
last night.
Like, I was getting scared. Like, I'd have to go outside and smoke every 35 minutes because I was high from the edible, but I was thinking about the story I was telling. You know, at the age of 28, which a lot of you guys that listen to this are, or 29, I didn't have a future. There was no way. Like, there was no way. Like, I was just living day to day. I didn't know what was going to happen, and Lee, I didn't care, because I couldn't control it. Are you with me? Like, I just couldn't control my days no more. You know, I was talking to Lee last night. I don't know how we got on it about me being in the halfway house.
Yeah.
And when they took me from the prison to the halfway house, like, it took 2 hours to snap into the old me. Like, there was no, like, I already had a fucking agenda when I got out. I had 2 agendas. I had the agenda I told the Gentiles and people who cared about me, and there was the agenda that I had in my fucking heart. That I was going to go right back and buy some fucking blow and sell some blow to get on my feet. You know, I didn't know any other way. You know, yeah. I was telling Lee that.
In a halfway house, you were selling blow.
In a halfway house.
Outside of it, to regular people, not even just halfway house
people. I had
a
scale in the ceiling, and I'd bring the coke in, and I'd hide it in the hallway behind, like, the fire extinguishers, under the radiators.
You didn't think anyone was going to steal it?
No, nobody. They didn't have cameras in hallways.
I didn't mean them find it. I meant like another addict find it.
No. They would think it's in my possession.
Okay.
I never had it in my fucking possession, just in case somebody ratted me out.
Okay.
So if you came to me and said, I need a gram right now, I wouldn't sell it to you. I'd say, I got to make a call and go get it and have the guy deliver it. Meanwhile, you were standing 3 feet from me in the hallway while we were talking. And I'd say, go to your room. I'll knock on your door. Give me the money. You give me the money. And then I'd take that money and give it to my roommate or something. Or I'd go down to my car and put it in the car or something. I'd make sure it didn't have any marks on it, just in case they marked it with blue ink or something.
You had people try to do that to you?
No, but why not be fucking careful? You have to be careful. Because that's the buy money. And then I would get the coke and hide it somewhere and tell them to go get it. That's how crazy I was. It's on top of that window. So
did you have to use different spots? So, like, all your customers wouldn't just see you?
Yeah, I used different spots with different people. There wouldn't be people in the hallway when I was cutting my deals in the halfway house.
Oh, okay.
But like, let's say I got to the halfway house Tuesday at 1. Then they release you. You have orientation for 3 or 4 days, and they release you a couple hours every day. It took like 2 days just for me to get the scale in and the fucking coke in. And I was already snorting. I was loan sharking money to fucking people.
Getting your dick sucked in the hallway.
In the fucking hallway.
They would have sent you to prison for it, you told me last night.
Yes.
And you're just like, fuck it.
The girl's name was Patrice Twining. She was from Detroit, Michigan. Crazy as fuck she was. She was in there, and there was a white girl. I forgot what her name was. And she was in there for counterfeit money and writing checks, like large sums of check. And this, if I told you that this girl did that, you'd look at me and say, Joey, you're out of your mind. She was like a fucking genius. She was like a white genius, this girl, that didn't have glasses. She had a beautiful face, a beautiful body, and she was professional as shit. And she just knew how to scam the fucking system. She had been doing it for years. She showed me her rap sheet. She told me how much money she made, where she lived. This chick was a fucking savage. She talked to me about counterfeiting money. I was sitting there like, unreal. It was like talking to a man, only she was a woman.
Who taught? Did you teach herself, or did like her father do it, or?
I never got that deep with her.
Oh,
She
okay.
just something she picked up from a boyfriend or something and just loved doing it.
Oh, okay.
And she knew where to buy paper and who the printers were.
And you fucked her too.
No, we fooled around and shit. You know, yeah, listen, man, that's what you're doing there. You're confused. You're stupid. I had just been, listen, I would have never, if I know what I know now, I wouldn't even have spoken to the woman in there.
Why?
Because what was the use? You know, what was the use? You know, they're going to end up in trouble some way or another. The one girl, Patrice Twining, was dating a guy I did time with. Like, he was in the system. She was in love with him. They met in the halfway house. They were in love with each other writing letters. You know,
she would suck your dick in the hallway.
She suck everybody's dick. Lee, would you stop with that already?
No, okay, you didn't describe it well.
What?
I'm not crime stopping. I'm like impressed.
What?
It's like, okay, go down like a college dorm room, like that hallway. That's what I imagine. I don't know if that's
this
right
place
or not.
was called BCTC. Let's say I had 60 guys. It had maybe 10 women. And at that time, like 5 of the 10 women were pretty fucking hot. And they had a couple security guards in the front, like 2 or 3 guys. And on every floor, there was an office with a counselor. But they weren't watching it. There was no cameras. There was nothing. A lot of people were doing fucked up shit in there. I just didn't know what their world was. And I kept my world out of that. But my point with you last night was that I didn't give a fuck. Like, I sit here now and think like how I didn't give a fuck. I had no disregard. I went right in there and went right into all my old tricks. For example, you have to, when you leave, you have to sign out to where you're going. So let's say tonight I was in the halfway house. I'm going to the comedy store up on 8433 Sunset Boulevard. The phone number, 626-65, whatever the fuck it is, so people could call me there. If they called and said, is Joe Diaz there? Yeah. Let them talk to him. How you doing? Oh, you're there? All right, just doing a check. Right? As soon as I went in there, I told them I was a car detailer. And so they gave me a pager. So they would call the pager instead of calling me on the location. So I could tell them I was at Lee's Ayers out. So meanwhile, I was in fucking San Diego. Like, that's how corrupt I was in there. Like, the movie Goodfellas came out when I was in there. I still remember leaving, going to smoke a little pot, because I would smoke a little pot every week. It'd stay under the level. I had a little garage. I rented for $35, and I'd go in there and jump rope and hit the bag at night and lift weights. So I sweat it all out. So I would go to the garage, and in the garage, there was a fucking joint that was skinny. I would go in the garage, light it, and just go and turn it off. And just at that time, I made myself get high on that little bit of pot. And I would go to movies, I'd eat Chinese food, and I went to see Goodfellas there when I was in the halfway house. 3 hours in the movie theater. They thought it was some way detailing cars. I mean, I scammed them at every level. Look at my face. I'm not sitting here proud of this. I'm sitting here going, I'm ashamed of this. You know, I got caught with a UA, a hot urinalysis for cocaine. And then I got home last night talking to you about all this cocaine shit. That thing about Tapia was on HBO, the documentary about this boxer who just couldn't stop doing coke and getting strokes or ODing or something. He died twice and they brought him back to life. I got so fucking depressed after I told you about that. And
but the point of the story last night wasn't about your drug use. Your point of the story
it wasn't about the drug use.
Was making money for your daughter.
Well, it really wasn't about making money for my daughter. There was no daughter. It was making money for a chick that was pregnant, and we were getting married. But that was in April. I got out in February. I got out like February 4th. I went right to work on February 6th. I was already wheeling and fucking dealing. So, you know, you do orientation. I think you could stay out till 9. Once you get to level 2, you could stay out till 10:30. Level 3 is like 11, and level 4 is midnight, and you have the weekends at your family's house. I got myself all the way to level 4, and I was dealing blow in the halfway house. You know how fucking embarrassing it is? I had furloughs. I had to go up to my in-laws' house. The girl I was dating, I had to stay with them. You have to stay with somebody who doesn't have a warrant. And I would stay with them Friday, Saturday, call. They'd go up there and check me out. As soon as you walked in from the furlough, they peed you. So you couldn't fuck around on your furloughs at all. But I was already level 4 when I scanned them. I was telling Lee a story about how I went to work. I knocked up some woman, and I fucking had to marry her. And I didn't know anything about anything. Mitsubishi, not the Galant.
Eclipse.
The Eclipse was very popular. And we were selling Eclipses at fucking sticker price, at MSRP. People were calling from Montana, Wyoming. Hey, do you have this? Yeah. We'll write you a check or give you an American Express card over the phone or $10,000 deposit. It was fucking craziness. So if you sold 10 of those cars, you made like $5,000 or $6,000 a month, because they were like a $700 commission if you sold it for MSRP. Plus you sold financing and the fucking scratch and datch. So here I am, 20 to 83. I'm probably, 26 years old, because it's 89. I'm 26 years old. I'm your age. She's pregnant. I'm about to get married. And I'm just stealing with 2 fucking hands, like everything I got my hands on. And when I say stealing, I wasn't really stealing, but I was loan sharking money at the halfway house, selling blow. Then I was selling Mitsubishi. Then she told me she was knocked up. And instead of working my shift and a couple hours a day, I would work fucking 9 to 9 every day. And I started making like 8 to 10 grand a month there. I cut down on the snorting coke because I gave him a hot UA, so I cut down on the snorting coke. So I was just selling coke, so I was actually making a fucking profit. So I was making a profit on all my fucking avenues. And at the end of the summer, right before I kept giving her money for the wedding, like $7,500, and I gave her like $10,000 because you have to do like increments. You have to put deposits down for certain things. I was telling Lee that I gave her like 30 fucking grand, and it destroyed me. Like, it fucking destroyed me. Like, I didn't have any money at all, guys. I had just come out of prison. I had maybe $800. I don't even know what the fuck I had. And I just went to work, guys. Sometimes you go to fucking work. You black out everything else out. I was working 9 to 9, 6 days a week, working out, walking a dog twice a day.
You said you ran in the morning.
Ran in the mornings. I was snorting coke. I used to run along Boulder Reservoir in the morning, Boulder Creek.
Yeah, you said you're like 170 or something. Like
Yeah.
You were skinny.
No, I was about, when I got out of the prison, I was probably walking around 225.
Okay.
And
Still.
No, I was in good shape. I was running. I was lifting weights. I was selling cars. I was taking care of myself. I would go to the Harvest every morning. I'd eat Swiss granola breakfasts. But I was such a fucking scam artist. I was such a fucking piece of shit. And I'd gone like 3 months without doing a fucking line of blow. I was selling blow, and I was stealing blow from this one dude. And I was selling it. I would go to his house when he left, and I would clip like an 8 ball, a half ounce here. I mean, guys, I'm telling you, I was a fucking beast. And it was like 2 weeks before the wedding, and my curfew was midnight, and they let us out of the Mitsubishi place at 9. And I think I had like an ounce of coke on me. I was taken back to the halfway house because it was Friday night to sell. I probably had $2 grand cash on me, something fucking ridiculous. And my friends like, oh, we're going to go to the strip club. And we went to 1 or 2 strip clubs, and I didn't like them. And I stumbled into this nude one, which was BYOB. Now, guys, I'm not a strip club guy. I've never been a strip club guy. I was killing 3 hours. And, who knows if I was horny? I don't fucking know. I was a cokehead. I always had dead dick. I wasn't interested. Once I had 2 lines of coke on me, I wasn't interested in women. When I walked into the strip club, I saw this Korean girl. I was telling Lee,